Chapter 263. Ma Zhou looked at Li Wangyu with a burning gaze. He no longer cared that Romance of the Three Kingdoms was just a story. This was the first book in the Tang dynasty to be engraved and printed, and the first book to use punctuation. Even Yan Liben could draw the illustration and sign it, so how could Ma Zhou not be envious? Teacher, what do you think your disciple can do for you? I also want to contribute to your book. Ma Zhou rubbed his hands and said embarrassedly. Li Wangyu looked at Ma Zhou with a smile, but in his heart, he suddenly had a plan. Such a good free labor, it would be a waste not to use it. The most tiring part of copying Romance of the Three Kingdoms was using a brush to transcribe stroke by stroke. Because this manuscript was to be sent to the bookstore for engraving, every word could not be sloppy. Therefore, he had to concentrate and write seriously, which was very tiring. If he accidentally wrote a word wrong, the entire manuscript would have to be rewritten, and he would not even have the chance to alter it. These few days, Li Wangyu was very impatient with copying. Although he could not give Ma Zhou his phone, if he could copy it without worrying about writing, and then let Ma Zhou help him rewrite the manuscript, it would save a lot of time. Bin Wang, are you willing to help me copy the manuscript? This manuscript will be sent directly to the bookstore for engraving, and in the future, Romance of the Three Kingdoms will be your pen and ink. How about it, are you willing? Ma Zhou nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice. I am willing, of course I am willing. It is my honor to be able to work for teacher. Li Wangyu was very happy. He patted Ma Zhou's shoulder and gave him a sweet date. On the cover of this book, I will write your name and indicate that it is your, Ma Zhou's, Ma Bin Wang's, ink. These words made Ma Zhou even more excited. He could not wait to start copying. Not only would he be able to leave his name on the book, but he would also be able to see the updated content. Ma Zhou was very satisfied with this. When Yan Liben, who was concentrating on his painting, heard this, he couldn't help but raise his head and look at Li Wangyu with eyes full of anticipation. Li Wangyu saw the look in Yan Liben's eyes and immediately gave him a sweet date. Liben naturally has to leave his name on the cover. The illustration will be drawn by Yan Liben. Pretending that he didn't care, Yan Liben lowered his head and continued to paint. However, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. He was obviously very satisfied. Li Wangyu had already copied the first 5 chapters of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Naturally, there was no need for Ma Zhou to copy it again. This made Ma Zhou feel very regretful. He could only wait for Li Wangyu to finish the rest of the manuscript. While the two of them were talking, Yan Liben had already finished a draft. He dried the ink and handed it to Li Wangyu. Division Commander, what do you think of this? Li Wangyu took the manuscript. After looking at it, he almost wanted to keep it for himself. It was such a waste to use it as an engraving plate. It had to be said that letting a master like Yan Liben draw for him was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. It was like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. Yan Liben was originally good at drawing people. After learning from Li Wangyu for a period of time, the lines of the people he drew were strong and round. The clothes were simple and heavy, and it became more and more lifelike. What he drew was the scene of Lu, Guan, and Zhang becoming sworn brothers in the peach blossom garden. Yan Liben was known as the legend of painting. The standard of his illustration was much higher than the illustrators of later generations. This made Li Wangyu very satisfied. Liben, this illustration is very good, very good. There are still 4 chapters left. You can draw them all. I will send them to the bookstore to engrave them. I hope that they can be printed in 10 days. After receiving his division commander's praise, Yan Liben immediately nodded. He ran back to the table and started to draw again. Because he only needed to draw the lines and the size of the illustration was not large, Yan Liben did not need much effort to draw the illustrations for the 5 chapters. Li Wangyu also finished the cover of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Under Yan Liben's expectation, he wrote a small line of words, illustration drawn by Yan Liben. These words made Ma Zhou very envious. He wished that he could copy the first 5 chapters again so that Li Wangyu could also write, "Copy Ma Bin Wang," on the cover. The first volume of Romance of the Three Kingdoms was ready. Li Wangyu wanted to strike while the iron was hot. He would send it to the bookstore today and try to get it printed as soon as possible. The earlier it was released, the earlier the people who read the book would understand the pain of catching up. Wahahaha, wouldn't that be great? Li Wangyu brought Niu Wu and rode a horse to the bookstore in Hu County. When owner's son of the bookstore saw Li Wangyu, he quickly went forward and bowed. "Old me is here to see County boy. Is there anything that old me can do for you?" Li Wangyu smiled and handed over the stack of manuscripts. "Owner's son, this is the first book that I plan to print. Take a look and see how long it will take to print it." Owner's son respectfully took the manuscripts with both hands and looked through it. "County boy, old me can print it. May I know how many copies of this book you want to print?" Li Wangyu pondered for a moment. This was the first book, so he did not want to print too many copies. If he could not sell it, he would suffer a great loss. Although Romance of the Three Kingdoms was one of the 4 famous books in China, what if the people of the Tang dynasty did not like it? This was not impossible. Li Wangyu originally wanted to print 10,000 copies. Anyway, the lifespan of a woodblock engraving was about 10,000 copies. 10,000 copies would complete the lifespan of the woodblock engraving. However, considering the cost, he decided to print less to test the waters. "Let's print 1,000 copies first. If it sells well, we can print more." After owner's son heard this, he was a little hesitant. "County boy, how do you think the wages will be calculated?" Last time when he helped Li Wangyu print the flyers, owner's son was generous and did not charge Li Wangyu for the labor cost because he only engraved a few engravings. In addition, he wanted to obtain the engraving printing technology. However, the manuscripts that Li Wangyu took out now had about 100 pages. In other words, he needed to engrave more than 100 engravings. However, the labor cost of engraving was not cheap. The fees for the engravings in the bookstore were the same as the fees for engraving seals. They were charged according to the number of words. For every 100 words, owner's son had to pay the engraving craftsman 200 copper coins. The engraving of a page of manuscripts cost about 400 copper coins. For this thick stack of manuscripts with more than 100 pages, just the labor cost of the engraving craftsman alone would cost 40,000 copper coins, which was equivalent to 40 strings of coins. As for the other costs such as paper, ink, and printing, owner's son did not know how much labor he would need. Although he had obtained the engraving printing technology, he had never printed a book before. He could only make a rough estimate of how much capital he would need. However, after owner's son silently calculated in his mind, the number that he came up with gave him a shock. According to his estimation, not counting the cost of the engraving, just the cost of paper, ink, and other printing, Li Wangyu wanted to print this book would cost no less than 100 copper coins. In other words, if Li Wangyu wanted to print 1,000 copies of Romance of the Three Kingdoms, just the cost of the bookstore alone would be about 140 strings of coins, which was 140 copper coins per book. With such a large expenditure, owner's son could not help but be cautious. Chapter 264. Owner's son's mental calculation skills were not bad. His estimation of the price was not wrong. In ancient China, the cost of printing a book was indeed frighteningly high. During the Southern Song dynasty, a book called De Yi Kun Yen was printed. It recorded the cost in detail. Today, there are a total of 20 volumes of De Yi Kun Yen. Number of sheets of paper used, printing costs, ink costs, a total of 1,300 sheets of paper used, 30 sheets of green paper used for printing, 30 sheets of green paper used for printing, 30 sheets of green paper used for printing, 30 sheets of brown paper, ink, paste, printing costs, and other costs, a total of 5 coins for printing, a total of 2 coins for printing board costs. Experts in later generations did the calculations and concluded that each volume of De Yi Kun Yen in the Southern Song dynasty cost 290 copper coins. On average, each volume was 160 copper coins. The purchasing power of 1 copper coin was equivalent to about 4 renminbi in modern times. In other words, the cost of printing a book was 640 renminbi. It was simply a sky-high price. However, compared to manual copies, the price was at least 10% cheaper. Li Wangyu naturally knew that the cost of printing a book was not low. However, he was not short of money now. He could afford to spend a few hundred coins to print it. Besides, he was planning to sell this book. He might even be able to earn some money back. He waved his hand generously. Owner's son, just name the price. I only have one request. The sooner the better. Of course. County man, your manuscript has too many words. It will take some time for the craftsman to carve more than 100 plates. Old Me estimates that it will take about 5 days to carve all the manuscripts. After 7 days, it can be printed and bound. In owner's son's bookstore, there were only 2 or 3 skilled craftsmen. After all, these craftsmen were originally engravers. His bookstore could not afford to keep too many craftsmen. Sure. Owner's son, please hurry. Oh right, these 5 illustrations also need to be engraved and printed together. We need to add an illustration to the front of each chapter. Is there a problem? Owner's son nodded. No problem. Just leave it to old me. Li Wangyu said, that's good. He took out 2 5 taels of gold ingots and handed them to owner Sunday. These 10 taels of gold will be the deposit. I will come to collect the book in 7 days and pay you the rest of the money. Workshop owner's son naturally had no reason to refuse. After accepting the gold, he repeatedly said, yes, yes. Don't worry, old me will have the book printed in 7 days. If you can't complete it, Huzianan, you can take old me's head and use it as a chamber pot. Li Wangyu laughed and scolded, why would I want your head? Help me print it well. When I pick up the book, there will be a draft for you to print. Yes, old me understands. Owner's son smiled even more happily. There was no merchant who wouldn't like such a big customer. Seeing that Li Wangyu was about to leave, owner's son hurriedly asked, may I ask Huxian Nan, are you going to sell this Romance of the 3 Kingdoms after you finish printing it? Li Wangyu nodded. Of course. Otherwise, why would I print so many? Owner's son said, I wonder if Huxian Nan is willing to sell this book to old me? Sell it to you. Li Wangyu shook his head. Huxian Nan is too small. I can't sell that many books. Besides, if it sells well, I plan to print another 10,000 copies. How can you sell your bookstore? Owner's son smiled and said, Huxian Nan, don't worry. Old me actually runs a bookstore in Chang and East City. Business is pretty good. Huxian Nan, don't worry about selling it. The old man's words piqued Li Wangyu's interest. He had been thinking about how to sell this Romance of the 3 Kingdoms after it was printed. Since owner's son had a bookstore in Chang and East City, it saved him a lot of trouble. Without waiting for Li Wangyu to nod in agreement, owner's son continued, Huxian Nan, based on old me's experience, this Romance of the 3 Kingdoms of yours should be able to sell for around 400 to 500 copper coins. Old me's bookstore only takes 20% of the consignment fee. As for the cost of printing the book, old me only takes the capital. Huxian Nan, what do you think? Li Wangyu thought to himself. Books from the Tang dynasty were really ridiculously expensive. A book with over 20,000 words was sold for so much. That would be around 2,000 yuan in the future. The key point was that he planned to produce 24 copies of the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. According to this price, if he wanted to buy the entire Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, he would need 12 strings of copper coins. That would be 48,000 yuan in the future. If any profiteer in the future dared to sell books like this, they would definitely be beaten to death. However, looking at the bookstore, the price of the handwritten Analects of Confucius was actually 2 strings of copper coins. Li Wangyu felt that he was being too kind. Ma Zhou was now a 6th-rank court official, but his monthly salary was only 2 strings of 400 copper coins. If he came to the bookstore to buy books, his monthly salary would only be enough to buy one volume of the Analects of Confucius. Li Wangyu pondered over owner Sun's proposal for a while, then nodded in agreement. Having someone to help him sell books would save him a lot of trouble. Furthermore, Li Wangyu had a good impression of owner Sun, so he was naturally willing to continue working with him. The cost of printing the first volume of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms was 150 copper coins. If he sold it for 500 copper coins, he would have a profit of 350 copper coins. If he gave owner Sun 100 copper coins, he could still make 250 copper coins. 1,000 copies would be 250 strings of copper coins. If the sales were good, he could print another 10,000 copies. That would be a profit of 2,500 strings of copper coins. Furthermore, this was only the first 5 chapters of the first volume of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. If the book really sold well, he would be able to make a small fortune just by selling the books. However, a profit of 250 per book? Damn, why does this number sound so awkward? Forget it, earning money is a good thing. 250 it is. Li Wangyu did not argue and immediately nodded in agreement to owner Sun's proposal. He was prepared to hand over the Romance of the Three Kingdoms to this old man. When owner Sun heard that Li Wangyu was planning to write 24 volumes of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, he was so happy that his beard started dancing. After reaching an agreement, Li Wangyu returned to Dingzhou village and prepared to continue his work as a plagiarist. Since Ma Zhou was willing to help him copy, Li Wangyu was naturally happy to save him the trouble. When he returned home, he began to think about how he could save time and energy to complete the difficult work of copying books. The most important thing was the brush. He definitely could not continue using the brush. Even though Li Wangyu was forced by his grandfather to practice writing with the brush since he was young, no matter what, using a brush to write was not fast. Naturally, there was no need to think about making a fountain pen or a ballpoint pen. Li Wangyu planned to try making a few goose feather pens first. However, there were no geese in Dingzhou village. Li Wangyu pondered and simply asked Niu Wu to bring a bow and arrow to help him kill a few crows. The feathers of the crows could also be used to make a feather pen. The effect was not inferior to a goose feather pen. Moreover, it was just right for writing small characters. Niu Wu was already numb to all of Li Wangyu's strange requests. He was too lazy to ask any more. Carrying the bow and arrow, he went out to look for the crows. With his archery skills, killing a few crows was a piece of cake. Without much effort, the corpses of the crows were placed in front of Li Wangyu. Ah me tofu, I've sinned, I've sinned. Li Wangyu said that he had sinned, but his hands were not careless. He directly reached out and plucked a few of the longest feathers from the crow's wings. Chapter 265. Li Wangyu had tried making a feather pen because he found it fun when he was a child. In order to make a feather pen, he had even secretly plucked the feathers of several geese at home. For this reason, every time the geese at home saw Li Wangyu, they would immediately go into attack mode and chase after Li Wangyu. There was a saying in the countryside, "It's better to be bitten by a dog than to be pinched by a goose." The geese didn't look fierce, but they were actually ferocious guardians of the house. Not only did the geese bite, they would also fly and beat people, making ear-piercing cries as they did so. In addition, adult white geese were even bigger than house cats, so Li Wangyu was no match for them. Therefore, every time he was chased by the geese at home, he would be utterly defeated. He was in a very sorry state. But even at such a huge price, Li Wangyu didn't succeed in making a feather pen when he was a child. Making a feather pen wasn't as simple as plucking a feather. In order to make a feather pen, Li Wangyu even asked the European girl, Aphrodite, for an answer. But who would have thought that Aphrodite was also confused? She had never heard of a feather pen. It was only after his beautiful boss pulled Li Wangyu aside and explained in a low voice that Li Wangyu finally understood. His beautiful boss had paid attention to the introduction of a feather pen when she was studying in the United States. She still remembered it clearly. The European feather pen was invented around 700 AD, and it was now the second year of Zhenguan, 628 AD. Aphrodite naturally didn't know what a feather pen was. As for how to make a feather pen, the beautiful boss remembered the instructions on the introduction. First, it had to be degreased. There was a thin layer of oil on the feathers of birds, which would stink after a long time, so it had to be removed. The oil on the feathers could be removed by steaming them in a steamer basket and then washing them. Then, the roots of the feathers were cleaned with a knife, and the body of the pen was hardened. The roots of the feather were inserted into an iron pot filled with sand, heated for 15 minutes, and taken out after it cooled down. Finally, he used a small knife to cut the base of the quill into the shape of a fountain pen. Just like a fountain pen, he cut a thin slit in the middle to act as an ink reservoir. Li Wangyu experimented a few times and damaged a few crow feathers before he finally succeeded in making 2 or 3 quill pens. After dipping the quill in ink, it could write very smoothly on the paper. The ink was clear, and it was not much different from the fountain pens of the future. Li Wangyu was very satisfied with his own hands-on skills. But before Li Wangyu could gloat and show off, he saw his beautiful boss reach out her slender hand, grab a few quills, and snatch them away. Hey, what are you doing? Are you trying to rob me? Yao Ling. Someone is robbing here. Li Wangyu quickly shouted, trying to protect his work. The beautiful boss glanced at him and shook her fist threateningly. Humph, I taught you how to do it. Shouldn't I charge you some tuition? Do you have a problem with that? In the modern city, except for Li Wangyu, who was forced by his grandfather to practice calligraphy since childhood, few people knew how to use a writing brush. Su Changqing naturally did not know how to write with a writing brush, but he had no choice but to use it. In the four-wheeled carriage, she had to record a lot of things every day. During this time, Su Changqing could only pinch his nose and write ugly words with a writing brush. Although Li Wangyu didn't say it explicitly, the smile that often appeared in his eyes made his beautiful superior gnash her teeth in hatred. She was also confused for a moment and forgot that she could make a quill pen to write. When Li Wangyu said that he wanted to make a quill pen, the most happy person was the beautiful boss. So after the quill pen was made, Su Changqing did not hesitate to directly reach out and forcibly seize the right to use these quill pens. In the face of the beautiful boss's threat, Li Wangyu immediately admitted defeat. No problem. It's what I should do. It's what I should do. The beautiful boss proudly raised her swan-like white neck and proudly left with her spoils of war. She quietly left, just as she quietly came, waving her sleeves, not taking away a cloud, only taking away my quill pen. Li Wangyu looked at the ceiling with tears in his eyes. He was full of sadness and grievance. At this moment, he only wanted to recite a poem. In desperation, he looked at Niu Wu again. Before he could speak, Niu Wu looked at him with disdain, grabbed the bow and arrow, and strode out. Damn, this poem was not good. He actually dared to look down on his Lang Jun. Li Wangyu became more and more speechless. Even Niu Wu dared to look down on him. Where was the dignity of the family head? After Niu Wu brought back a few more crows that were killed by arrows, Li Wangyu was busy again. Finally, he used a quill pen. Copying with a quill pen was much faster than using a writing brush. In addition, Ma Zhou was copying for him. Li Wangyu wrote even more flamboyantly. His speed was so fast that he almost flew. In one night, Li Wangyu copied almost 2 chapters, which made him very satisfied. Sure enough, tools were the ladder of human progress. After solving the problem of copying books, Li Wangyu's bitter days had finally come to an end. Although he still spent a lot of time copying books every day, the efficiency was much higher. Every day, he asked Niu Wu to ride a horse and send the manuscripts he copied to Cheng and City. He asked Ma Zhou and Yan Liben to copy and draw illustrations. Ma Zhou and Yan Liben were happy and didn't feel tired at all. Instead, they could see the latest chapters every day and were very satisfied. Sometimes, Niu Wu was delayed by something and was late. Ma Zhou and Yan Liben complained. Niu Wu could only silently roll his eyes. Sure enough, like teacher, like disciple. One day, because Li Wangyu was lazy and didn't want to copy books, he gave himself a day off. As a result, Ma Zhou and Yan Liben waited in Chang'an City for a long time, but Niu Wu didn't come to deliver the manuscripts. In a moment of anxiety, they rode a horse to Dingzhou village to rush the manuscripts. Li Wangyu was speechless at this kind of behavior of urging him to update his novel. He could only comfort them and repeatedly promise that he would let Niu Wu deliver the manuscripts to them tomorrow. Finally, he sent the two disciples who were eager to see the next chapters back. 7 days later, Li Wangyu finally received the freshly printed Romance of the Three Kingdoms sent by owner Sunday. He also told Li Wangyu that the first volume of Romance of the Three Kingdoms would be officially sold at Sunji Bookstore in the East Market of Chang'an City tomorrow. Li Wangyu also had high hopes for this. He planned to personally go to the East Market the next day to see how the 4 great classical novels he painstakingly copied were received in the Tang dynasty. Chapter 266. In the afternoon, Li Wangyu was standing outside Sun's bookstore in the East Market of Chang'an with a gloomy face. He came to Chang'an today to see the sales situation of the Three Kingdoms novels that he had painstakingly copied. However, he did not expect that it would be completely different from what he had imagined. Sun's bookstore was not considered small in the East Market. There were 3 storefronts that sold all kinds of hand-copied scrolls, rubbings of steel inscriptions, paintings, brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. They also accepted businesses such as seal engraving. The business was quite good. In the bookstore, there were many scholars dressed as scholars going in and out. Li Wangyu observed for a moment and saw that there were several transactions in the bookstore. However, there were people who bought the scrolls that cost 2 copper coins, but few people were interested in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms that cost 500 copper coins. The engraved and thread-bound Romance of the Three Kingdoms was quietly placed on the counter in the bookstore. It was not eye-catching at all. There were no advertisements, no publicity, and no shop assistants shouting to promote it. Occasionally, there were scholars who were curious and picked up the book to flip through it. When they saw that it was a novel with chapters, they put it back. However, there were scholars who read it carefully and their eyes lit up. They took out their copper coins and bought the book. However, before Li Wangyu could smile, the scholar who bought the book immediately hid the book in his arms like a thief. He was afraid that others would see it. This scene made Li Wangyu's temples throb. I'm writing the 4 great classical novels, not a romantic novel like Jin Ping Mei. What the hell do you mean by looking like you bought a pornographic film on the street? He thought. Seeing their junior teacher gnashing his teeth, Ma Zhou and Yan Liben, who had accompanied him to the bookstore, both comforted him. Teacher, this scholar is also afraid that people will see him buy the novel and criticize him for not doing his job and neglecting his studies. Yes, teacher. Although we know that your novel is majestic and is not written in a game, in the eyes of the people, novels are not elegant. After being comforted by Ma Zhou and Yan Liben, Li Wangyu became even more depressed. This was exactly the same as what he had imagined. Shouldn't the Romance of the Three Kingdoms be warmly welcomed by the people of all walks of life in the capital of the Tang dynasty as soon as it was released? Shouldn't it be that Luoyang paper was expensive, that the supply could not meet the demand, and that the goods were scarce and expensive? But in the end, it was completely deserted. Li Wangyu even had the thought of ejecting. No one was interested in the book that he had painstakingly copied, so what was the point of him continuing to copy? The few of them stopped outside the bookstore to observe. Owner Sun finally saw Li Wangyu and the others outside the bookstore and hurriedly came out to greet them. Owner Sun smiled and bowed to Li Wangyu. Congratulations to Mr. Huxian. Today, the Three Kingdoms will be on sale. In just 2 hours, 3 copies have already been sold. That's quite impressive. Nanny? Are you kidding me? The old man's words made Li Wangyu speechless. Did this old man misunderstand the concept of good sales? In 2 hours, that's 2 hours, only 3 copies have been sold. You actually came to congratulate me? Is this good sales? Then how long will it take me to sell these 1,000 copies of the Three Kingdoms? In fact, in Owner Sun's eyes, selling 3 copies in 2 hours was indeed a very good result. This was mainly because the price of engraving printing in the Three Kingdoms was cheap. The price of 500 copper coins was considered very cheap compared to the price of 1 or 2 strings of copper coins per scroll. In his bookstore, the copies of the books such as The Great Learning, The Doctrine of the Mean, The Analects of Confucius, and Mencius could only be sold 1 or 2 volumes per day. Before the invention of engraving printing, due to the high price of books, bookstores did business a bit like the antique shops of the modern era. They paid particular attention to not opening a business for a year, but opening a business for 3 years. Therefore, in Owner Sun's eyes, selling 3 copies in 2 hours was already a very good business. However, Li Wangyu was getting more and more annoyed. This was too different from what he had imagined. The East and West markets were not open for business early in the morning. The Tang dynasty's rule was that the market was in the middle of the day. In other words, the East and West markets could only start trading at noon and end in the afternoon after the drum sounded. There was only half a day of business every day. According to today's sales speed, 10 copies of the Three Kingdoms would not be sold in a day. Owner Sun had printed 1,000 copies of the first volume of the Three Kingdoms. Based on the current sales, wouldn't it take more than 3 months to sell all of them? This was only the first volume of the Three Kingdoms. There were still 23 volumes after that. How long would it take to sell all of them? Moreover, Li Wangyu's goal was not only to sell 1,000 copies. He was also thinking of selling 10,000 copies, or even more. Although the literacy rate in the Tang dynasty was not high, there were at least hundreds of thousands of scholars in the Tang dynasty. In an era without any entertainment, was it difficult to write a novel and sell tens of thousands of copies? However, he did not know that if he could sell 1,000 copies of the Three Kingdoms in 3 months, he would make Owner Sun laugh his head off. In Sun's bookstore, the books that were originally the best-selling had only sold 40 or so in a month's time. In fact, Owner Sun was not the only one who thought so. Even Ma Zhou and Yan Liben felt that selling 3 copies in 2 hours was already considered a big hit. Seeing that they all had such a matter-of-fact expression, Li Wangyu was speechless. He could only ponder on how to increase the sales of the book. If his beautiful boss knew that he had sold 3 copies of the Three Kingdoms that he painstakingly copied in 2 hours, she would laugh herself to death. Brother Ziqiao, let's go to the bookstore and see if there are any new paintings. Li Wangyu was pondering when he heard a voice behind him. He turned his head and could not help but show a look of disdain. Chang'an City was so F*King small that he could meet these troublemakers everywhere. The one who spoke was Cui Daogu of the Cui clan in Qinghe. Beside him were Wang Ziqiao of the Wang clan in Taiyuan, Cui Hong of the Cui clan in Bowling, and Lu Xiang of the Lu clan in Fanyang. Naturally, there was a large group of servants following behind the 4 rich young masters of aristocratic families. The large group of people was bustling with noise and excitement. Li Wangyu was too lazy to meet these foppish sons. He pulled Ma Zhou and Yan Liben to the side and avoided the sight of Wang Ziqiao and the others. When this group of silk pants entered Sun's bookstore, the troops behind them immediately became extremely overbearing and chased away all the customers who were buying books and looking at paintings. Owner Sun could only pretend that he did not see such behavior of driving out his customers. He smiled and greeted them, "Gentlemen, may I know what you want to buy?" "Shopkeeper, do you have any new books?" Yes, this novel, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, was just put on sale today. It was written by a man from Hu County. Gentlemen, are you interested?" Owner Sun naturally did not know of the conflict between Li Wangyu and these foppish sons. He even enthusiastically picked up a copy of Romance of the Three Kingdoms and respectfully handed it over. "Which man from Hu County?" Wang Ziqiao asked in an unfriendly tone. Owner Sun did not know and smiled, "Li Zio of Hu County, Baron of Hu County." Just as he finished speaking, Wang Ziqiao angrily tore the Romance of the Three Kingdoms in his hand into 2. Chapter 267. Now, the name that these aristocratic families, including the Wang clan of Taiyuan, the Chui clan of Bowling, the Lu clan of Fanyang, and the Chui clan of Qinghe, least wanted to hear about Li Wangyu of Hu County. In his previous life, these aristocratic families had wanted to vent their anger by spreading rumors in an attempt to smear Li Wangyu's reputation. However, Li Wangyu had displayed his works in Chang and for several days in a row, ruthlessly slapping the aristocratic families in the face. Not only did they fail to achieve their goal, but they also made Li Wangyu even more famous. This was like making a wedding dress for someone else, making the aristocratic families feel very sullen. In order to disgust these aristocratic families, Pai Lupi did not care about their reputation at all. During the court meeting, he ordered people to read Li Wangyu's works out loud, making the aristocratic families even more embarrassed. Although he did not mention any names, in Chang'an, anyone with some ability would know that the aristocratic families had made a big mistake because of Li Wangyu. In the court, the officials who did not come from aristocratic families looked at the officials who came from aristocratic families with ridicule in their eyes. Zheng Yuanshou and the others gnashed their teeth in hatred, but there was nothing they could do. As for Wang Ziqiao, Cui Daogu, Lu Xiang, Cui Hong, and the others, they saw Li Wangyu as a thorn in their side. They could not wait to eat his flesh and skin, burn his bones, and scatter his ashes. Owner's son actually took Li Wangyu's books to recommend to them. To them, this was a naked provocation. After Wang Ziqiao tore the three kingdoms in his hand, he did not wait for Owner's son to react. He raised his hand and slapped Owner's son across the face. The old man almost fainted from the slap. He took a few steps back and fell to the ground. "Old man, how dare you humiliate us?" Wang Ziqiao cursed angrily after slapping him. This sudden turn of events stunned Owner Sunday. How could he not know why he was slapped? Did he say something wrong just now? Wang Ziqiao and the others came into the bookstore. Although he did not know Wang Ziqiao and the others, he knew that these young people were from the aristocratic families in Chang and could not be offended by a businessman like him, just by looking at their overbearing manner of driving away the guests. Therefore, even though the guests were chased away, no matter how unhappy he was, he did not show it in the slightest. Instead, he welcomed them with a smile. He was even afraid that the clerk in the bookstore would say something wrong and offend the noble, so he personally went up to receive him. As for recommending Li Wangyu's three kingdoms to them, it was because they had asked about his new book, so he naturally had to reply truthfully. Secondly, Li Wangyu's Romance of the Three Kingdoms was indeed a good book. Although it was only the first 5 chapters, with over 20,000 words, Owner's son loved it so much that he couldn't put it down and studied it repeatedly. If it weren't for the huge difference in status between him and Li Wangyu, he would have urged Li Wangyu to write a manuscript. The first volume of the Three Kingdoms only had a short 20,000 words. It really wasn't enough to satisfy him. It made him want to read more, but he was also looking forward to the next chapters. Therefore, Owner's son did not care that it was a novel and recommended it to Wang Ziqiao and the others. However, he did not expect to be slapped in the face. Young masters, why do you say that? Old me did not offend you in any way." Owner's son was beaten, but he did not dare to complain. He was just a businessman. If he was beaten by this group of good-for-nothings, then so be it. Even if they smashed his bookstore, what could he do? Ever since the Tang dynasty, the status of merchants had greatly increased compared to the previous dynasties. However, the so-called scholars, farmers, businessmen were always a respectable and inferior profession. "Old man, do you think that the Taiyuan Wang clan is easy to bully?" "Taiyuan Wang clan? Young master, why do you say that?" "Old me does not dare to humiliate the Taiyuan Wang clan." "Young master, are you mistaken?" Owner's son said innocently. He really did not understand what was going on. "Pooey, old man, you still dare to say no? What's the meaning of this?" Wang Ziqiao scolded, unwilling to let this matter go. "Li Wangyu, this bastard's book, is it?" When Owner's son heard this, he realized that these nobles in front of him did not get along with Hu Xiannan. It was because he recommended Hu Xiannan's book that he was met with this disaster. He could only smile bitterly, crawl up to Wang Ziqiao and the others, bowing and apologizing repeatedly. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. How could this old man have such thoughts? This old man didn't know. No matter what, it's all this old man's fault, please forgive me. Owner Sun's humble attitude did not earn the forgiveness of Wang Ziqiao and the others. They came to the East Market to relax because they were in a bad mood. When Owner Sun recommended Li Wangyou's book to them, they could not help but think of Li Wangyou's despicable face. They could not help but burn with anger and wanted to find trouble with the owner of the bookstore to vent their anger. Smash this bookstore for this young master. How dare you sell that bastard Li Wangyou's book? Pui, are you trying to go against us? Do you think you're worthy? Smash it. Wang Ziqiao waved his hand to the troops behind him, indicating that they should smash the bookstore to vent their anger. You can't smash it, you can't smash it. Young masters, Old Me has apologized to you. Please let Old Me's bookstore go. You can't smash it. When Owner Sun heard that Wang Ziqiao and the others were going to smash the bookstore, he hurriedly stepped forward to stop them. However, how could he stop this group of wolf-like troops? He was pushed to the side and almost fell down again. The commotion in the bookstore, in addition to Wang Ziqiao's troops forcefully driving away the customers, had already attracted the attention of the crowd in the East Market. Outside Sun's bookstore, there were many people gathered to watch the commotion. Due to the deterrence of the fierce troops blocking the bookstore, no one dared to help Owner Sunday. There were a few patrolling East Market Martial Marquis. Seeing so many people gathered here, they hurriedly ran over. But after seeing the situation inside Sun's bookstore, these Martial Marquis did not say a word and turned to leave. What happened to Sun's bookstore? Why was he blocked by someone? Owner Sun is so young, how could he be beaten up? Why doesn't the East Market Martial Marquis do anything? Shoo, be careful with your words. Do you know who those people are? I don't know. Brother, please give me some advice. Those are all young masters with 5 surnames and 7 looks. The one who beat up Owner Sun is the son of Taiyuan Wang clan's first wife. Who do you think dares to meddle in their business? TSK, 5 surnames and 7 looks. How impressive. How did Owner Sun provoke these aristocratic families? No wonder the patrolling Martial Marquis does not dare to meddle. Who says so? Consider Old Man Sun to be unlucky. Today, Sun's bookstore, I don't think he can keep it. Sigh, how pitiful. Just as Owner Sun felt that the end of the world had arrived, he heard a loud shout, stop. In broad daylight, do you still have the laws of the land? Wang Ziqiao, Cui Daogu and the rest immediately glared at the source of the voice. They wanted to see who was so blind as to meddle in the business of their aristocratic families. Li Wangyou, Li Wangyou. You, why are you here? After seeing the person who spoke, Wang Ziqiao and the rest could not help but feel a little guilty. Although they hated Li Wangyou to the extreme, when Li Wangyou stood in front of them, the 4 of them felt a little guilty. The one who pushed the crowd aside and stood up to stop them was Li Wangyou. Behind him, Ma Zhou and Yan Liben also had angry looks on their faces. Hee, as expected of 5 surnames and 7 looks. How impressive. Li Wangyou said with ridicule. Chapter 268. Li Wangyou was too lazy to pay attention to Wang Ziqiao and the others. He felt that talking to these aristocratic families was polluting the air. Therefore, Li Wangyou pulled Ma Zhou and Yan Liben to the side. He did not want to see these people face to face, so as not to affect his mood. Who would have thought that just because Owner Sun recommended the 3 kingdoms that he copied to Wang Ziqiao and the others, he was implicated for no reason and even wanted to destroy the old man's bookstore. Wang Ziqiao and the others were so arrogant and despotic. Even if his uncle could tolerate it, his aunt could not. Li Wangyou naturally would not stand by and watch. 5 surnames and 7 hopes, how impressive. You want to destroy other people's shops at the slightest provocation. Does the saint know that you are so awesome? Li Wangyu mocked. Li Wangyu, don't talk nonsense. It was the owner of this bookstore who humiliated us. We were just teaching him a lesson. Cui Dogu hurriedly explained. He did not want Li Wangyu to mention this matter to Pai Lupi. Li Wangyu showed a look of disdain. Humiliate you? Are you worthy? You, don't be so arrogant. Do you want to be enemies with the 5 surnames and 7 hopes? Do you want to stand up for this insignificant merchant? How can we not teach such a disrespectful merchant a lesson? Hee, insignificant merchant. May I know what your official positions are? What are your titles now? Li Wangyu asked. His words made Wang Ziqiao and the others speechless. They did not know how to answer. The aristocratic families led by the 5 surnames and 7 hopes mainly relied on the local areas. They relied on their power, money, and prestige to control the local politics and enjoy a superior political and social status, contending with the imperial power. However, in terms of status and titles in the imperial court, they were far inferior. Pai Lupi naturally would not confer high positions and titles to officials from aristocratic families. Even the head of the Zheng family, Zheng Yuanshou, was only a 3rd-rank official of the Honglu Temple. As for the disciples of these aristocratic families, they actually didn't have any official positions, nor did they have any titles. If one really wanted to talk about it, they were nothing more than commoners. He was different from Pai Lupi's group of debauches. Although Qing Chumo and the other debauches did not have a noble title, they all had official positions granted to them by the imperial court. Although most of them were fake titles, it was enough to show Pai Lupi's attitude. Normally, no one would be so tactless as to ask Wang Ziqiao and the others about their official positions and titles. The 5 surnames and 7 hopes were the best identities for the legitimate sons of these aristocratic families. Are you humiliating us? Wang Ziqiao roared in exasperation. Li Wangyu took out his goldfish talisman and waved it in front of Wang Ziqiao and the others. Do you see it clearly? I am the Baron of the founding county of the Tang dynasty, with the title of Huxian. You guys are nothing. Do you have any seniority? Why aren't you bowing to me? His words made Wang Ziqiao and the others speechless. Li Wangyu was now the Baron of the founding county of the Pai Lupi. Logically speaking, they should bow to Li Wangyu. But how could Wang Ziqiao and the others be willing to bow to Li Wangyu? They looked at each other and planned to turn around and leave. Stop! You tore my book and are going to leave like this? What are you going to do? Li Wangyu said, didn't the adults in your family teach you to apologize for destroying other people's things? Prince Zhou chuckled and said, apologize? Who can afford my 5 surnames and 7 hopes? Just because of this bookstore owner? You can ask him if he dares to accept my apology. When owner's son heard his words, he quickly waved his hand. Old me can't afford it, can't afford it. Please don't say that. Owner's son's surrender was naturally within Li Wangyu's expectations. How could a merchant go against the 5 surnames and 7 hopes? Not to mention a small bookstore owner, even if Chang An's Chiu family was a wealthy family, if Zhang Liang, the commandery duke of Changping wanted his paintings, he could only obediently offer them up with both hands. Li Wangyu ignored owner's son and only stared at Wang Ziqiao. The book you just tore was placed in the bookstore for sale. It has nothing to do with this bookstore owner. Let me ask you, are you going to compensate or not? So what if I compensate? So what if I don't? If you compensate, then we can talk about it. If you apologize, then this matter will be dropped. If you don't compensate, then please leave. I will go ask your family for compensation. Li Wangyu once again waved the goldfish talisman in his hand at Wang Ziqiao and the others, indicating his status. With his title of Baron of Kaigua County, even if he was from the Taiyuan Wang clan, his status was now equal to Wang Ziqiao and the others' elders. These sons of the first wife were said to be of noble status, but according to the laws of the Tang dynasty, they were no different from ordinary people. Li Wangyu's words angered Wang Ziqiao and the others so much that they almost vomited blood. According to what he said, it was the four of them who would lose face. There was no need to say more about apologizing. Today, the face of the aristocratic families had been trampled to the ground by Li Wangyu. And if they didn't compensate, Li Wangyu would really use his status to force an explanation. That would be even more humiliating. If a young man came to their door and complained to their parents, the four of them would no longer be able to survive in Chang'an. At this time, Wang Ziqiao, Cui Daogu, Cui Hong, and Lu Xiang were forced into a corner by Li Wangyu and were in a dilemma. Just when they were at a loss, Cui Daogu inadvertently caught a glimpse of the pile of 3 kingdoms and the torn book on the ground by Wang Ziqiao. Thinking of Owner Sun's introduction, he couldn't help but turn his eyes and quibble. Huxian man, this is the book you wrote? Humph, as the founding Huxian man of the Tang dynasty, instead of thinking of repaying the saints, you wrote such unorthodox stories. It's really a disgrace to the educated. A gentleman wouldn't do such a thing. We were thinking of the saints, so we tore this book. We just don't want you to lose your mind and go astray. Novels had always been in a bad position in ancient Huaxia and were in a suppressed position. The Han Shu Yi Wenji said, the novelists came from Yuguan, the street talk was created by those who listened to the talkers. It meant that what the novelists did was to record the street talk and hearsay of the people. They were seen as unorthodox people who didn't do proper work. Although Cui Daogu was quibbling, what he said was the common understanding of the scholars of the Tang dynasty about novels. Li Wangyu was not moved at all. He rolled his eyes, so what? Why do you care what I wrote? What does it have to do with you? What do you want? Ma Zhou also said indignantly, even if my teacher wrote a novel, it's still a work passed down from generation to generation. How can it be called unorthodox? This romance of the 3 kingdoms is a work that both refined and popular can appreciate. It's a rare masterpiece and will definitely be passed down for generations. When Cui Daogu, Wang Ziqiao, and the others heard Ma Zhou's words, they laughed so hard that they bent forward and backward. Ha, a novel actually wants to be passed down for generations. You master and disciple are not afraid of boasting. The wind will cut your tongue. TSK, so this kind of hearsay novel can also become a work passed down from generation to generation. Today has really broadened my horizons. Why don't we let the scholars take a look and see whether or not this novel is a waste of time? Wang Ziqiao and the others mocked and ridiculed, but Li Wangyu was too lazy to even lift his eyelids. I'll ask you one more time. Are you going to compensate or not? Chapter 269. Faced with Li Wangyu's interrogation, Wang Ziqiao threw caution to the wind and stubbornly replied, what if I tear up a book that no one cares about? Li Wangyu looked at him with contempt, no one cares about it. Do you think you have the qualifications to evaluate my book? Why can't I say it? Why were there so many of these novels piled up in the bookstore? Li Wangyu, are you planning to sell it as cleaning paper? Wang Ziqiao mockingly pointed at the pile of the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms in the bookstore. Ha, why don't I take out a copper coin and treat these books that no one cares about as waste paper and sell them all to me? It's also fine to use them to light a fire. Cui Daogu also joined in with a laugh. Lu Xiang and Cui Hong also laughed and nodded repeatedly in agreement. Ma Zhou and Yan Liben were so infuriated by this group of rich young masters that they almost went berserk. Humiliating Li Wangyu like this was equivalent to humiliating them both. However, Li Wangyu stopped the two who were about to go berserk. Facing the ridicule of Wang Ziqiao and the others, he only smiled contemptuously, since you all keep saying that no one cares about my book, why don't we make a bet? Bet? What do you want to bet? Hearing the word bet, Wang Ziqiao and the others suddenly had a bad feeling. Whether it was in the Zhan Temple or in the brothel of Peace Square, they had lost both bets with Li Wangyu. Wang Ziqiao's face was even more unsightly. He remembered the bet he made with Li Wangyu, saying that he had to avoid him at all costs. Li Wangyu looked at Wang Ziqiao with deep meaning, let's bet how many copies of this Romance of the 3 Kingdoms can be sold in 10 days. How about it? Okay. We'll bet that your book can't be sold in 10 days. How about it? Do you dare to bet? Upon hearing Li Wangyou's words, Wang Ziqiao's eyes lit up, and he immediately proposed an extremely difficult and impossible bet condition. After he finished speaking, Cui Daogu and the others also laughed loudly and agreed, "That's right, we'll bet that you won't be able to sell 10,000 copies in 10 days. How about it, Huxian man? Do you dare to bet?" Ma Zhou couldn't help but panic. "How dare you spout such nonsense? How is it possible to sell 10,000 books in 10 days? Ha, what does this have to do with us? Didn't Huxian Nan want to bet on the sales of his book? Our conditions are as such. It's up to you whether you want to bet or not. If you don't dare to bet, then we don't have the time to grind our teeth with you. Goodbye." Wang Ziqiao thought that he had caught Li Wangyou's weakness. After ridiculing Ma Zhou for a while, he was ready to call the others to leave. "Wait. You haven't said what the stakes are." Li Wangyou suddenly called out to them. "What stakes?" Wang Ziqiao and the others didn't understand Li Wangyou's meaning. Li Wangyou continued to ask, "Didn't you want to bet that I won't be able to sell 10,000 copies in 10 days? Why don't you tell me what the stakes are? If you sell it, what will you do?" "That's impossible." "Impossible, wouldn't you win even more easily?" "What, you don't dare to bet with me?" Li Wangyou continued to provoke them. "Why wouldn't we dare? If you can sell 10,000 copies in 10 days, will lose to you, so what if we lose 10,000 gold?" Wang Ziqiao blurted out after being provoked by Li Wangyou. Li Wangyou shook his head. 10,000 gold. "Ha, can you take it out? Why don't we bet 1,000 gold taels, how about it? Can a dignified direct descendant of an aristocratic family afford 1,000 gold taels bet? 1,000 gold taels? That's 6,000 copper coins, 6 million gold taels." Wang Ziqiao and the others looked at each other. Although they were direct descendants of aristocratic families, they really couldn't take out such a large sum of money. Their families were rich, but it didn't mean that they had money in their hands. But how could they be willing to back down? Not to mention, in Wang Ziqiao and the others' eyes, it was impossible for them to lose. 10 days was equivalent to 10 days. And to sell 10,000 copies, let alone 10 days, even if it was a year, they wouldn't believe it. After all, the Tang dynasty wasn't the modern era. All the bookstores in Cheng and East City added together might not be able to sell 10,000 copies in a year. Although Li Wangyou's novel looked strange and wasn't a common book, so what? "Huxian man, don't talk nonsense. Do you dare to make a written pledge and set a bet?" Wang Ziqiao and the others were sure that they would win, so naturally, they were fearless. Li Wangyou laughed. "Ha, that's right, lest some people lose the bet and don't admit it. Owner's son, please bring us a pen and paper." "This. Huxian man, do you really want to bet with them? Why don't you just let it go? Why bother fighting based on personal feelings?" Owner's son hesitated for a moment, but still tried to persuade him. He didn't want Li Wangyou to lose such a large sum of money just to stand up for him. Even Owner's son felt that Li Wangyou couldn't win. 10,000 books were sold in 10 days. This was too inconceivable. To sign such a bet, other than losing 1,000 taels of gold, there was no other possibility. Ma Zhou and Yan Liben were also shocked by Li Wangyou's words. Although they felt that Romance of the Three Kingdoms was a good historical novel, it was impossible to sell 10,000 copies in 10 days. Division Master. Ma Zhou wanted to persuade him, but Li Wangyou reached out and stopped him. "Owner's son, I only have my own opinion. Just go and bring me a pen and ink." Seeing Li Wangyou's resolute attitude, Owner's son could only helplessly shake his head and bring over a pen and paper. Li Wangyou wrote down 2 bets on the paper and signed them. "Okay, it's your turn. Sign." Li Wangyou put down the pen and raised an eyebrow as he looked at Wang Ziqiao and the others. Wang Ziqiao, Cui Daogu, and the other 3 were rather dumbfounded. They hadn't expected Li Wangyou to agree to such an absurd bet. Did he really have the confidence to sell 10,000 books in 10 days? How could this be possible? In the eyes of the Tang, the contents of this bet were no different from the modern era's demand to paint the Great Wall in 10 days. Sign. I don't believe that he can win. Wang Ziqiao coldly snorted as he wrote down his name on the bet. Cui Daogu and the other two glanced at each other and nodded, signing their bets. Li Wangyu chuckled as he picked up a bet, dried the ink, and put it away. That's good. With the contract in black and white, we'll see who's the winner in 10 days. Remember, prepare the gold. Otherwise, I'll ask the saints to collect the debt from your clan. Wang Ziqiao and the others only sneered. Huxian man, you should prepare the gold yourself. If you can't produce the gold in 10 days, be careful that we don't sue you at Taiji Palace. After saying this, they didn't stay any longer. After putting away the bet, they called out to their troops, and the crowd retreated like the tide. Huxian man, what should we do? Old me, it's all old me's fault for implicating Huxian man. Owner's son bowed to Li Wangyu in fear and trepidation. Li Wangyu waved his hand. It's fine. I have my ways. Chapter 270. When Li Wangyu made such a bet with Wang Ziqiao and the others, owner's son was the one who was the most frightened. He was worried that Li Wangyu would blame him in the future if he lost the bet. He was also worried that if Li Wangyu won, those young masters would vent their anger on his bookstore. What should he do then? For the old man, today's matter was in a dilemma. But no matter what, owner's son still hoped that Li Wangyu would win the bet. After all, Li Wangyu had only made such an unfair bet with the young master of an aristocratic family because he wanted to stand up for him. If Li Wangyu lost, owner's son would definitely feel guilty. The merchants of the Tang dynasty were very honest. The word unscrupulous merchant had not yet appeared. In fact, the word unscrupulous merchant had evolved from the word unscrupulous merchant, and the original meaning was unscrupulous merchant. In ancient times, when merchants did business, other than filling the bucket full, they would also scoop more to make the rice in the bucket full. In other words, as long as they did business, they would always add something to the customer. However, because of the changes in people's hearts, later generations slowly became unscrupulous merchants. It was also a kind of moral regression. Old me, if there is anything old me can do, I will not refuse. Owner's son patted his chest and promised Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu nodded and smiled, there is indeed something that I need your help with. Old me, please tell me. Inform the bookstore to quickly start printing. There are only 1,000 books of the Three Kingdoms in this bookstore. If there are no books printed, even if all these books are sold out, I will be the one to lose. Owner's son nodded and promised, Old me, rest assured. Old me will immediately return to Huxian and arrange for the bookstore to start printing. Old me guarantees that within 5 days, the remaining 10,000 books will all be printed. That's good. Thank you, owner's son, Li Wangyu continued after thinking for a while. The second volume of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms has already been copied. Tomorrow, I will have someone send it to the bookstore. Owner's son, please have someone start to engrave the plates. We will strive to have the second volume on the market in 7 days. We will still print 10,000 copies. Old me understands. Owner's son was now in the same boat as Li Wangyu. Naturally, he nodded his head and agreed. After leaving the bookstore, Yan Liben and Ma Zhou had a worried look on their faces. Division Commander, how can you agree to the wager of the Wang, Cui, and Lu families? It's really impossible to sell 10,000 books in 10 days. If we lose the bet, will the teacher really have to compensate them with 1,000 taels of gold? Li Wangyu didn't panic at all. He smiled at the two of them and said, What are you afraid of? There's no possibility of losing this bet. Do you think I'm as stupid as those Wangs? Take a closer look at this bet. Are they sure to lose? What? How is that possible? Ma Zhou and Yan Liben were stunned when they heard this. They hurriedly reached out to take the signed agreement and read it carefully a few times. After looking at the bet several times, the two were still confused. They didn't know what Li Wangyu meant. Division Commander, forgive us for being slow-witted, but why can't we see anything wrong with this bet? Li Wangyu chuckled and said, this bet only stipulates that the bookstore will sell 10,000 copies of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms in 10 days. Is that right? Ma Zhou and Yan Liben looked at each other and nodded. That's right. You still don't understand. You two should just die of stupidity. Let me ask you, if Ching Chumo and the others go to the bookstore and buy all the books, does that count as completing the bet? Li Wangyu rolled his eyes at the two disciples. Ah! Ma Zhou and Yan Liben were instantly petrified. Their minds were filled with lightning and thunder, and they were stunned. Can it be like this? How can it be like this? Isn't this cheating? But it seems like it really can be done. Anyway, it's nothing more than selling all 10,000 copies of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms to Ching Chumo and the others. Afterwards, they can hand them over to the bookstore to slowly sell. In this way, Wang Ziqiao and the other aristocratic family disciples would really have to suffer in silence. Anyway, in the bet, there was no stipulation on who to sell these 10,000 copies of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms to. Division Commander, this is a bit. Ma Zhou was thinking about what words to use to describe Li Wangyu's shameless idea, but for a long time, he couldn't find the right words. Li Wangyu stared at him. What? Are you going to let me lose to those disgraceful debauches? Of course not. This disciple naturally hopes that Division Commander will win, but what? Hurry up, I still have to rush back to Dingzhou village. You and Liben can go do your own things. Don't follow me. Li Wangyu didn't pay attention to the two dumbfounded disciples. He called Niu Wu and rode back to Dingzhou village. He was in a hurry to go back. Naturally, he wanted to find his beautiful boss to discuss how to make a marketing plan for the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Although Li Wangyu and Ma Zhou said that they wanted to trick Wang Ziqiao and the others, in fact, he didn't intend to bully these aristocratic family debauches. It was just a kind of insurance. Li Wangyu didn't want the famous book that he had painstakingly copied to be a pearl covered in dust in the Tang dynasty. That would be a waste of his painstaking efforts. He wanted to make a name for himself, but instead became a joke. That was not what he wanted to see. The Romance of the Three Kingdoms being neglected in the Tang dynasty was something that Li Wangyu didn't expect before, but he didn't lose heart. At least from the performance of Ma Zhou and Yan Liben, the Romance of the Three Kingdoms could still be accepted and liked by the scholars in the Tang dynasty. It was just that the Romance of the Three Kingdoms had not become famous yet, so no one knew about it. Therefore, just like Owner's son, who only put the book on the shelves and waited for people to slowly discover the treasure, was definitely not a good way to sell it. He needed to have a good discussion with his beautiful boss about how to make a marketing operation in the Tang dynasty. He needed to let the people of the Tang dynasty understand the great power of advertising and marketing. At the end of the 70s in Huaxia, the first TV advertisement appeared. A product called Ginseng Osmanthus Nourishing Wine was advertised several times on the TV stations in Shanghai. The result was that all the stores that sold this medicinal wine in Shanghai were sold out. The product was out of stock. When TV advertisements first appeared in the future, they had such an explosive effect. What kind of effect would advertising and marketing have in the Tang dynasty? Li Wangyu was very much looking forward to it. Li Wangyu didn't believe that with the ability of him and his beautiful boss, they wouldn't be able to make the Romance of the Three Kingdoms set off a storm in the Tang dynasty. If that happened, the two time travelers would be wasted. After returning to the Li family's old residence, Li Wangyu immediately found Su Changqing. He pulled her into the study, closed the door, and told her everything that had happened today. The two of them discussed in whispers for most of the day in the study. Finally, they decided on a series of advertising and marketing plans. Chapter 271. 5 days later, at the Vermilion Bird Gate in Cheng, an imperial city. The Vermilion Bird Gate was the southern gate of the imperial city. It got its name because the vermilion bird of the four symbols represented the south. Outside the gate was the Vermilion Bird Avenue, the central axis of Chang'an. On the busy Vermilion Bird Avenue, carriages and horses shuttled back and forth. The 150-meter-wide Vermilion Bird Avenue had a 50-meter-wide Imperial Road in the middle. Commoners could cross it, but they were not allowed to walk on it. At 9 in the morning, the court session in the Taiji Palace had just ended. After the court session, the officials had to leave the Taiji Palace through the Sky Gate and head south out of the Vermilion Bird Gate. After that, all the officials returned home to sleep, while those who had to go to the yamen for the morning roll call went to work. Some of the officials who were familiar with each other were chatting as they walked. Suddenly, they heard the sound of horse hooves coming from the Vermilion Bird Avenue. In Chang'an, horses were not allowed to gallop unless there were special circumstances. The sound of horse hooves naturally attracted the attention of the officials. They all looked up to find the source of the sound. They saw a general wearing a three-pronged purple-gold crown and wearing a beast-shaped armor. He held a halberd and rode a red horse toward the Vermilion Bird Gate. What was going on? The first thought in the minds of all the officials was there going to be another Xuanwu Gate rebellion? 3 years ago, didn't Pai Lupi charge into the Taiji Palace through the Xuanwu Gate with soldiers and force the retired Emperor Li Yuan to abdicate? Was there going to be another Vermilion Bird Gate rebellion today? Outside the Vermilion Bird Gate, the officials who had just left the court were in an uproar. Some of the more timid ones even exclaimed. But soon, the officials realized that something was wrong. The Imperial Army guards outside Vermilion Bird Gate did not even bat an eye at the charging general. It was clear that these Imperial Army soldiers knew what had happened. And there was only one general charging toward the Vermilion Bird Gate. Of course, he was not here to start a rebellion. Otherwise, it would be too childish. That general galloped his horse to the Vermilion Bird Gate and pulled on the reins. He brandished his halberd and shouted. I am Lu Bu, Lu Fengxian. Who dares to fight with me? When the officials and generals of the Vermilion Bird sect saw who it was, some of them immediately burst into laughter. Isn't this the legitimate son of Duke Qiao, Chai Linggu? Why are you dressed like this? He even said that he was Lu Bu, Lu Fengxian. Lu Fengxian was a general of the Three Kingdoms, right? That's right, the so-called Lu Bu among men, red hair among horses, is precisely Lu Bu. In the records of the Three Kingdoms, it was said that Lu Bu had the courage to fight a tiger, and was unparalleled in battle. But what exactly is Chai Linggu doing? Duke Qiao, what is your young master doing? An official familiar with Chai Shao couldn't help but make fun of him. In the crowd, Chai Shao's eyes were twitching. If it weren't for the fact that they were in public, he would have dragged this bastard over to beat him up. Shameful, truly too shameful. Just as the crowd was laughing and enjoying the show, they saw a handsome horse charge out from not far away. On the horse was a dark-faced general with round eyes and a serpent spear in his hand. The horse shouted, Slave of 3 surnames, don't run. Zhang Fei of Yan is here. The officials roared with laughter. If this wasn't Cheng Yaojin's legitimate son, Cheng Chumo, who else could it be? Cheng Yaojin, that old bastard, was also in the crowd. When he saw this scene, he wasn't angry at all. Instead, he laughed heartily. Wahahaha, this scoundrel, this brat is actually playing the role of Zhang Fei of Yan. Why didn't he call me over for such an interesting thing? When we get back to the manor, I'll definitely take care of this unfilial son. Cheng Yaojin's words stunned the officials who were watching the show. Isn't your focus a bit off? You actually think this is interesting and want to personally participate. Unconsciously, the officials around Cheng Yaojin slowly moved a few steps away from him, afraid that this old bastard would infect them with his insanity. Cheng Chumo and Chai Linggu, these two people, began to fight on the main street of Vermilion Bird Gate. It was very lively. This caused more and more people to gather around Vermilion Bird Gate. They applauded and cheered, making these two people even more excited. The two people fought for dozens of rounds. Then they saw a red-faced man, holding a green dragon crescent blade, rush over on his horse. I am Guan Yu, Guan Yunchang. This time it was Yuchi Jingda, that old bastard, who began to cheer loudly. He shouted with his broken voice, "It's my family's child. Dog, you even painted your face red. Yuchi Baolin, if you can't beat them, don't go home." His words almost made Yuchi Baolin, who was disguised as Guan Yu, fall off her horse. She calmed herself down and pretended that she didn't hear anything. She raised her blade and attacked Chai Lingguo. The 3 horses fought for 30 rounds. Then they saw another horse rush out from the side. On the horse's back was a white-faced general, holding a double-edged sword. "I am Liu Bei, Liu Xuanda. Little Lu Bu, don't hurt my brother." Then he urged his horse forward. The 4 people fought on Vermilion Bird Gate. This time it was Fang Xuanling's turn to be stunned. The old man's temple suddenly throbbed. The one who called himself Liu Bei was his second son, Fang Jun, Fang Yi, Ai. Du Ruhui also poked him with his elbow, "Brother Xianling, your second son is also very brave." Fang Xianling was choked half to death by his words. He could only pretend that he didn't hear anything. He glared at his son, thinking about how to punish him when he returned home. Qing Chimo, Yuchi Baolin, and Fang Yi, Ai surrounded Chai Lingguo and fought. Seeing this, the officials and the common people on Vermilion Bird Gate stared straight at them, cheering louder and louder. No one noticed that on top of Vermilion Bird Gate's imperial city wall, Pai Lupi's figure quietly appeared, watching the 4 people fight with interest. "Zio, is this the 3 heroes fight Lu Bu in your book? It is very interesting." Li Wangyu was also beside Pai Lupi. Hearing Pai Lupi's question, he smiled and nodded, "Your Majesty, it is the 3 heroes fight Lu Bu." Pai Lupi asked again, a bit interesting. "What about the chapter after that? Where did you write it? Has the 2nd volume been printed?" "The 2nd volume is being engraved and will be finished in 2 days. Once the book is printed, I will immediately send it to your Majesty for inspection." Pai Lupi nodded with satisfaction and continued to look below. Li Wangyu sighed. "Damn, such a big shot, reader, I can't afford to provoke him. If I provoke him, it won't be a problem of sending him razor blades." In order to advertise and market his Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, Li Wangyu went to the palace a few days ago and presented the 1st volume of his Romance of the 3 Kingdoms to Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi liked Romance of the 3 Kingdoms immediately. This historical novel about the 3 kingdoms was very much to his liking. Li Wangyu also took the opportunity to make a series of requests to Pai Lupi, including today's performance outside Vermilion Bird Gate. After receiving Pai Lupi's approval, it was carried out. Outside Vermilion Bird Gate, the performance was still going on. Chapter 272. Outside the gates of Vermilion Bird City, the 4 playboys fought for a long time before Lu Bu was defeated and retreated. The 4 of them left on their horses and the crowd on Vermilion Bird Avenue cheered again. For the people of the Tang dynasty, it was worth it to be able to see such a scene. For the people of Chang and City, the scene just now could make them talk for a long time. The civil and military officials were also discussing with each other, not understanding the meaning of the playboys' actions today. Although Pai Lupi knew that the playboys were imitating the plot of The 3 Heroes Battle Lu Bu in the book, he was still suspicious when he saw them leave on their horses. "Zio, is this your arrangement? Is it over just like this?" Li Wangyu laughed, "Your Majesty, keep watching, there's more to come." He had finally convinced Pai Lupi to allow him to hold a marketing event for Romance of the 3 Kingdoms in front of the civil and military officials as well as the people of Chang and City. How could it end so anticlimactically? The performance of the 4 playboys just now was just to warm up the atmosphere and attract the attention of the crowd. After the 4 playboys left on their horses, the crowd thought that there was no more drama to watch and started to talk loudly, discussing the meaning of the scene just now. Some of the scholars who were familiar with history immediately showed off their knowledge and explained who Lu Bu, Zhang Fei, Guan Yu, and Liu Bei were in the 3 kingdoms. Just as the crowd was about to disperse, a few singers in palace attire walked out from the crowd on both sides of Vermilion Bird Avenue with various instruments in their hands. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, they slowly walked to the center of Vermilion Bird Avenue and faced the gate of Vermilion Bird City. They plucked the instruments in their hands and played pleasant music. The crowd that was just about to disperse immediately stopped. The singers opened their mouths and sang in unison, "In the Han Dynasty, the heavens are Huanling, the red sun is about to tilt to the west." The treacherous minister Dong Zhuo deposed the young emperor. Zhang Jide of Yan appeared, holding the snake spear 8 zhang long. Lu Bu struggled to walk, looking at his home mountain from afar, flattering his horse. The song that the singers were singing was the poem from this chapter of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Accompanied by the singing, under the astonished gazes of Pai Lupi and the officials, more and more dancers, singers, and musicians walked out from the crowd on both sides of Vermilion Bird Avenue and merged into the group of singers. The chanting grew louder and louder, and the number of people in the group increased as well. Along with the music and singing, the people on the Vermilion Bird Avenue started to dance. This scene left Pai Lupi and the civil and military officials dumbfounded. How could it be done like this? Weren't these people just watching from both sides of Vermilion Bird Avenue? Why did they suddenly walk to the Vermilion Bird Avenue one after another and start singing and dancing? Vermilion Bird Avenue, which was more than 100 meters wide, was now filled with hundreds of people. These singers, dancers, and musicians were all performing the same dance and reciting the same poem. After reciting the poem 3 times, the music suddenly stopped. The people performing on Vermilion Bird Avenue all shouted in unison, "The general trend of the world, long united must divide, long divided must unite." Drinking wine and discussing heroes, all in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Huxian County's Li Zio's new masterpiece, the historical novel, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, talks about the general trend of the world. Changdong, Dong, and Shi City, all the major bookstores are selling it. After the advertising slogan was shouted, the civil and military officials in front of the Vermilion Bird Gate were almost petrified. The people watching from both sides of the avenue were also completely flabbergasted. Pai Lupi was even more speechless. He glared at Li Wangyu, who was secretly laughing to the side. "What kind of nonsense is this? Isn't your shouting a bit too straightforward? What do you take my Vermilion Bird Avenue for? Even the peddlers walking the streets wouldn't shout like this, right?" No matter what they thought, after the dancers, singers, and musicians on Vermilion Bird Avenue shouted the advertising slogan 3 times, they suddenly scattered in all directions. Very quickly, they merged into the crowd of onlookers and could no longer be found. Vermilion Bird Avenue once again became empty. Li Wangyu snickered in his heart. "Have you seen the flash show of the future?" Flash show refers to a lot of people in a specific place, at a specific time, unexpectedly doing a series of specific songs, dances, or other actions at the same time, and then quickly leaving. After Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss discussed it, they moved the flash show to the Tang Dynasty's Chang'an. They did this to advertise the book, Romance of the Three Kingdoms. It could be said that they had put in a lot of effort. These people who were performing the flash show on Vermilion Bird Avenue were all found by Li Wangyu from Pingkongfang. A team of 100 people performed the flash show in less than the time it took to burn a stick of incense, but rehearsed it for a day. For this, Li Wangyu paid everyone the same amount of copper coins. If it wasn't for the fact that he had finally saved up some money, he wouldn't have dared to spend so much money. Li Wangyu originally planned to find an actor to cosplay the 3 heroes battle Lu Bu scene at the beginning. However, when the other playboys heard about this, they immediately snatched this job. In order to compete for these 4 roles, the playboys even broke out into a fierce war. After a bloody battle, Qing Chumo, Chai Lingguo, Fang Yai, and Yuchi Baolin snatched the right to perform. Chai Lingguo originally didn't want to cosplay Lu Bu and wanted to exchange roles with Qing Chumo, but Li Wangyu dissuaded him. "Zio, why don't you let me cosplay Zhang Fei?" Li Wangyu looked him up and down for a long time. He only said one sentence, which made Chai Lingguo give up on the idea. "Qing Chumo's face is black, the playboys who didn't get the role were very dissatisfied. Li Wangyu repeatedly assured them that there would be more opportunities for them in the future, which temporarily dispelled their resentment. In this regard, Li Wangyu could only shake his head. The Tang dynasty was seriously lacking in entertainment. Look at this group of playboys, they even wanted to snatch the opportunity to cosplay, which almost led to a bloodbath. TSK, how pitiful. Naturally, the rich playboys had also read The Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Thus, Li Wangyu had another group of followers who would use force to threaten him. Faced with the threat of the playboys, Li Wangyu began to consider whether to put up a sign at the entrance of Dingzhou village, "Playboys and dogs are not allowed to enter." However, considering that it would be unfair to the dogs, he reluctantly dismissed the idea. The cosplay performance in front of the Vermilion Bird Gate in the Imperial City, as well as a flash advertisement, immediately spread throughout Chang'an City at the speed of light. At the same time, Li Wangyu's leaflet publicity began again. Leaflets full of slogans and introductions of the Three Kingdoms were once again scattered all over Chang'an City by four-wheeled carriages. Fortunately, there were no urban management officers in the Tang dynasty. Otherwise, this kind of littering would definitely be punished until Li Wangyu went bankrupt. In any case, Li Wangyu's Romance of the Three Kingdoms suddenly broke into the sight of the people of the Tang dynasty. Chapter 273. The flyers that Li Wangyu had people throw around in Chang'an were picked up by the scholars. When they saw the content, their expressions changed drastically, and they carefully hid the flyers away like thieves. If there were transmigrators in the future who saw the titles of these flyers, they would definitely curse Li Wangyu for being shameless. The titles on these flyers were truly the essence of the news shock department. Shocking. 3 men did this in the peach garden. Yes, this was the oath of the 3 in the peach garden. Shocking. Men will be silent when they see it, women will cry when they see it. Shocking. A woman actually dares to do such a thing in broad daylight. This was the story of Diao Chan's honey trap at the Fengyi Pavilion. Shocking. This kind of shocking headline was what people in the future hated the most. In short, the headline was hateful, but it was enough to attract attention. Li Wangyu shamelessly copied this trick and openly printed it on the flyers. In this regard, the beautiful boss could only roll her eyes to express her admiration for Li Wangyu's shamelessness. Even in the future, netizens who had experienced the baptism of countless headlines were still attracted by these shocking headlines time and time again. They clicked on them and were fooled, not to mention the people of the Tang dynasty who had not experienced the baptism of headline baiting. In short, these flyers had the effect they were supposed to have. In Chang'an, all literate scholars had a strong interest in Romance of the Three Kingdoms after receiving the flyers. As for whether they could find the content they wanted to read in the book, that was none of Li Wangyu's business. The effect of the flash advertising outside the Vermilion Bird Gate was naturally explosive. In addition to the shocking publicity effect of the flyers, the various bookstores in Chang'an welcomed a large number of customers who wanted to buy the book. After the eastern and western markets opened at noon, countless curious scholars poured into the markets and went straight to the bookstores. Even the civil and military officials outside the Vermilion Bird Gate asked their servants to go to the bookstores and buy Romance of the Three Kingdoms for them. The book written by the Crown Prince's imperial tutor, Pai Lupi's favorite, and the new Baron of Hu County, naturally had to be praised. Regardless of whether the book was good or not, everyone was curious about it. To be able to cause such a huge commotion outside the Vermilion Bird Gate, he had to read this book no matter what. Owner's son didn't go back on his word. His bookstore in Hu County worked for several days and finally printed all 10,000 copies of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. However, with such a large number of books, it was obviously not possible to rely on his bookstore to sell them. Therefore, with Li Wangyu's approval, owner's son contacted dozens of bookstores in the eastern and western parts of Chang'an City and asked them to sell the books on his behalf. Each copy of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms was priced at 500 copper coins, and those bookstores could earn 100 copper coins from selling them. Naturally, no one would refuse such a good deal. Without much effort, all the bookstores in Chang'an City had been placed in the Three Kingdoms. What the owners of the bookstores had not imagined was that a huge colorful poster was sent together with the bookstores. The life-sized portrait was unprecedentedly realistic and shocking. In the portrait was a lovely and moving beauty. Beside her was a powerful general holding a halberd. This beauty was so realistic that it was as if a real person was sealed in the painting. Her figure was beautiful, her ears were thin and her smile was captivating. What was even more unbearable was that the beauty in the painting had a voluptuous body and a slender waist. It instantly made the bookstore owners feel a little impulsive. On the huge portrait were the words, "Romance of the Three Kingdoms," which spoiled the mood. The bookstore owners were so distressed that they beat their chests and stamped their feet. How could such a great painting be wasted like this? At the top of the poster were the words, "Honey Trap," and below the characters were the names of Diao Chan and Lu Bu. These colorful posters were all hand-drawn by Li Wangyu and Yan Liben in a few days. The two of them had drawn a total of 10 posters, and they were also very tired. Li Wangyu was very resentful about this. This damned Tang dynasty, why didn't they invent a color printer? The scholars and servants who went to the bookstore to buy books were all shocked by the colorful posters hanging in front of the bookstore. Such a soul-stirring portrait of a beauty made the men who had not been destroyed by the various movies of the later generations feel that it was somewhat difficult to control themselves. The woman named Diao Chan in the painting, that figure, that curve. For the scholars of the Tang dynasty, such a realistic colorful beauty was simply a visual balm. In front of every bookstore with a colorful poster hanging in front of it, there were 3 layers of people inside and 3 layers of people outside. Even those who were illiterate were staring at the colorful poster non-stop. They were even reluctant to blink their eyes. The owners of the bookstores hurriedly sent out their employees to guard the colorful poster to prevent it from being snatched away by others. Many libertines even squeezed to the front and almost stuck their eyes on the poster. They were quickly stopped by the shop assistants. "Hey, what are you doing? You can't afford to pay for this painting if it's dirty. If you want to look, stay away, don't get so close. No matter how close you get, you won't see anything. What are you smelling? Are you a dog? You can smell something from the painting. Take your dirty hands away. If you reach out again, I'll call the patrolling Wu Ho." No matter how loudly the shop assistants reprimanded them, the libertines were not angry. They only stared at the colorful poster non-stop with an extremely vulgar expression. If Li Wangyu was here, he would have noticed that the expressions on these people's faces when they were looking at the colorful posters were exactly the same as the expressions on the faces of his roommates when they were watching Japanese romantic action movies behind closed doors. As for the scholars, they were still considered reserved. After staring at the poster for a while, they silently said, "See no evil," in their hearts. Then, they squeezed into the bookstores and asked to buy the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, written by Huxian Nan. The thick Romance of the Three Kingdoms was actually sold for only 500 coins. Such a cheap price surprised many of the scholars. Some impatient ones, after paying the money, began to flip through the book in the bookstore. The opening poem, Riverside Immortal, attracted the praise of the scholars. Huxian Nan, Li Wangyu, was still so talented. This poem described the rise and fall of history and the vicissitudes of life. As they continued to read, these scholars were fascinated. The Three Kingdoms era at the end of the Eastern Han was like a vast historical scroll that slowly unfolded in the book. After flipping through a few pages, all the scholars only had one thought in their hearts. This, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, was a peerless book. Chapter 274. The Romance of the Three Kingdoms was one of the 4 classics of Huaxia. Naturally, it was extraordinary. What was even rarer was that it happened to suit the tastes of the current Tang dynasty's officials and scholars. This book described the general trend of, from chaos to governance, at the end of the Han dynasty. It had a lot in common with the chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty and the replacement of the Sui dynasty by the Tang dynasty. After the chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty, the people's thoughts were settled. The Romance of the Three Kingdoms also met the psychological needs of the scholars of the Tang dynasty. In the words of later generations, the immersion was extremely strong. Those scholars who read The Three Kingdoms in the bookstore could not help but be surprised to find that this novel was bright and smooth. It was both elegant and popular. Moreover, there was a deep meaning in the words. As the saying goes, understanding the world is knowledge, and practicing human relationships is literature. Every paragraph in the book was full of wisdom and the essence of Huaxia's traditional culture. Good book. A rare good book. This was the unanimous thought in the minds of all the scholars who read The Three Kingdoms. Such a good book should be poured into a cup of good wine and read carefully while drinking. That was a kind of enjoyment. Or perhaps he could boil a pot of fragrant tea and have a beautiful woman to accompany him. Then, he could savor this wonderful book. As the saying goes, the earth stove, the tea cauldron, and the fire is alive. Where can the joy of reading be found? Several plum blossoms, the heart of the world. In short, the scholars who read The Three Kingdoms all opened their wallets and bought the book. Even if there were scholars who were poor and did not have enough money, they still shamelessly borrowed copper coins from their companions and bought a book. In the two cities of Chang'an, more than a dozen bookstores were like this. It was unprecedentedly popular. The scene of selling books even scared the owners of the bookstores. No one had ever seen books sold like this. Those scholars gave away a lot of copper coins just to get a copy of The Three Kingdoms. The Three Kingdoms plagiarized by Li Wangyu was completely popular. Seeing that the stock in each bookstore was decreasing, the owners of the bookstores hurriedly called their shop assistants and asked them to quickly go to Suanji bookstore in the East City to replenish the stock. Due to the fact that Romance of the Three Kingdoms was a story, most of the bookstore owners didn't ask for too many books when owner Sun sent them over. They thought that the books would take up too much space. The books in these bookstores ranged from 100 to a few dozen books. Now, with so many scholars rushing in to buy the books, many bookstores were sold out. The owners of these bookstores were already starting to regret not leaving behind more copper coins when owner Sun came to sell his goods. After all, these were all copper coins. If he sold one book, he would earn 100 copper coins. If he sold 10 books, he would earn 1 copper coin. Looking at the customers who squeezed into the bookstore with strings of copper coins in their hands, the owners of the bookstore sighed in their hearts. This money was too easy to earn. Owner Sun, I'm an employee from the Ma family bookstore in Shi City. Our bookstore would like to make up for 500 copies of The Three Kingdoms. Owner, I'm from Liuji bookstore in East City. Please send another 600 books of The Three Kingdoms to our bookstore. Owner Sun, all the books in our bookstore have been sold out. Please give us the books first. Our bookstore is full of customers waiting to buy books. It's the same for our bookstore. All the books are sold out. Owner Sun, please send the books to our bookstore first. Similarly, Sun's bookstore was packed with scholars who wanted to buy books. When owner Sun heard the words of these employees, he was so happy that his beard trembled. He hurriedly agreed and began to arrange for his employees to deliver the books. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, had already anticipated this situation. He had arranged for several four-wheeled carriages to wait near Sun's bookstore and informed owner Sun that these carriages could help him deliver books to various bookstores. Originally, owner Sun didn't think much of it and thought that Li Wangyu was too optimistic. He had sent more than 1,000 books of The Three Kingdoms to the bookstores in Chang'an City. Could it be that they were all sold out? It was impossible to sell 1,000 books in a day. However, owner Sun naturally couldn't say much about Li Wangyu's arrangement. He just smiled and thanked him, and didn't think much of it. Now, owner Sun realized that he had underestimated the influence of The Three Kingdoms. He was also full of admiration for Li Wangyu's foresight. He hurriedly called for the four-wheeled carriages to come over and ordered the employees to start moving the books out of the warehouse. Stacks of books that emitted the fragrance of ink were moved onto the carriages. Under the guidance of the employees of the bookstore, they were sent to the bookstores in Chang'an City. More and more people rushed to buy the books of The Three Kingdoms. Many of them were just passing by the bookstores. They were either attracted by the colorful posters or the flood of people rushing into the bookstores to buy the books. Out of curiosity, they unconsciously squeezed into the bookstores to see what kind of book it was that so many people were rushing to buy it. After flipping through a few pages, these people who didn't know about the Three Kingdoms also opened their wallets and bought a book, preparing to go back and study it carefully. The books were selling faster and faster. In just half a day, the evening drum sounded in Chang'an City. The customers in the market had no choice but to leave. The bookstores also sent in the sales statistics for the day. Owner's son almost had a heart attack when he saw the numbers on top of it. More than 4,700 books sold. It had only been half a day. For the Tang dynasty, such a terrifying sales volume was comparable to a stormy sea. It set off a huge wave in Chang'an City. Owner's son suddenly felt like laughing. Those young masters from aristocratic families actually wanted to bet with the men from Hu County. Wasn't it obvious that they were prepared to give away money? There were still 5 days before the bet, and nearly half of the 10,000 books in the bet had been sold today. What was the point of this bet? He had forgotten that back then, he had also thought that Li Wangyu would be the loser of the bet. Owner's son was amused for a long time. Then he immediately called his shop assistant and rode out of Chang'an City, ignoring his old body. He was going to tell Li Wangyu the good news and inform the craftsmen in the Hu County bookstore to continue printing the Three Kingdoms. According to today's trend, 10,000 books of the Three Kingdoms would not be enough. Not to mention how happy owner's son was, Wang Ziqiao and the others naturally received the news that Li Wangyu had made such a big scene in Chang'an City. His troops and servants went to the bookstores in the east and west to inquire about the news. When they came back, they described the scene of the rush to buy the books. Wang Ziqiao, Cui Daogu, and the other two could not help but feel their hearts skip a beat. If Li Wangyu's book continued to sell like this, there was a chance that they would lose that ridiculous bet. The 4 people who received the news looked at each other. If they really lost 1,000 taels of gold, each of them would have to pay more than 200 taels of gold. Although 1,000 taels of gold was just a small amount for aristocratic families like the Wang clan of Taiyuan, it was not a small amount for the 4 of them. It would even make them feel the pinch. Even as the legitimate sons of aristocratic families, they could only get a fixed amount of money from their families every month. They could get 200 to 300 strings of copper from their families every month. This was enough for them to indulge in wine and women every day, lingering in the various brothels of Peace Square. One had to know that a first-rank big shot in the imperial court only had a monthly salary of 600 to 800 strings of copper. From this, one could see how extravagant aristocratic families were. It was no wonder that old Du would write such an indignant poem, "Meat stinks at the Vermilion Gates, bones frozen to death on the road." Wang Ziqiao and the others did not have much savings. Usually, they would spend all the copper they had every month. If they really lost the bet with Li Wangyu, they might not be able to pay the money. "Everyone, we can't just sit and wait for death. We can't let that little bastardly be so arrogant." Inside the Peace Square, Wang Ziqiao hugged a prostitute and said fiercely. Chapter 275. Wang Ziqiao and the others naturally did not want to lose 1,000 gold taels to Li Wangyu for nothing. They originally thought that the bet with Li Wangyu was purely because Li Wangyu was out of his mind and wanted to give them money. Especially a few days ago, in Sun Ji bookstore, the book, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, sold lukewarm. The bookstore sold less than 10 books of the Three Kingdoms every day, which made Wang Ziqiao and the others laugh even more, ridiculing Li Wangyu for being kicked in the head by a donkey. But now, Li Wangyu did such a thing, which was out of their expectations, making them panic. "What do you think we should do?" I asked the servants to ask around. "That stupid book sold a few thousand copies today." Cui Daogu asked. Cui Hong straightened his neck. "What can we do? Can you force others not to go to the bookstore to buy books? If you ask me, so be it if we lose. Can Li Wangyu come to us to collect the debt? I won't give it to him." Lu Xiang said, "Bullshit. This is a written bet. Can you go back on it?" If he really takes the bet to the residence to collect the debt, what will you do? If he dares to come, I will let the troops beat him out. Then what if he goes to the Taiji Palace to find the saint? This, if they really lost the bet, there was no need to consider reneging on the debt. This time, the bet was written on paper. It was different from the previous verbal agreement. In black and white, both sides signed the bet. If they refused to give it up, Li Wangyu would really dare to go to the Taiji Palace and ask Pai Lupi to collect the debt for him. Li Wangyu was now the founding county man. In terms of status, he was the same as these few silk pants elders. How could the few of them, who relied on their family's power, refuse to pay the bet? It's neither right nor left. Then what do you think we should do? Are we really waiting to lose the bet and obediently hand over the gold with both hands? Cui Hong was also angry. His words left Wang Ziqiao and the other two speechless for a while, not knowing what to do. Wang Ziqiao suddenly drove away all the prostitutes and singers around him. He lowered his voice and said to the three of them, I have an idea, but I don't know if you dare to do it. What idea? Let's hear it. Come closer, my teachings are not to be passed on to 6 ears. Cui Daogu and the other two hurriedly came over. After hearing Prince Qiao's words, the three of them were speechless. Brother Ziqiao, this method is extremely risky. What if? Cui Daogu was a bit hesitant. 200 taels of gold was actually not much. Taking a risk for this bit of gold was not worth it. Lu Xiang also shook his head. That's right. At most, you'll lose 200 taels of gold. It's not worth it, right? However, Cui Hong supported Wang Ziqiao's idea. I think it's fine. If we really lose, it's not just a trivial matter of 1,000 taels of gold. What we lose is the face of our family. When he said this, it made Cui Daogu and Lu Xiang hesitate. Just as Cui Hong said, losing a bit of gold was nothing. But to lose the face of the family, that was not okay. Wang Ziqiao advised again. Let's each send a capable troop to do this. After the matter is done, give them a sum of money and send them back to Taiyuan, Bowling, and other places. How much trouble can they cause? Cui Daogu and Lu Xiang silently looked at each other and nodded in agreement. It was night. Chang'an City East Market. Suddenly, an ear-piercing copper whistle sounded. In the city square, a raging fire erupted. The intensity of the fire was so great that it lit up the night sky of Chang'an City. The flames soared several zhang high and the momentum was terrifying. East Market Wuho shop's Colonel Qin Xian led his Wuho subordinates and desperately squeezed water bags in an attempt to extinguish the fire. But not only was the fire not extinguished, it was instead becoming more and more intense. Colonel, someone must have set the fire and used kerosene to ignite the fire. Otherwise, why would the water bags not be able to extinguish the fire? The Wuho subordinates who were trying their best to extinguish the fire loudly shouted to Qin Xian. On this point, Qin Xian had already seen through it. The fire came so suddenly and the water could not extinguish it. Other than someone maliciously setting the fire, there was no other explanation. His face was already covered in black soot. After being soaked in sweat, his face was covered in black marks. But Qin Xian did not care about this. He could only continue to urge his subordinates to extinguish the fire. At the same time, he ordered the Wuho subordinates to push down the shops on both sides of the fire to create an isolation zone to prevent the fire from spreading. Motherf *Ker, it's really strange. Which shop is on fire? What kind of business is it doing? Colonel, this is a family bookstore, Sun Ji Bookstore. When Qin Xian heard that it was a bookstore, he did not care too much. But during the day, he also knew that many scholars came to the bookstore to buy books. It seemed that they were all trying to buy a novel written by a county man. He did not know if the bookstore being set on fire tonight was related to this matter. But after all, Qin Xian was only a colonel of the Wuho shop. He was not responsible for the arrest case. So this thought only circled around in his mind and he did not delve into it. He only focused on directing the Wuho subordinates to extinguish the fire. As the most important market under the jurisdiction of Wanyan County, the news of the fire in the East Market was immediately reported to Wanyan County Magistrate Lu Dehang. Lu Dehang, who was woken up, broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly broke out from the arms of the concubines on the bed. He hastily put on his clothes and led a group of yamen runners to the East Market. By the time he arrived at the East Market, the sudden fire had almost been extinguished. Sunji bookstore and the shops next to it were all burned to the ground. The embers were not extinguished, and from time to time, dark red sparks would appear in the night. Colonel Qin, why did it suddenly catch fire? Lu Dehang wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked Qin Xian. Including the Tang dynasty, the dynasties of Huaxia all attached great importance to fire fighting. Although the Tang dynasty would not punish officials for a fire, it still had a big impact. So when he heard the fire alarm, Lu Dehang could not sleep well for the past 10,000 years. Lu Ming House, according to this official's speculation, it should be arson. We have to wait until the fire is completely extinguished before we go in to investigate. Hearing that it might be arson, Lu Dehang could not help but gasp again. Arson was a serious crime. According to the Tang dynasty's law, arson was sentenced to death by hanging. If the fire killed people, it would be considered as death by reason. Moreover, arson was one of the 10 evils. It was an unforgivable crime. If it was really an arson case, he would have a headache as the Wanyan County magistrate. He would have to urge the yamen runners to investigate the case. Just thinking about it was troublesome. If it could not be solved, he would have to report the case to the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court. That would be even more troublesome. Lu Dehang sighed and could only secretly pray that Qin Xian's judgment was wrong. But when the fire was completely extinguished, the Marquis of the Marquis shop and the yamen runners entered the fire to investigate. Then, bad news came. Not only was it confirmed that the fire was arson, but the charred remains of a human were also found in the fire. Chapter 276. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, the yamen did not have a coroner who specialized in autopsies. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, a coroner was someone who worked in the funeral industry. Due to the fact that examining a corpse was a menial and arduous task, the government would usually send a coroner who was in charge of funeral work to examine the corpse. It was not until the Song dynasty that coroner became official servants in the yamen. They were equivalent to the forensic doctors of later generations. After the coroner who was summoned by the Wanyan County Yamen examined the corpse found in the fire, he concluded that the corpse was burnt by a weapon. Hearing this report, Lu Dehang felt a toothache. Now, not only was there an arson case, there was also a murder case. This was a huge case. After dawn, the yamen runners of Wanyan County found owner's son in Hu County and brought him to the Wanyan County Yamen for questioning. Owner's son almost fainted when he learned that his bookstore had been burned to ruins last night and that someone had died. After owner's son identified the remaining belongings and clothes on the charred corpse, he confirmed that it was the shop assistant who had been keeping watch in the bookstore last night. His own shop assistant had died an unnatural death, and his bookstore had been set on fire. The old man wept and kowtowed to Lu Dehang, begging Lu Mingfu to help him get justice. He had to catch the culprit who had committed murder and arson. Lu Dehang naturally had a headache about this. After asking owner's son in detail whether he had any grudges with anyone recently and whether he had any enemies, Lu Dehang sent the old man out. Putting aside how Lu Dehang urged the yamen runners to handle the case, owner's son walked out of the Wanyan County Yamen in a daze and was numbly brought to the eastern market by his shop assistant. Looking at the bookstore that had been burned to the ground, the old man could not help but shed tears. This bookstore was not worth much and could be rebuilt with just a few dozen strings of coins. However, there were a large number of books in the bookstore, especially those handwritten copies and famous paintings. They were all priceless treasures. With a rough estimate, the value of the burned books, paintings, paper, ink, brushes, and inkstones was no less than 500 strings of coins. Now that all of them had been burned down, owner's son even had the thought of committing suicide. When the shopkeepers of the surrounding shops saw owner's son suffer such a disaster, they all shook their heads and sighed. They all comforted the old man. "Owner's son, my condolences. Sigh, this is truly a sin. How dare a murderer commit murder and arson in Chang and in broad daylight? Damn it. Owner's son, if there's anything you need, just tell this old man. This old man will help you get through this difficult time. Owner's son is such a nice person. He has never argued with anyone and is always honest in his business dealings. How could someone be so cruel?" The group of merchants all spoke up to console the old man, causing owner's son to feel slightly comforted. He cupped his hands in thanks to everyone and began to make arrangements for the aftermath. He ordered people to clean up the ruins of the bookstore and take stock of the losses. He also arranged for someone to report the news to the shop assistant who was killed. He also had someone send copper coins to express his condolences. After busying himself for half a day, owner's son suddenly recalled something and his face warped in shock. He had no time to care about anything else. He pulled over a shop assistant and hurriedly gave him a few instructions. Then, he hurriedly mounted his horse and ran out of Chang and city. Owner's son suddenly remembered that there were still thousands of copies of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms in the bookstore. He had to go to Dingzhou village to inform Li Wangyu about this matter. As he galloped on horseback, a thought flashed through owner's son's mind. Could this sudden fire have something to do with those aristocratic families? After thinking carefully, the old man could not help but break out in a cold sweat. He had no quarrel with anyone. Apart from those books and paintings, there was nothing valuable in the bookstore. If it was for money, there were many shops in the eastern market that dealt in gold and jewelry. There were plenty of valuable things. How could a thief commit murder and arson just to steal books? Owner's son did not think that there were any enemies that would be so fierce, except for some minor conflicts with the legitimate sons of the aristocratic families such as the Wang clan of Taiyuan and the Chui clan of Bowling. Thinking deeper, owner's son felt even more frightened and his heart raced. He thought of the bet that Li Wangyu had made with those young masters of the aristocratic families. He had promised to sell 10,000 copies of the Three Kingdoms in 10 days. But now, all the books in his bookstore had been burned to ashes. Owner's son did not dare to continue thinking about it. This was not something that a merchant like him could participate in. The old man whipped the horse twice more and sped up towards Dingzhou village. Li Wangyu had just woken up and received such bad news. He could not help but be shocked. He exchanged glances with his beautiful superior and could tell what the other was thinking from their eyes. If this matter had nothing to do with the aristocratic families, Li Wangyu dared to wring his head off and give it to the aristocratic families to kick as a ball. Yesterday, he had just created a sensation in Chang and city and made the Romance of the Three Kingdoms sell like hotcakes. But in the middle of the night, someone had sneaked into Sun's bookstore to commit murder and arson. This was definitely not a coincidence. With the books burned, it was naturally impossible to sell 10,000 copies of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. A few days later, he would be considered to have lost the bet and would have to pay Wang Ziqiao and the others 1,000 taels of gold. Li Wangyu did not expect that Wang Ziqiao and the others would be so crazy. For a bet of 1,000 taels of gold, they dared to commit murder and arson. This was truly outrageous. Li Wangyu naturally did not know that these aristocratic families dared to do anything for their own reputation. If he had not been conferred the title of meritorious noble by Pai Lupi, the aristocratic families would have already made a move on him. Whether it was the Zhen clan of Xingyang or the Wang clan of Taiyuan, they had been unhappy with him for a long time. Now, it was only because they were afraid of Pai Lupi that these aristocratic families did not dare to openly deal with Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu's face was gloomy as he asked, "Owner's son, can your bookstore in Hu County print more books urgently?" "Of course. Old me thought yesterday that 10,000 copies might not be enough to sell, so I have already informed the bookstore to start printing more. I estimate that in another 2 or 3 days, we should be able to rush out 5,000 copies. That's good. Owner's son, then I'll have to trouble you to arrange for the printing as soon as possible. As for the murder and arson case, I will give you an explanation, Li Wangyu said in a low voice. Owner's son nodded repeatedly. Old Me understands. Once the books are printed, Old Me will immediately have people send them to the bookstore in Chang'an City to sell. Don't worry, there are still 4 days left. We will definitely sell 10,000 copies. Li Wangyu did not say anything else after arranging things. He let the old butler, Li Heng, send owner's son out of the door. The murder and arson case in the East Market gave Li Wangyu a great shock. At this moment, he realized that this was not a legal society of the future, but the Tang dynasty of 1,300 years ago. If one did not have enough power to protect himself and his family, he would probably be eaten up until not even his bones were left. Just a few legitimate sons of the aristocratic families dared to commit murder and arson in Chang'an City. In this world, was there anything that they did not dare to do? Those who steal will be punished, and those who steal the country will become feudal lords. Only the feudal lords will be benevolent and righteous. The so-called benevolence and righteousness of these aristocratic families was indeed hypocritical. After a brief discussion with Su Changqing, Li Wangyu called for Niu Wu. The two of them rode on horses and rushed to Chang'an City. Chapter 277. Li Wangyu naturally went to Chang'an to complain. Although he had the title of a county baron, he had no power or influence. Other than complaining to Pai Lupi, he had no other choice. Li Wangyu was just a white-collar worker who graduated from a second-tier university in the future. He did not know how to solve cases, nor was he as intelligent as Zhuge Liang. If he was bullied, complaining to his parents was his only choice. Fortunately, his current parent was also powerful enough. No matter what, Li Er was still his uncle who hadn't gone beyond 5 generations. Li Wangyu naturally would not be pretentious. He wanted to take responsibility for everything. When it was time to cry, he would not be stingy. In the legislative hall of Taiji Palace, Pai Lupi summoned Li Wangyu as usual. Zio, why did you come to the palace again today? Is something the matter? Pai Lupi asked with a smile. Li Wangyu would not come to Chang'an if he had nothing to do, let alone to Taiji Palace. Pai Lupi was very clear about this. His nephew was good at everything, except that he was too tired. If he had nothing to do, he would definitely hide in Dingzhou village and live a carefree life. Yesterday, Li Wangyu had just entered Taiji Palace and created such a good show. Pai Lupi was very satisfied, but he did not know why he had come to the palace today. Li Wangyu's face was full of misery. Uncle, I came to the palace today to ask you to save my life. What happened? Pai Lupi asked, puzzled. Li Wangyu took out the contract he had signed with Wang Ziqiao and the others, and handed it to Pai Lupi with both hands. Uncle, a few days ago, I had some conflicts with the legitimate sons of Taiji Wang clan, Boling Chui clan, and a few other aristocratic families. Feeling indignant, I made a bet with them. I bet that I could sell 10,000 copies of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms within 10 days. Pai Lupi looked at the bet and motioned for Li Wangyu to continue. Yesterday, after my promotion, the bookstores in Chang'an sold more than 4,000 books of the Three Kingdoms. This little nephew was about to win the bet, but who would have thought that last night, the bookstore that helped this little nephew sell books was set on fire and all the books turned to ashes. When Pai Lupi heard this, his expression slowly turned grim. Li Wangyu sighed and continued, if it was only the books that were burned, it would be fine. But the key point is that even the clerk who was on night duty in the bookstore was killed. This is really... At this moment, Li Wangyu's acting skills were off the charts. He was just short of wiping his eyes with an onion. Uncle, I don't expect to win any bets. I just hope that uncle can help me talk to this aristocratic family and cancel the bet. Sigh, with my small arms and legs, I really don't dare to get involved with such a vicious person. His words were very pitiful, but Pai Lupi understood the meaning of his words very clearly. He was insisting that the aristocratic family had committed murder and arson in order to win the bet. Pai Lupi glared at him with a gloomy face. He waved his hand to summon an attendant, have the 100 Horsemen Department investigate what exactly happened in the East Market. Not long after, the attendant in charge of palace affairs from the 100 Horsemen Department entered the legislative hall and reported to Pai Lupi. Reporting to everyone, the 100 Horsemen Department has already investigated. Last night, at 1:00 in the East Market, Sun Ji bookstore caught fire. The clerk who died was also stabbed to death with a blade and then abandoned in the fire. Pai Lupi coldly asked, "Did you find out who did it?" "We're still investigating, but after the 100 Horsemen Department examined the corpse, they confirmed that the method of murder was the method of an old soldier in the army. The clerk who was killed should have been in his sleep. His mouth and nose were covered, and then a blade was used to stab his heart. The blade was inserted between the bones, and he died on the spot. The method was very skillful. This is definitely not something that a thief can do." After the curfew last night, did the patrolling Wu Ho ask about it? "Did you find anything strange?" Pai Lupi asked again. In Chang'an City, there was a curfew after nightfall. The streets, which were more than 100 meters wide, were like natural barriers that separated the various markets. And on the streets, there were patrolling Wu Ho at any time. Wanting to quietly climb over the high walls of the market, then pass through the 100-meter wide streets, and climb up the wall to enter the East Market was not an easy task. No, the patrolling Wu Ho have already interrogated, but did not find anything. But the 100 Horsemen Department can confirm that there are 4 murderers. After carefully inspecting the walls of the East Market, the 100 Horsemen Department found the footprints of 4 people on the wall near the Peace Square. And the same footprints were also found on the other side of the Peace Square. To be able to avoid the Wu Ho, and quietly climb over 2 walls, it's not easy. Reporting to everyone, the 100 Horsemen Department also deduced that the murderers must be fierce soldiers from the White Army, or else they would not have succeeded so easily. Pai Lupi heard this and could not help but look at the bet in his hand again. The murderers went from the Peace Square to the East Market. Last night, Taiyuan Wang clan, Bowling Chui clan, these aristocratic families, did anyone stay at the Peace Square to drink? Taiyuan Wang clan's Wang Ziqiao, Qinghe Chui clan's Chui Daogu, Bowling Chui clan's Chui Hong, Fanyang Lu clan's Lu Xiyang, these 4 people stayed at the Peace Square last night. Pai Lupi sneered, "Humph, 4 murderers committed murder, and the 4 of them were drinking at the Peace Square. Ha, what a coincidence. Order the 100 Horsemen Department to continue investigating, especially the troops around these 4 people, find out what their identities are." "Yes." The eunuch of the 100 Horsemen Department responded and immediately left to arrange the investigation. Li Wangyu also heard the conversation between the 2 clearly. After the eunuch left, he immediately looked at Pai Lupi with a pitiful expression. "Uncle, you have to give your nephew justice." Pai Lupi glared at him. "All right, stop acting, I will give you an explanation for this matter. 5 surnames and 7 looks, as expected, arrogant and despotic." Hearing Pai Lupi say this, Li Wangyu naturally stopped acting. He came to complain, and now that he had achieved his goal, he naturally did not want to continue acting. Li Wangyu said with a mischievous smile, "Uncle, I made a bet with them, if they want to renege on the debt, you have to help me collect the debt." "Stinking brat, scram. You want me to help you collect the debt, only you can think of something like that." Pai Lupi laughed and scolded. "Hee, how about I give you half?" Pai Lupi was so angry that he almost kicked him. The more he spoke, the more shameless he became. "Your books have all been burned, how are you going to win this bet? I have already asked the bookstore to hurry up with the printing. Today, we will continue to send books to the bookstore. It won't delay matters." Pai Lupi nodded. "Ziyu, the engraving printing that you came up with is really good, it can be considered beneficial for the country. With this engraving printing, books can be printed on a large scale, and it will not be so easy for those aristocratic families to monopolize knowledge. Haha, this is another merit you have made, I will remember it for you." Li Wangyu had already reported the engraving printing matter to Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi immediately saw the effect of breaking the aristocratic family's monopoly on knowledge, so he had already asked Li Wangyu to hand over the engraving printing technology to the works supervisor. Now, the works supervisor had already begun to copy the books stored in the palace, and was preparing to print them on a large scale and distribute them to the world. While Li Wangyu was complaining in Taiji Palace, Taiyuan Wang clan was not having a peaceful time. Chapter 278. Chang'an City, Fuxing Square, Wang Mansion. Taiyuan Wang clan's head Wang Rinyu slapped Wang Ziqiao's face, leaving a red mark on his face. Bastard, who allowed you to be so daring? Wang Ziqiao covered his face with his hands, looking at his father in disbelief. What did I do? Didn't I just let my subordinates burn down a bookstore? Don't tell me I have to watch that bastard Li Wangyu humiliate me. Wang Rinyu said angrily, just burn down a bookstore. You even killed a waiter in the shop with your troop. Just a lowly commoner, what's the big deal? Wang Ziqiao did not care at all. Burning down the Sun bookstore in the East Market, destroying Li Wangyu's books, and winning the bet, was his idea. Cui Daogu and Lu Xiyang, under his and Cui Hong's encouragement, and after drinking a lot of wine, under the stimulation of alcohol, they also nodded in agreement. The four of them each sent out a highly skilled troop. Taking advantage of the night, they climbed over the Peace Square, and entered the East Market. Those few troops were also ruthless people. Originally they did not need to harm people's lives, but as a precaution, they directly stabbed the shop assistant who was on night duty in the bookstore to death. After pouring oil on the bookstore, and blowing on the fire, the four of them burned the bookstore clean, and then took advantage of the chaos when Wu Ho was busy putting out the fire, climbed over the wall, and slipped back into the Peace Square. After dawn, Wang Ziqiao and the other three woke up, and after sobering up, they started to feel a little scared. They were the rich young masters of aristocratic families, they bullied and dominated the market, and even snatched women, and they were not any better than that bastard Jin Kangbua. But things like murder and arson, they had never done it before, and at this moment they could not help but feel their hearts palpitate. The four of them pretended to be calm, as if nothing had happened. After the Peace Square opened, they each led their subordinates back to the mansion. Wang Ziqiao was somewhat regretful, so he found his father Wang Rinyu, and explained everything in detail, but did not expect to get a slap from his father in exchange. Wang Rinyu snorted, foolish beyond compare. Do you think that Li Shimon's 100 cavalry department are all useless? You're just giving him something to use against you. There are many ways to deal with that Li family child, but you chose the stupidest way. Wang Ziqiao was a little confused. He forced himself to say, so what if it's the 100 cavalry department? Could it be that they would come knocking on his door to arrest him? I have already come to an agreement with Cui Daogu and the others. We will send those troops back to Taiyuan, Bowling, Fanyang, and other places. So what if Li Shimon's hands are long? What's more, these four troops won't betray us. Wang Rinyu looked at the red mark on his son's face and let out a long sigh. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he explained, Ziqiao, you've underestimated Li Shimon and the 100 cavalry department. If he really dares to let the 100 horsemen department come to our door and arrest people, as long as we torture them, once your troops confess, do you think Li Shimon will let go of this good opportunity to humiliate our aristocratic families? At this moment, Wang Ziqiao was also scared. He asked in panic, don't tell me that Li Shimon won't give any face. Nyang is his aunt. Idiot, do you expect Li Shimon to let our Wang clan go because of your mother? Wang Rinyu's wife, Wang Ziqiao's mother, was Li Wangyu's only aunt, retired Emperor Li Yuan's younger sister, Princess Tongpan. When Li Yuan was guarding Taiyuan and had yet to rise up against the Sui dynasty, the two sides had become relatives by marriage. Wang Rinyu was Pai Lupi's uncle. Logically speaking, the Taiyuan Wang clan and Li Tang's imperial family had a close relationship. The two sides should not be fighting openly and covertly. But aristocratic families and imperial power, the two sides had loved and hated each other for thousands of years. This was not a conflict that could be resolved just by marrying a few women to each other. Wang Ziqiao did not agree with his father's words. So what? Don't tell me that Li Shimon dares to kill us aristocratic families. why should we be afraid of him? We are a 1,000-year-old aristocratic family. Wang Renyu only sneered at his son's words and did not say much. The aristocratic families had always been the core power behind the imperial power. They held power similar to the imperial power and could even shake the foundation of the imperial power. This was something that no emperor could tolerate. However, an emperor needed the support of the aristocratic families to sit on the throne. Hence, the imperial power and the aristocratic families were always in a situation where they used and opposed each other. Flourishing for thousands of years, there were aristocratic families with 100 years of history. However, there were no dynasties with more than 400 years of history. This was also the reason why aristocratic families like Wang Ziqiao looked down on the imperial power. Wang Mang wanted to change the situation of the Western Han's land annexation. In the end, the aristocratic families rebelled and overthrew Wang Mang's rule. The aristocratic families in Guangzhong supported the Nanyang Lu clan to establish the Eastern Han. At the end of the Eastern Han, the three kingdoms fought for hegemony, and the aristocratic families were the ones supporting them. The aristocratic families of the West Jin moved south, causing the treasury of the West Jin to be empty. The chaos of the five barbarians had a lot to do with the aristocratic families moving south. When the aristocratic families reached their peak in the East Jin, their power even surpassed that of the imperial power. During the Sui dynasty, Yang Jian created the imperial examination system in hopes of using it to keep the aristocratic families in check. However, it did the opposite, increasing the power of the aristocratic families. The aristocratic families made use of the imperial examination system to push the power struggle between the aristocratic families and the imperial power into the imperial court. When it came to the Tang dynasty, how could the battle between the aristocratic families and the imperial power be peaceful? Just a few days ago, the aristocratic families used the locust plague to force Pai Lupi to issue an edict. From this, one could see the relationship between the two sides. Wang Renyu waved his hand at Wang Ziqiao. Okay, I'll deal with this matter myself. You don't have to worry about it. Go take a look at your mother. She caught a cold recently and is not feeling well. After sending his son away, Wang Renyu closed his eyes and thought for a while. Then, he summoned the housekeeper and gave him a few instructions. The housekeeper lowered his head and left to carry out Wang Renyu's orders. Within the Taiji Palace governing hall, Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu were playing chess while waiting for the 100 Cavalry Division's report. The eunuch from the 100 Cavalry Division tiptoed into the hall with an embarrassed look on his face. Pai Lupi looked up at him. Speak, what's the news? Just now, the 100 Cavalry Division sent news that the Wang clan of Taiyuan beat a soldier to death for stealing property. After the Wang clan beat him to death, they sent someone to Chang'an County to report. Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu were stunned. They didn't understand what the eunuch meant. The Wang clan beat a soldier to death for stealing property. Was this news worth telling to Pai Lupi? Before Pai Lupi could ask, the eunuch continued, the Chui clan of Bowling, the Chui clan of Qinghe, and the Lu clan of Fanyang all beat a soldier to death for different crimes. They have all gone to Chang'an County and Wanyan County to report. As soon as he finished speaking, Pai Lupi immediately understood what was going on. In a fit of rage, Pai Lupi slapped the table in front of him and swept the chessboards on the table to the ground. These bastards! How dare they! Li Wangyu also realized what was going on. This was *King murder to silence them. The aristocratic families were so cruel. Chapter 279. The troops were not the property of the master, and their status was higher than that of the servants. However, if the troops made mistakes and were punished by the master, even if they were accidentally beaten to death, they would not be punished. The law of the Tang dynasty stipulated, if the master beat the troops to death, he committed murder, but he was punished to death or negligent homicide, he was not guilty. That was to say, if the troops of the Taiyuan Wang clan, the Bowling Chui clan, the Qinghe Chui clan, and the Fanyang Lu clan were charged with violating the law due to negligence, they would not have to bear any responsibility after being punished to death. They only needed to report to the county government. The 100 Cavalry Department had just found out that there were 4 people who committed the crime in the East City, and was investigating the troops of the 4 sons of the 4 families. Then, there was news that the troops of the 4 families were beaten to death because of mistakes. Even a fool could understand what had happened. This kind of merciless method of silencing witnesses made Li Wangyu shudder. These aristocratic families did not care about human lives at all. Even the troops who worked for the aristocratic families were killed just like that. Li Wangyu could not understand or accept this kind of ruthless decision and the practice of treating human lives as grass. Pai Lupi's anger was more because he was played by the aristocratic families. The 4 troops were beaten to death without any disguise. They were clearly laughing at him, the emperor of the Tang dynasty. There was no evidence, and no evidence. Even if Pai Lupi was dead, what could he do to them? Wang Renyu was not a playboy like Wang Ziqiao. Sending the troops back to their hometowns would only leave behind hidden dangers. If the 100 Cavalry Department could find clues, the aristocratic families would naturally know. Last night, the 4 playboys hurriedly ordered their troops to attack and had already left a lot of clues. If the 100 Cavalry Department found out that it was the aristocratic families who did it, it would probably be a big trouble. Since they had already done it, they would do it to the end. Only the dead could keep an absolute secret. Therefore, Wang Renyu was merciless. He found a random reason to beat the troops of his family to death. The other 3 aristocratic families naturally would not be merciful. After receiving the news, they also chose to kill to silence. After venting his anger, Pai Lupi finally managed to control his temper. He waved his hand and dismissed the servant. Li Wangyu was also filled with helplessness and fear. Uncle, these aristocratic families are truly unscrupulous. Sooner or later, he would teach them a lesson. Ziyu, you will go now and urge the bookstore to quickly print the books for sale. You must not lose the bet. I want these aristocratic families to obediently lower their heads and hand over the gold with both hands. Pai Lupi said through gritted teeth. To Pai Lupi, the bet between Li Wangyu and the hedonistic sons of the aristocratic families was no longer just about Li Wangyu. He wanted Li Wangyu to win the bet and humiliate these aristocratic families. This bet that seemed like a joke had turned into a battle between Pai Lupi and the aristocratic families. If Li Wangyu lost, then he, Pai Lupi, as the emperor, would lose even more face. As the emperor of the Tang dynasty, he could not protect Li Wangyu and let the aristocratic families kill him in Cheng'an City. This was simply a slap to Pai Lupi's face. Li Wangyu nodded and asked worriedly, Uncle, those aristocratic families won't continue to use any tricks, right? They won't do anything to me, right? These aristocratic families were unscrupulous in their actions. They really made him, a white-collar worker of the future, feel a little scared. Which normal person would not be scared? He was not a ruthless person who was used to murder and arson. He was just a white-collar worker. The most exciting thing he had experienced was a gang fight when he was in school. But now, 5 lives had already told him that this was the Tang dynasty. Pai Lupi glared at him. Why are you so timid? I will let the cavalry department protect you secretly. You don't need to worry, Ziyu. Li Wangyu was speechless. What do you mean I'm timid? I'm not afraid even if you want to protect me with all the palace guards. But he only had the Niu brothers as guards at home. His own safety was one thing. If they really pushed him too far, he could fight them to the death. But what about his beautiful boss and Aphrodite? No matter who it was, if they were really harmed by those aristocratic families because of him, even if he made explosives and sent them all to the Western Paradise, what could he do? So Li Wangyu had to first ensure the safety of himself and his family. There's also Dingzhou village. Uncle, you have to let people protect it for me. That's my fief. Okay. Pai Lupi nodded in agreement. Since Pai Lupi said that he would let the cavalry department protect him and Dingzhou village, Li Wangyu was slightly relieved. He was ready to go all out and fight with those aristocratic families. After leaving Taiji Palace, Li Wangyu rode with Niu Wu to Hu County. He wanted to hurry owner's son to print the books as soon as possible. Owner's son didn't waste any time. In half a day, he had the bookstore urgently print several hundred copies of the Three Kingdoms. After checking them, Li Wangyu arranged for a four-wheeled carriage to transport all these books to the bookstores in the east and west of Chang'an City for sale. However, what Li Wangyu and owner's son didn't expect was that these books were all returned to the bookstores in Chang'an City after being shipped to them. Even the copies of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms that hadn't been sold out yesterday were all returned. Overnight, these bookstores all refused to sell the Three Kingdoms and cut off their cooperation with owner Sunday. This sudden turn of events shocked both Li Wangyu and owner Sunday. Li Wangyu came to a realization. This was definitely the doing of the aristocratic families, directly cutting off his sales channels. This method of removing the firewood from under the cauldron was even more vicious than Wang Ziqiao's methods of murder and arson. Given the influence and power of the aristocratic families, it was all too easy for them to force the 10-odd bookstores in Chang'an City to bow their heads. Moreover, the fire at Sun's bookstore yesterday had also frightened the owners of the other bookstores. Everyone had their own guesses as to why Sun's bookstore had been burned down. But today, the aristocratic families of the 5 surnames and 7 gazes had sent people to warn them that they were forbidden from selling the Three Kingdoms. Everyone immediately understood. No one was a fool. Putting the two together, the owners of these bookstores all understood that owner's son had offended someone he shouldn't have offended, and that the root of the problem was the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. As merchants, no matter how much they sympathized with owner's son and how much they despised the actions of the aristocratic families, the owners of these bookstores had no choice but to obey. Without hesitation, they removed all the Three Kingdoms books from their bookstores and returned them to owner Sunday. They also carefully put away the colorful posters, no longer daring to openly hang them outside the bookstore. The methods of the aristocratic families had caught Li Wangyu by surprise. Sun's bookstore had been burned down and they had lost their sales channels. Even if the subsequent books were printed, where could they sell them? Just as Li Wangyu was racking his brains for a solution, another piece of bad news came from Chang'an City. Chapter 280. Within a day, more than 4,000 copies of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms were sold in Chang'an, which was terrifying. For a while, everyone in Chang'an was talking about the Three Kingdoms. But when this famous book began to spread widely in Chang'an, it was criticized by many sour scholars. The Romance of the Three Kingdoms was a historical novel, unlike the Records of the Three Kingdoms, which was a historical book. When Luo Guanzhong wrote the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, he made a lot of references to the Records of the Three Kingdoms. This was the so-called 30% truth and 70% romance. In the future, because the Romance of the Three Kingdoms was so famous and spread so widely, many people even regarded it as the official history. But since it was a novel, it naturally had elements of artistic exaggeration and processing. It also had the imagination of the author, which was understandable. It was also Luo Guanzhong's processing and modification that made the Romance of the Three Kingdoms become a model and masterpiece of history. But many sour scholars, after reading the first 5 chapters of the first volume of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, criticized this book. These sour scholars thought that the Romance of the Three Kingdoms distorted historical facts and was full of loopholes. It was an inferior work that misled people. It was normal for some people to criticize. As the saying goes, everyone has their own preferences. Even if it was a famous book like the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, it was impossible for everyone to like it. Li Wangyu did not care about this at all. But what made Li Wangyu speechless was that the shop assistant of the Sun's bookstore in Chang'an City to deal with the aftermath hurried to report. The group of bored sour scholars actually gathered together and ran to the Vermilion Bird Gate to kneel down. They wanted to report to Pai Lupi and request that the Romance of the Three Kingdoms be sealed. These sour scholars even piled up the books they had bought outside the Vermilion Bird Gate and burned them all, which attracted a lot of people to watch. Li Wangyu was so angry that he almost cursed out loud. These sour scholars, are they bored? I'm copying a novel, what does it have to do with you? Bad news came one after another. In Chang'an, undercurrents began to surge again in various markets. They accused the Book of the Three Kingdoms of harboring evil intentions and reflecting the current sage. The rumors were very vivid. Some people even took out Li Wangyou's Three Kingdoms and pointed to the contents, describing vividly to the crowd how this place reflected the saints and so on. Li Wangyou was even more speechless when he heard these rumors. Was the Tang dynasty also trying to set up a literary prison? He really wanted to ask Luo Guanzhong if he had such thoughts when he was writing the book. Li Wangyou was so angry that he laughed. He thought of a certain college entrance examination in his previous life. The author of the article described something about food. He wrote about a fish, but there was a strange light in its eyes. The question asked, "What does this strange light mean?" Then, the author was dumbfounded. "What can I do? I'm also in despair. I don't have any ideas at all. Without the standard answer, how would I know what I wanted to express?" Right now, Li Wangyou was in such a state of confusion, yet there was still someone who could decipher that he was reflecting Li Heir from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. This was really King insane. Fortunately, there was no literary prison in the Tang dynasty, so Li Wangyou was not too worried. In the history of Huaxia, the Tang dynasty's open-mindedness and magnanimity were admired by the world. Du Fu, Bai Zhiyi, and the other big shots often scolded the royal family and the imperial court in their poems, but nothing happened. At most, they were not liked. In the Tang dynasty, there might be people who were dismissed and demoted because of poems and essays, but there were definitely no bloody cases like the Ming and Qing dynasties. The literary prison was a nightmare for the literati in the Ming and Qing dynasties, especially the Qing dynasty's literary prison. During the Yongzheng period, because the incantation of the Baiyun Temple's old Taoist, "Heaven and earth listen to me, ghosts and gods are under my command," Yongzheng was furious and the old Taoist was immediately beheaded. Yongzheng's Hanlin officials wrote, "Qingfeng is illiterate, why are you randomly flipping through books?" Slandering the imperial court, beheading. Qianlong's assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights wrote, "Seizing the vermilion bird is not righteous, even a mutant is called a king," beheading a coffin and filing a corpse. Qianlong's cabinet scholar wrote, "A heart that talks about turbidity and purity, insulting the Qing dynasty, beheading at the waist." The literary prison of the Ming and Qing dynasties could be said to be unprecedented and at the peak of perfection. Fortunately, it was the Tang dynasty now, and Pai Lupi was his backing. Therefore, Li Wangyou only felt angry and amused about these unreliable rumors, but he was not worried at all. After all, Pai Lupi had already read his Romance of the Three Kingdoms, and he was one of the people who urged him to update. However, this ruckus made Li Wangyou smell a thick scent of conspiracy. This series of methods could be said to be sinister and ruthless. Cutting off the sales channels of books, spreading rumors, slandering, Li Wangyou naturally knew who did these things. Except for those aristocratic families, there was no one else. However, this method was obviously not something that Prince Qiao and other aristocratic families could come up with. In comparison, the murder and arson in the East Market last night seemed simple and crude, without any technical content. Today's action was a conspiracy to kill without spilling blood, and it made Li Wangyou a little anxious and at a loss. More troublesome things continued. Before Li Wangyou could come up with a solution, Pai Lupi sent an eunuch to Dingzhou village to tell him to go to Taiji Palace tomorrow to attend the regular court meeting. The reason was very simple. Li Wangyou was impeached. Li Wangyou was flabbergasted. He only understood what had happened after the chamberlain explained to him. Someone from the censorate jumped out and impeached Pai Lupi, saying that Li Wangyou's book contained evil intentions and slandered a saint. The censorate was loyal and devoted, wholeheartedly protecting Pai Lupi's dignity, which made Pai Lupi speechless. Pai Lupi was unable to reprimand this censorate. After all, it was their duty to censor rumors. He also could not say that the man from Huxian, Li Wangyou, did not slander him, so he did not need to worry about him. Therefore, Pai Lupi could only summon Li Wangyou to the court meeting and have him confront the censorate. Li Wangyou only felt that he was cursed in his heart. He originally thought that the Tang dynasty did not have such a thing as a literary prison, but in the end, there really was an censorate impeaching him because of this. He pulled over the eunuch who had come to pass on the message and asked him who the censorate was. This eunuch had already received Pai Lupi's orders, so he naturally told him everything he knew. He clearly explained the situation of the censorate named Huang Fu-yi. Pai Lupi was even afraid that Li Wangyu would be careless and suffer losses, so he had someone pull out Huang Fu-yi's information from the Ministry of Appointments and secretly had the eunuch give it to Li Wangyu. In this regard, Li Wangyu could only look up to the sky and sigh. This aristocratic family was really willing to go all out to deal with him. Chapter 281. Early the next morning, Li Wangyu hurried out with Niu Wu and rode to Chang'an City to attend the court session. He was now used to traveling between Chang'an City and Dingzhou village. Anyway, it was only 100 miles away, which was about 50 kilometers. It would only take about an hour to ride a horse, so it was not a big deal. Although the distance between his rented house and his company was not far, the time he spent commuting was close to 3 hours, so he did not feel that it was inconvenient. The only problem was that the court session was too early. He had to leave at dawn, otherwise he would be late. Li Wangyu was not worried about the possible problems he might face in the court session today. After the eunuch left yesterday, he took Huang Fu-yi's information and studied it with his beautiful boss for a while, and the two of them came up with a solution. With Pai Lupi silently supporting him, Li Wangyu did not feel any pressure. He wanted to cause a ruckus in the court session today and teach the aristocratic families a lesson. As for the sales obstacles that the Romance of the Three Kingdoms was facing, he and his beautiful boss came up with a solution. They would start implementing it after the court session today. When he arrived outside the Vermilion Bird Gate, the officials waiting for the court session were already waiting. The court session was different from the Shua Wang Imperial Conference that Li Wangyu attended before. There were much fewer people attending the court session. Only officials above the 5th rank, censors, and doctors in charge of sacrificial ceremonies were required to attend the court session every day. Li Wangyu hurriedly greeted Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and the other big shots that he knew. Before they exchanged greetings, the palace doors opened, and the officials entered the court session. The court session did not have any ceremonial guards, nor did it have any extravagance. It was just a daily court session that dealt with the administrative matters of the court. Li Wangyu followed the crowd into the main hall. After bowing, he sat in his seat, bored, and listened to the officials of all levels report to Pai Lupi and discuss state affairs. He had no interest in these things at all. Moreover, he woke up early today, and his ears were filled with the so-so voices of the officials. He could not help but doze off. His head drooped, and his eyelids grew heavier and heavier. Li Wangyu dozed off in the Taiji Palace's main hall. Speaking of sleeping while sitting down, that was Li Wangyu's specialty. When he was in school, he had never been caught sleeping in class by the teacher. He placed his left hand on his forehead and pretended to be in deep thought. Then, he lowered his head and began to sleep. Chang Chao started to deal with official business at around 7 in the morning. Usually, it would be between 9 and 11 in the morning. After such a long time, Li Wangyu slept very happily in the palace. He was just short of snoring. While he was on a date with the daughter of the Duke of Zhou, he suddenly heard someone call his name, causing the sleeping Li Wangyu to suddenly wake up. He wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth without batting an eyelid and looked forward. In front of Pai Lupi's throne, there was a young official dressed in 8th rank dark green official robes. Li Wangyu immediately understood that the meat show was coming. Presumably, this person was the imperial censor who had impeached him, Huang Fu-yi. Pai Lupi had a strange expression on his face as he looked over. Hu Xiannan, did you hear what imperial censor Huang Fu said? How could Li Wangyu not know that Pai Lupi had seen him dozing off? His throne was in front of everyone and was high above the imperial steps. Naturally, he could see everything clearly. Li Wangyu quickly stood up and bowed respectfully to Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, I heard. Then what explanation do you have? I have nothing to explain. Explain my ass. he didn't even know what he had just said. He was sleeping soundly. He saw that the book in Huang Fuyi's hand was the copy of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Huang Fuyi saw that Li Wangyu didn't respond and immediately opened the book in his hand. He pointed to a page and said, "Your Majesty, in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms written by Huxian Nan, in the 4th chapter, he deposed the Han Emperor Chen Lu and offered his blade to the traitor Dong Mengde. This is the proof of his disloyalty." Li Wangyu silently rolled his eyes. He was too lazy to respond and continued to watch his performance. Huang Fuyi righteously continued, "Your Majesty, look at this book." Zhuo Qi supported His Majesty to the left and right and removed his royal ribbon. He knelt in the north and said that he would obey orders. He also called the Empress Dowager to serve the imperial edict. The Empress Dowager cried, and all the officials were miserable. This is clearly a reflection of the abdication of the retired emperor in the 9th year of Wuda. Huxian Nan referred to His Majesty as Dong Zhuo. He really harbors evil intentions. Li Wangyu almost gave Huang Fuyi a thumbs up. This scholar's mouth was really F*King amazing. Even in the book, Dong Zhuo forced the Han Emperor to abdicate. He could forcefully say that he was referring to Pai Lupi forcing Li Yuan to abdicate after the incident at the Xuanwu Gate. When Pai Lupi heard this, his expression became very ugly. He naturally wouldn't believe Huang Fuyi's nonsense, but the incident at the Xuanwu Gate was a thorn in Pai Lupi's heart. Huang Fuyi used the incident at the Xuanwu Gate as an excuse, but Pai Lupi couldn't do anything. He simply looked at Li Wangyu with a gloomy expression. "Zio, do you have any explanation for Imperial Censor Huang Fu's words?" All the civil and military officials in the court, including those who weren't from aristocratic families, felt that Huang Fuyi was too much. How could he interpret the text in the book like this? All the officials had already read the Romance of the Three Kingdoms yesterday. How could they see the meaning in it? Huang Fuyi was clearly making trouble for no reason. Yu Shinan was about to stand up and curse, but he was pulled back by Kang Yingda. Kang Yingda shook his head at him, indicating for him to calm down and listen to Li Jia Xiaolang's explanation. In the main hall, all the officials looked at Li Wangyu, waiting to see how he would explain. However, Li Wangyu calmly nodded. "Your Majesty, this is what this official meant. It is as Imperial Censor Huang Fu said." His words were like a clap of thunder, shocking all the civil and military officials in the main hall. Was this Li Wangyu from Huxian crazy? What did he just say? He said that he was referring to Pai Lupi. Referring to the incident at the Xuanwu Gate? After a moment of silence, the main hall of the Taiji Palace was instantly filled with buzzing sounds. The officials whispered to each other, asking if they had heard wrongly. Pai Lupi touched his ears in disbelief, wondering if he was hearing things. "Ziyu, what did you say?" "Say it again." "Your Majesty, the meaning in my book is that Imperial Censor Huang Fu is slandering Your Majesty." "That's right, that's exactly what this subject thinks," Li Wangyu replied slowly. Yu Shinan, Fang Xianling, and the others couldn't help but exclaim in horror. "Ziyu, don't talk nonsense. Answer properly." However, Huang Fuyi was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect that Li Wangyu would admit it in front of Pai Lupi. Originally, Huang Fuyi just wanted to discuss Li Wangyu and smear the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Who would have thought that he would gain such a result? Huang Fuyi laughed. "Ha, since Imperial Censor Huang Fuyi admitted it, that's for the best. Your Majesty, this official asks Imperial Censor Huang Fuyi to punish him for slandering the sage and talking about the court." Before he finished speaking, he heard Li Wangyu say loudly, "Your Majesty, this official is guilty. This official has an accomplice and is willing to confess." Chapter 282. Li Wangyu's words caused a commotion in the hall. Even Wang Renyu, Zheng Yuanshou, and the other big shots of the aristocratic families were dumbfounded by his words. Was this Huxian man crazy? These big shots of the aristocratic families vaguely felt that something was wrong, but they couldn't figure out what the problem was. Yesterday's series of actions against Li Wangyu had been discussed by Wang Renyu, Zhen Yuanshou, and the other big shots of the aristocratic families. The methods of this group of old foxes were naturally incomparable to those of Wang Ziqiao's group. They mercilessly flogged the troops who committed murder and arson in the East Market to death, cut off the 100 Horsemen Department's pursuit of clues, and turned the East Market case into an open case. Even if the 100 Horsemen Department and Pai Lupi were well aware of who committed the East Market case, so what? Without evidence, no matter how furious Pai Lupi was, he could only endure it. After that, they used the influence of the aristocratic families to set a trap for Li Wangyu. With a few efforts, Li Wangyu was badly battered. Yesterday, in the entire Chang'an city, not a single book of the Three Kingdoms could be sold. As for Huang Fuyi, of course, this was also arranged by the aristocratic families. Their purpose was to discuss Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi, and at the same time to defame the Book of the Three Kingdoms. In short, they only needed to cause a ruckus in the imperial court for a few days and delay Li Wangyu from successfully selling the book. In their view, in the face of this kind of impeachment, Li Wangyu would naturally not admit to it, and then there would be a lot of verbal arguments. In this way, it was very simple to cause a ruckus and delay the matter. As long as the impeachment was not settled, Li Wangyu's Book of the Three Kingdoms could no longer be sold on the market. If the bet was delayed for 10 days, the aristocratic families would win the bet. It was very simple and easy. The reason why these big shots of the aristocratic families began to interfere in the bet between Li Wangyu and Wang Ziqiao was not because they were unwilling to part with the 1,000 taels of gold. This amount of gold was not even a drop in the ocean for the aristocratic families. What they didn't want to lose was face. The foolish sons of the aristocratic families had drunk too much and let their underlings commit murder and arson. This was simply stupidly giving Pai Lupi something that could be used against them. For the sake of the aristocratic family's reputation, Wang Renyu had no choice but to kill his family's troops to cover up the truth. Although they did not care about killing a troop, the act of killing a troop of their own family in order to protect themselves made the aristocratic families feel that they had lost face. Thus, they became more and more jealous of Li Wangyu. As a result, Wang Renyu and the others took the bet seriously. No matter what, they could not afford to lose the bet. Otherwise, the reputation of their aristocratic families would be worthless. If Li Wangyu lost the bet, the aristocratic family's face would be saved, and they would be able to give Pai Lupi a slap in the face. So what if you, Li Shimin, are the emperor of the Tang dynasty? So what if you protect Li Wangyu? In the end, you could only watch your nephew lose the bet and obediently hand over the gold with both hands. But today, in the Chang dynasty, Li Wangyu actually nodded and admitted Huang Fuyi's impeachment. He even said that he had accomplices. What was going on? After the shock, Pai Lupi immediately realized that something was wrong. Not to mention whether Li Wangyu really had such thoughts, even if he did, he was not crazy, right? How could he admit it in front of everyone? Looking at Li Wangyu's faint smile, Pai Lupi could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. This bastard must have a backup plan. In the main hall, Li Wangyu said loudly, "Your Majesty, this subject is guilty. This subject also has accomplices and is willing to confess. This imperial censor Huang Fu is this subject's accomplice. The reason why this subject slandered your Majesty in the book was all because of imperial censor Huang Fu's instructions." As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned again. And Huang Fuyi, like a cat whose tail was stepped on, immediately exploded. "Nonsense! Your Majesty, Hu Xiannan is speaking nonsense. This subject does not know Hu Xiannan at all, so how could I order him around? This subject is also not his so-called accomplice. Your Majesty, please investigate this." Li Wangyu gave him a sidelong glance. "Your Majesty, this subject has evidence." Pai Lupi looked like he was watching a good show. He did not care how Huang Fuyi defended himself and only asked, "Ziyu, what evidence do you have?" Li Wangyu pointed at Huang Fuyi. "Imperial censor Huang Fu, you are a grand scholar in the first year of Zhenguan, right?" "That's right, so what?" "Hu Xiannan, don't you dare slander me and slander me. Huang Fu-yi shouted angrily. Li Wangyu ignored him and bowed to Pai Lupi. He continued, Your Majesty, Imperial Censor Huang Fu has long been dissatisfied with Your Majesty. The poem he wrote during the spring examination is proof. Huang Fu-yi was stunned when he heard this. The poem he wrote during the spring examination last year was his proudest work. Although he had submitted to the Wang clan of Taiyuan before the spring examination and became their disciple, the poem he wrote during the examination was also very well done. Otherwise, he would not have been given the important position of imperial censor after passing the grand scholar examination. Li Wangyu recited, Spring grass grows in Xuanwu Lake, vaguely thinking of Cheng and city. Later, thousands of people rose like clouds, hating that the king's plan failed. The people lost their virtue, the road to society was crooked, and tears were stained in several places tonight. Imperial Censor Huang Fu, you wrote this poem during the spring examination, right? That's right, I wrote it. Huang Fu-yi nodded angrily. He did not feel that there was anything wrong with his poem. Similarly, Pai Lupi and the civil and military officials in the hall did not feel that there was anything wrong with the poem. They all looked at Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu laughed and bowed to Pai Lupi again. Your Majesty, this is an anti-poem written by Imperial Censor Huang Fu. The Xuanwu Lake in the poem alludes to the Xuanwu Gate. He is saying that Your Majesty ascended the throne after the Xuanwu Gate and hated that the king failed. The last sentence, the people lost their virtue, the road to society was crooked, is alluding to Your Majesty. He uses Your Majesty's name to imply that Your Majesty has lost his virtue and the people have suffered grievances. His explanation made everyone in the hall, including Pai Lupi, petrified. Damn, this poem can be explained like this? Huang Fu-yi directly knelt down and repeatedly kowtowed to Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, I did not mean what Hu Xiannan said. He misinterpreted my poem. Your subject has always been loyal to Your Majesty, and I would never have such rebellious thoughts. Your Majesty, please investigate clearly. I have been wrongly accused. Pai Lupi's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He also felt that Li Wangyu's words were too nonsensical. However, Pai Lupi was not in a hurry to speak. Instead, he looked at Li Wangyu with questioning eyes, waiting for his explanation. Li Wangyu looked at the kneeling Huang Fu-yi. Your Majesty, since I wrote that Dong Zhuo forced the Han Emperor to death, how can Huang Fu-yi's poem not be an anti-poem? Oh, that's right, many of the officials in the court are my accomplices. They all wrote anti-poems to slander Your Majesty and have disloyal intentions. He pointed at the dozens of ministers who came from aristocratic families in the hall and recited their poems. As long as there were words like world, people, Tang, in the poem, he could distort them and turn them into evidence of these officials' crimes. Following Li Wangyu's accusation, the officials in the Taiji Palace all knelt down. Chapter 283. Li Wangyu's move was actually just pestering endlessly. He and his beautiful boss thought of the literary prison of the Ming and Qing dynasties. Although the practice of misinterpreting the meaning of poems was shameless, he could use it. Since Qing Feng does not know how to read, could be misinterpreted as slandering the Qing dynasty, then Huang Fu-yi's sentence, the people have lost their virtue and the road to the world is crooked, was pointed out by him as a deer and called it an anti-poem. The officials of the Tang dynasty, who had not experienced the bloody baptism of the literary prison, were now in a panic after being disturbed by Li Wangyu in the hall. They wanted to defend themselves, but they did not know how to say it. As Li Wangyu said, since Dong Zhuo forced the Han Emperor to death in the Three Kingdoms, it was said by Huang Fu-yi to reflect the change of the Xuanwu Gate and slander Pai Lupi, it was natural for Li Wangyu to interpret their poems and articles in this way. Zio, don't talk nonsense, Pai Lupi saw the situation and understood Li Wangyu's meaning. He held back his laughter and reprimanded him. Your Majesty, if Censor Huang Fu said that I was reflecting Your Majesty, then I am not talking nonsense. These people are all my accomplices. Li Wangyu's words made Huang Fu-yi hate him. It would have been better if he hadn't said anything. As soon as he said that, those officials who had been dragged out by Li Wangyu to be targets all looked at Huang Fuyi with resentment. It's all because of this bastard. Why did he provoke a county man? He was writing his own novel. Do you have nothing better to do? Why did you impeach him? Facing the angry eyes of the crowd, Huang Fuyi was even more speechless. He could not explain to the crowd that it was the idea of Wang Renyu and the other big shots, could he? That would be akin to courting death. The people in the hall were all smart. Yu Shinan, Fang Xianling, and the others, who were originally worried about Li Wangyu, also saw Li Wangyu's intention at this time. They didn't say anything and just sat there with a smile on their faces, like qualified onlookers. This aristocratic family wanted to discuss Li Wangyu, but they didn't expect to be dragged down by this brat Li Wangyu. Interesting, really interesting. Now that things had developed to this point, Wang Renyu and the other big shots from the aristocratic families were all dumbfounded. This bastard actually didn't defend himself. Instead, he openly admitted Huang Fuyi's impeachment. Then, he pulled Huang Fuyi and a group of ministers from aristocratic families into the water. This move was too vicious. Wang Renyu, Zhen Yuanshou, and the other big shots of the aristocratic families naturally couldn't sit back and watch this farce continue. If Pai Lupi took it seriously, their aristocratic families would suffer great losses. They looked at each other and could only brace themselves to stand up and speak. Your Majesty, the Tang dynasty is not guilty because of words. Your Majesty's mind is even more tolerant. Why do you care about these word games? Pai Lupi looked at this group of big shots from the aristocratic families and coughed softly. So, you also think that Imperial Censor Huang Fu's impeachment is nonsense? This, we all think so. In the face of Pai Lupi's question, Wang Renyu and the others could only pinch their noses and admit it. If they dared to say that Huang Fuyi's impeachment of Li Wangyu was right, Pai Lupi would really dare to dismiss all the ministers in the hall who were named by Li Wangyu and investigate them. In any case, Li Wangyu only had an empty title and no official position. Even if he was impeached and lost his title, it was no big deal. However, Li Wangyu had just dragged more than a dozen officials from aristocratic families into the water. Wang Renyu and the others couldn't agree to take so many officials to be buried with him. At this point, they could only wash the mud off Li Wangyu's body first. Only then could their people come ashore clean. Pai Lupi also stood up from the throne and looked around at the ministers. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, "The Tang dynasty is not guilty because of words, but it is also not allowed to slander others. I am not the first emperor, and I will not burn books and bury Confucians. You all must not make mistakes. Few people in the world read the history of the Three Kingdoms. Only Li Zio's Romance of the Three Kingdoms is known. I like Li Zio's Three Kingdoms very much. This matter ends here. Don't mention it again. We will follow your Majesty's instructions." The ministers knelt, and the farce ended. Li Wangyu chuckled and said, "Your Majesty, I was wronged for no reason at all. I hope your Majesty can help me out. Didn't I say that this matter ends here?" Pai Lupi didn't understand Li Wangyu's meaning and asked in confusion. Li Wangyu pointed outside the hall and said, "But the people in Chang'an don't know. Your Majesty, why don't you write me a note to prove my innocence?" Pai Lupi was speechless and said, "What are you trying to do now? What do you want me to write for you?" "Hee, Your Majesty, just write the sentence you just said. It's I like Li Zio's Three Kingdoms very much. These few words will do." Pai Lupi began to have a toothache. This bastard, what is he trying to do now? He wanted to refuse, but the ministers in the hall were watching, so he couldn't bring himself to do so. He asked the servant to grind the ink, picked up the brush, and wrote down the sentence. Then he threw it to Li Wangyu. "Court is dismissed." Pai Lupi wrote down the sentence shamefully. He didn't want to continue talking nonsense, so he turned and left. Li Wangyu came forward with a smile and picked up Pai Lupi's calligraphy. He carefully dried the brush and ink and put it away. Then he proudly raised his eyebrows at Wang Renyu, Zheng Yuanshou, and the other aristocratic leaders. Zheng Yuanshou said angrily, "This bastard, we still underestimated him." Wang Renyu smiled disdainfully and said, "He's lucky, but so what? Now the big and small bookstores in Chang'an aren't selling his book. Can this guy make Pai Lupi issue a decree and force the bookstores to sell his book? There are still 2 days left. I'd like to see how he can sell a few thousand books." Zheng Yuanshou thought about it and agreed. If they blocked Li Wangyou's sales channels, no matter how capable he was, he wouldn't be able to sell his book. They looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Yu Shinan, Fang Xianling, and the others knew about the bet between Li Wangyu and Wang Ziqiao. After the court, Li Wangyu was about to leave, but Yu Shinan and the others stopped him. "Zio, we heard that the big and small bookstores in Chang'an aren't willing to sell your book. Do you need me to speak up for you?" Li Wangyu quickly thanked them for their kindness and said, "Thank you, Master Yu and Prime Minister Fang, but there's no need. I know that they were forced, so there's no need to put these merchants in a difficult position." "Then how are you going to sell your book?" Yu Shinan asked worriedly. Li Wangyu smiled mysteriously and said, "Hee, I have my ways." He didn't believe that he could only eat pigs with hair after leaving Butcher Zhang. If he wanted to sell his book, there were many ways. Yu Shinan and Fang Xianling wanted to ask more, but Li Wangyu just smiled and didn't answer. He only said that they would know tomorrow. In this regard, Yu Shinan and Fang Xianling could only shake their heads helplessly and let him be. The next day was the last day of the bet between Li Wangyu and Wang Ziqiao. The morning drum sounded in Chang'an and the city gate opened. A team of carriages drove in from outside the city. Chapter 284. In the Tang dynasty, Chang'an was a city with only 1 million people. It was the most prosperous city on earth. Every day, there were countless horse carriages, ox carts, and camels entering and leaving the city. As the guards of the illustrious Virtue Gate, they were used to seeing these carriages. However, when the illustrious Virtue Gate opened today, the carriages lining up to enter Chang'an stunned the guards and colonels. The colonels of the illustrious Virtue Gate were familiar with these four-wheeled carriages. They were the carriages of the Shun Feng Express Carriage Company. These four-wheeled carriages were very powerful. 4 horses could pull 30 stones of goods and they could run very fast on the official road. The colonels also knew that the Shun Feng Express Carriage Company was the property of Empress Zhangsun. Therefore, the colonels of the illustrious Virtue Gate took good care of these four-wheeled carriages entering and leaving the city. However, the four-wheeled carriages that appeared in front of the guards and colonels were filled with books. This was not strange. What left everyone dumbfounded was that there was a banner hanging on each of the carriages. The words written on the banner made the soldiers and colonels who were guarding the illustrious Virtue Gate unable to believe their eyes. A sign was a sign that a shop in ancient times used to attract customers. "Colonels, do we need to kneel down?" a soldier asked softly. The colonels of the illustrious Virtue Gate stared at him and said, "Kneel my ass. Go check the public examination and let them enter the city." Although he knew that these carriages belonged to the Shun Feng Express Carriage Company, the colonels did not dare to let them pass. They had to check the public examination one by one. Otherwise, if something happened, he would not be able to bear the responsibility as a mere colonels. Nearly 100 four-wheeled carriages formed a long line as they waited to be checked into the city. The banner hanging on the carriage also stunned the merchants and pedestrians waiting in line outside the city gate. After half a day, the guards finally finished checking the public examination and let the carriages enter Chang'an City. Seeing the carriages leave, the colonels could not help but look at the signs hanging on the carriages again. Was this really okay? After the carriages entered Chang'an City, they immediately spread out and headed towards the markets that had just opened. The old soldiers guarding the gate, the marquis patrolling the streets, and the citizens of Chang'an were all stunned when they saw the four-wheeled carriages. Those who were literate all stared at the banner on the carriage in a daze. Some of the more cowardly ones even knelt down and kowtowed to the four-wheeled carriage. The illiterate commoners beside them hurriedly asked these people what was written on the banner hanging on the carriage. Why did they have such a reaction? After hearing the explanation, many more knelt down. Even the scholars who lived in the market bowed to show their respect when they saw the banners on the four-wheeled carriages. The reason why these four-wheeled carriages attracted so much attention and caused such a commotion was because of the banners hanging on the carriages. There were 11 words written on the banners: "We like Li Zio's three kingdoms very much." This was what Pai Lupi had written yesterday in the Great Hall of Taiji Palace, unable to refuse Li Wangyu's request. But Pai Lupi would never have thought that Li Wangyu would use his handwritten words on the banners as an advertisement. The calligraphy written by Pai Lupi had been enlarged and copied by Li Wangyu and made into banners. There were more than 100 copies, hanging above each four-wheeled carriage. Everyone was so shocked because they saw the contents of the banners. Using the calligraphy of a saint to advertise was an unprecedented feat in the market. The onlookers did not know what the words written by the saint meant, so they asked each other. "Excuse me, Lang Jun, but what is the meaning of the three kingdoms written by Li Zio written on the carriage cover?" A passerby dressed as a scholar was stopped and asked. "Li Zio is the man who founded the country, Li Wangyu, the man who founded the country. His name is Zio. He is now very famous, and even became the royal tutor of the crown prince at the age of 16. Hiss. There was a sound of people sucking in cold air. The royal tutor of the crown prince, the man who founded the country, these titles were very important to the people. Lang Jun, what is the meaning of the three kingdoms? Don't you know what happened outside the Vermilion Bird Gate the day before yesterday? The Three Kingdoms is a novel written by the man who founded the country. It is called The Romance of the Three Kingdoms. This book is amazing. Look, everyone, the banners are written by the saint himself. Even the saints like it." The scholar replied with great admiration. "TSK, TSK, even the saints praise the book. I have to buy one." Someone in the crowd immediately said. "You can't read, why buy it?" Someone knew that the speaker was illiterate and could not help but make fun of him. "Nonsense, I can't read, but will my son not be able to read in the future? Besides, even if I can't read, it is good for me to buy one and keep it at home. This is a book that even the saints like. In that case, it makes sense. I will go to the bookstore and buy one later." The scholar shook his head. "I don't know why, but the bookstores in Chang'an City do not sell this book. I wanted to buy it yesterday, but I couldn't find it even after going to several bookstores." "What? Those bookstores don't sell it?" "Shoo, be quiet. I know about this. I have a relative who works as a clerk in the bookstore. He secretly told me that someone forbade the bookstore from selling the Three Kingdoms. There is such a thing. This is a book that even the saints like. Did these bookstores eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? Who knows? In any case, the bookstores in Chang'an City do not sell this book." As the crowd discussed, the four-wheeled carriages drove to the crossroads of the various markets and stopped. The innkeeper jumped down from the four-wheeled carriage. He looked around, cleared his throat, and suddenly shouted out. "The Romance of the Three Kingdoms, written by the man who founded the country, Li Zio, is a book that even the saints like. 500 copper coins for one book. You will not lose out if you buy 500 copper coins, you will not be fooled. Don't miss this rare opportunity, it is worth it." Needless to say, the advertisement that the carriage driver shouted was taught by Li Wangyu, the man from another world. In the future, the advertisements in the $2 stores on the streets were plagiarized by Li Wangyu to poison the ears of the people of the Tang dynasty. This kind of extremely straightforward shouting made the crowd around the carriage stunned. It took them a while to react. These carriages were actually here to sell books? The Wu Ho in the market heard the carriage drivers shouting and hesitated. He did not know if he should go forward and stop them. In the Tang dynasty, the market and the market were separated. The market was the living area, and stalls were not allowed. However, looking at the dazzling cover on the carriage, the Wu Ho decided to pretend that they did not see it. Using the saint's calligraphy as a cover, they could not afford to offend him. Chapter 285. using four-wheeled carriages to sell books was the idea that his beautiful boss came up with for Li Wangyu. The gypsies could turn caravans into mobile homes, so Li Wangyu could naturally turn the four-wheeled carriages into mobile bookstores to sell books. Since those aristocratic families used their power to coerce the bookstores in the East and West markets to not sell books from the Three Kingdoms, they might as well start from scratch. Now, under the management of his beautiful boss, the number of four-wheeled carriages in the Shun Feng Express Carriage Company had already exceeded 300. It was not troublesome to borrow 100 carriages for a day. Moreover, Li Wangyu promised these carriage drivers that for every book they sold, he would give them 100 copper coins as a reward. As such, the coachmen of these carriage companies naturally didn't mind playing the role of a peddler. Owner Sun desperately ordered the craftsmen in Huxian bookstore to print new books day and night. In just 3 days, more than 10,000 copies of the first volume of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms were printed. However, this was the limit. After more than 15,000 copies of the first volume of the Three Kingdoms were printed, the wooden engravings were almost worn out. If they wanted to print again, they would have to redo the engravings. Now, these new books of the Three Kingdoms were piled up on these four-wheeled carriages. Following the shouts of the temporary peddlers, many customers quickly gathered around the four-wheeled carriages in the market square to buy books. Just like before, the crowd gathered around the carriages to buy books. Not only were the customers dressed as scholars, but there were also many illiterate Chang and commoners who gathered around to buy books. They wanted to buy a copy of the Three Kingdoms that even saints liked. 500 copper coins. Although it was much cheaper than hand-copied books, it was definitely not cheap. A bolt of raw silk was only 470 copper coins. An iron hoe was only 50 copper coins. Due to the locust plague in the Tang dynasty, the price of grain had risen from 360 copper coins per bushel to 450 copper coins per bushel. In other words, one volume of the Three Kingdoms could be exchanged for more than 1 bushel of rice. Moreover, Li Wangyu knew that in history, in the 3rd year of Zhenguan, the price of grain would drop to about 20 copper coins per dough. In other words, one book of the Three Kingdoms could be exchanged for 25 dough of grain. Therefore, even if it was 500 copper coins, those who were willing to buy it were at least well-off families in the Tang dynasty. Ordinary people might not be able to afford it even if they wanted to. It could be seen that it was not easy to study in the Tang dynasty. Without a certain amount of wealth, it was impossible to support the education of the children at home. Even so, the four-wheeled carriage that sold books was doing surprisingly well. Those pedantic scholars who had once said that the Romance of the Three Kingdoms was a distortion of history all shut their mouths when they saw the cover on the carriage. They didn't dare to say anything else. Even Pai Lupi said he liked the book. Unless they were tired of living, they wouldn't dare to complain. The rumors and slanders in the marketplace were naturally dispelled. There was no market for the rumor that Hu Xiannan's book was a reflection of the sage of the Three Kingdoms and harbored evil intentions. The calligraphy written by Pai Lupi himself was so dazzling that it could blind people's eyes. The carriages that went to Wuban Square, Pingkong Square, and Chongren Square to sell books were surrounded by customers who wanted to buy books with just a shout from the coachman. The 100 books of the Three Kingdoms on the carriage were all sold out in a short period of time. They were replaced by heavy copper coins that covered the carriage. Because Wuban Square was where the Imperial College was located, Li Wangyu specially arranged 2 carriages to sell books. They also quickly cleared out the books. These students of the Imperial College were no different from the college students of the modern era. They had no resistance to a novel like The Three Kingdoms. In addition, those who could study in the Imperial College were all descendants of officials and aristocratic families. They didn't lack copper coins to buy books. Many of them had already bought The Three Kingdoms from the bookstores in the East and West markets the day before yesterday. They loved it so much that they couldn't put it down. This novel, which was rarely seen in the Tang dynasty, naturally set off a wave of Three Kingdoms craze in the Imperial College. Many students rushed to the bookstores the next day to buy books. They didn't expect that after going to all the bookstores in Chang'an, they couldn't find a single copy of The Three Kingdoms for sale. Therefore, In order to borrow the three kingdoms from their classmates, there was almost a bloody conflict in the Imperial College. This showed how much they loved the three kingdoms. There were more than 2,000 students in the Imperial College. Today, there were only 2 carriages that came to Woburn Square to sell books. There were only about 200 books. For the student consumer group of Noda, this was simply a drop in the bucket. The three kingdoms books in the 2 carriages were sold out in an instant. The students who didn't buy any books surrounded the carriages and asked them to quickly bring the books over. They still wanted to buy more. The 2 coachmen were sweating profusely. They could only nod and agree. The 2 of them hurriedly drove the carriages and went to other bookstores to get more books. After going to 5 or 6 stores, they finally gathered another 200 or 300 books. Only then did they barely satisfy the students in the Imperial College. At noon, the East and West markets had just opened. The 4-wheeled carriages from Dingzhou village drove out of Chang, and one after another. All the books in the carriages were sold and exchanged for heavy copper coins. In 10 days, The Three Kingdoms by Li Wangyu had sold more than 14,000 copies in Chang'an. It was terrifying. He won the bet with Wang Ziqiao and the others without any suspense. Li Wangyu's actions today naturally couldn't escape the eyes of the aristocratic families. But they couldn't do anything. They couldn't send their own troops to smash the carriages selling the books, could they? As the books in the carriages were sold out, and they returned with copper coins, Wang Renyu couldn't help but sigh when he heard the news. He didn't expect that even after he acted, he still couldn't stop Li Wangyu from winning the bet. He beat his own troops to death and had to pay with gold and the aristocratic family's face. When he thought about how he was the one who proposed the marriage with Li Wangyu and even had to pay with gold, Wang Renyu felt even more sullen. This feeling of losing the wife and losing the soldiers made Wang Renyu even more jealous of Li Wangyu. However, Pai Lupi in the Taiji Palace laughed proudly. He was in an extremely good mood. He had already forgotten that when he heard the 100 Horsemen Department report that Li Wangyu, that bastard, had actually used his calligraphy as a cover, he was so angry that he almost wanted to send people to Dingzhou village to capture Li Wangyu and bring him into the palace to spank him. Guanyin maid, Zio has won against the aristocratic families again. Ha, delightful, truly delightful. Empress Zhangsun also covered her mouth and chuckled. Zio often does amazing things. The Wang clan of Taiyuan is defeated by him again. Tomorrow, I'll go to help Zio collect his gambling debts. Ha, I'd like to see how Wang Renyu and others perform. Pai Lupi clapped his hands and laughed. He was extremely excited when he thought that he could ridicule these aristocratic families again. However, Pai Lupi's wish to see the aristocratic families make a fool of themselves did not succeed. Before he could help Li Wangyu collect his debts, the aristocratic families took the initiative to send 1,000 taels of gold to the Lai Hot of Dingzhou village to show that they were willing to admit defeat. Li Wangyu received the gold, but he didn't feel any joy. He didn't think that the debts between him and the aristocratic families were settled. He hadn't avenged the Sun bookstore that was burned and the shop assistants were killed. The cynical man was not ready to forget the grudges with a smile. For a gentleman to take revenge, 10 years was too late. He had to seize every moment. Chapter 286. The first volume of The Romance of the Three Kingdoms had been printed by Sun Ji Bookstore, with a gross profit of 250 copper coins per volume. Li Wangyu had earned more than 3.7 million yuan just by selling books, which was more than 3,700 strings of copper coins. The 4 great clans also sent 1,000 taels of gold as a bet, which was equivalent to 6,000 strings of copper coins. In half a month, Li Wangyu had earned almost 10,000 strings of copper coins. He could be considered a rich man in Shanghu County. Li Wangyu was not stingy. He directly took out 1,000 strings of copper coins and gave it to owner's son as compensation for the destruction of the East Market bookstore. In response, owner's son repeatedly refused to accept it. Huxian man, this old man is ashamed to accept this copper coin. Please take it back. Li Wangyu shook his head. Owner's son, I know that your bookstore was burned down because of me, not to mention that your shop staff died because of it. Consider this money as compensation. I'll have to trouble owner's son to send 100 strings of copper coins to the staff's family as a token of my sincerity. How can I blame Huxian man for this? Sigh, this is fate. Old me has already sent 50 strings of copper coins to the staff's family as burial money. There's no need for Huxian man to worry about it. Owner's son shook his head and sighed. Li Wangyu said, after all, this happened because of me. I can't let owner's son suffer any losses. Please accept these copper coins and rebuild the bookstore in the East Market as soon as possible. There are still 23 volumes of the Three Kingdoms to be printed and sold. I'll have to trouble owner's son to do so. Then this old man will thank you, Mr. Huxian. Having said that, owner's son didn't try to be pretentious and accepted the copper coins. The cost of rebuilding his bookstore was about 500 to 600 strings of coins. The money that Li Wangyu sent was more than enough to cover the cost. As for the staff's family, Li Wangyu only gave them 100 strings of copper coins. It was not because he was stingy, but because too much money was not necessarily a good thing for the staff's family. To the common people of the Tang dynasty, 100 strings of copper coins was already a big fortune. No matter how much money he had, he was afraid that it would attract the attention of thieves, which would be bad for him. After doing all this, Li Wangyu began to think about how to deal with Wang Ziqiao and the others. The case of murder and arson in East City was now a dead case. Although both Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi knew who the mastermind behind the scenes was, and who the culprit was, there was nothing they could do. The only thing that made Li Wangyu slightly relieved was that the 4 murderers had already been beaten to death by the aristocratic families themselves. However, this did not mean that the matter was over. Wang Ziqiao and the other 3 people who ordered the 4 troops to commit the crime were still free and unfettered. However, Li Wangyu thought about it and realized that revenge would not be easy. No matter where those rich playboys went, they always brought a group of troops with them. The aristocratic families were so powerful that even Pai Lupi was not willing to confront them head-on. Therefore, revenge by force was unrealistic. What was more, Li Wangyu was a white-collar worker in the future. He did not have the courage to kill people. He had lived in a legal and harmonious society for 26 years. How could he become so hard-hearted and want to kill people only after a few months in the Tang dynasty? Except for the time when Zheng Kongbua of the Zheng family in Xinjiang tried to humiliate his beautiful boss, Li Wangyu could not help but want to kill him. At that time, he was already thinking about how to make black gunpowder. However, at this time, Li Wangyu wanted to find a way to kill the 4 playboys. It was not that he could not do it, but that he could not do it. How to punish the aristocratic families and the playboys of the aristocratic families became a problem. The cynical man thought for a long time, but finally he came up with a way that was not a way. Since the aristocratic families wanted to be whores and set up a monument to their chastity, he would simply let these aristocratic families lose face completely to vent his anger. However, he could not do it by himself. After thinking about it, Li Wangyu was going to ask the playboys for help. He was too lazy to look for these playboys one by one, so he went directly to Marquis Lu's mansion in Yongxing Square and handed his name card to the Qing family's troops, asking for Qing Chumo and his brother. Seeing that it was a county man who came to visit, the Qing family's troops naturally did not dare to neglect. They quickly invited Li Wangyu and Niu Wu to the gatehouse to wait for a while, and then asked someone to invite their young duke. Hearing that Li Wangyu came, the 3 brothers of the Qing family immediately came out to greet him. Wow, ha ha ha, Zio, it's rare for you to take the initiative to come here. Let's talk in the mansion. Let's get drunk today. As soon as Qing Chumo saw Li Wangyu, he gave him a bear hug, which almost suffocated Li Wangyu. Without waiting for him to speak, it was a double bear hug. Qing Chuyang and Qing Chubi each gave him a bear hug, which made Li Wangyu suddenly wonder if coming to Marquis Lu's mansion today was a mistake. Brothers, let's go outside to drink. Call Chai Linggu, Fang Yai, and the others. I have something to ask brothers for help. As Li Wangyu spoke, he looked behind Qing Chumo and the others, afraid that Qing Yaojin, that old hooligan, would appear. Ever since Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda, that group of old hooligans, caused a ruckus at home, fireproofing, burglary, and old hooligans became the top priority of the Li family. He did not want to drink in Marquis Lu's mansion. Wouldn't that be walking right into a trap? If he met Qing Yaojin, that old hooligan, he would definitely not have a good time. Seeing Li Wangyu say so, Qing Chumo and his brother did not refuse. Okay, go to Peace Square or the Hu wine shop. Li Wangyu was sweating like a waterfall. This group of hedonistic hooligans. When it came to drinking, they would go to these two places. They really were hopeless. He thought that today's matter was not suitable for others to know. It would be more convenient to go to the Hu wine shop. Let's go to the Hu wine shop. As soon as Li Wangyu finished speaking, he saw the Qing brothers winking at him. What are they doing? Li Wangyu was baffled by the three brothers' actions. Ziyu, how was that Hu Ji you bought from the wine shop last time? Are you satisfied with her service? Qing Chubi had a lascivious smile on his face. Li Wangyu was speechless. He gave the three hooligans a middle finger to express his disdain. Qing Chumo smiled and said, calling me brother is useless. Hurry up and tell me, have you opened that Hu Ji's bud? Is the taste ecstasy? That Hu Ji is a bit ugly, but her figure is really not bad, haha. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes and couldn't be bothered with these three hooligans. He turned and walked out of the door. In fact, Li Wangyu also wanted to show off to these hedonistic sons, but he hadn't even touched Aphrodite's little hand. How could he endure this? At the thought of this, Li Wangyu's heart was filled with sadness. The young version of Angelina Jolie was right under his nose every day, but because of his beautiful superior's strict guard. Sigh, it was all tears. Qing Chumo summoned the troops in the mansion and had them send letters to the various manors on horseback, telling the hedonistic sons to meet directly at the Hu wine shop. It didn't take long for the hedonistic sons to gather at a Hu wine shop in Shi City. As soon as they met, Fang Yai was the first to shout, Ziyu, how long will it take for you to finish the second book of the Three Kingdoms? My lord has been thinking about it every day. I'm also waiting to read it. Chai Lingguo and the others also chimed in, that's right, Ziyu, your writing is too immoral. Just when we're itching to read it, we'll break it down next time. Aren't you immoral? I'll give you 10 days to produce the second book. Otherwise, don't blame me for living in your mansion and watching over you while you write. A bunch of people who want me to write faster, you win. Li Wangyu repeatedly begged for mercy and punished himself with several cups of wine before the hedonistic sons finally let him off with a laugh. Chapter 287. After 3 rounds of wine, when the atmosphere was at its peak, Li Wangyu suddenly chased all the Hu concubines out. Ziyu, what are you doing? Fang Yi asked, puzzled. Li Wangyu chuckled and said, brothers, I have something that I would like to ask for your help with. What's so mysterious? You even chased all the Hu concubines out. Ziyu, if there's anything you need us to help with, just say it. Li Wangyu said, brothers, I'm sure all of you know about the grudge between me and the Wang clan of Taiyuan. This time, I invited Sun Ji Bookstore to sell my 3 kingdoms, but I implicated Sun Ji Bookstore and caused the bookstore to be burned down. I really can't take this lying down, so I want to ask you to help me vent my anger and take care of these lawless aristocratic families. Hearing Li Wangyu's words, the debauches agreed without hesitation. Qing Chumo slapped the table in front of him, bastard, I've long been unhappy with Wang Ziqiao and those bastards. Ziyu, tell us, how can we help you? Fang Yi rolled up his sleeves, are we going to beat them half to death or what? Ziyu, tell us the plan, we won't be vague about it. That's right, kill these sons of bitches. Ziyu, why didn't you say so earlier? I've long wanted to beat those bastards up. Li Wangyu hurriedly stopped them when he saw that the silk pants were about to pick a fight with Wang Ziqiao and the others. Hee, brothers, don't be impatient. Beating those bastards up is easy, but it's too easy for them. Qing Chumo said impatiently, Ziyu, what's your plan? Tell us quickly, don't keep us in suspense. Li Wangyu looked left and right, lowered his voice, and told everyone his plan. Hearing this, the debauches nodded their heads. After listening to Li Wangyu's plan, Fang Yi, AI slapped Li Wangyu's back. Zio, you little rascal, you're really bad. Haha, this is a good plan, I like it. Waha, Zio, you're really bad. Let's do it this way. I support you. Qing Chumo also laughed. Chai Linggu, Yuchi Baolin, and the others roared with laughter, their faces filled with excitement. This group of silk pants felt that Li Wangyu's idea was too much to their liking. The rich playboys' families were all meritorious ministers who had followed Pai Lupi to conquer the world. Unlike the rich and powerful families like the Five Surnames and Seven Hopes, they disliked each other and despised each other. In the eyes of the aristocratic families, Pai Lupi was just a nouveau riche, not to mention Qing Yaojin, Fang Xianling, and the others. They were not even worth mentioning. As for Fang Xianling and the others, they had all been conferred the title of Grand Duke and held great power in the imperial court. They were even more displeased with the aristocratic families who controlled the local politics and economy. They had long wanted to get rid of them as soon as possible. One party was in the local area, while the other party was in the imperial court. For the time being, neither party could do anything to the other. Now that Li Wangyu wanted to make things difficult for the aristocratic families, how could they not be happy? After a discussion, they did not drink anymore and dispersed to make preparations. A few days later, in the morning, the whole city of Chang'an slowly woke up with the beating of the morning drum that resounded throughout the city. The old soldiers who were in charge of guarding the gate pushed open the heavy gate with force. After the gate was opened, the old soldiers suddenly noticed that a few large pieces of paper had been pasted on the gate by someone, like a notice from the government. These old soldiers were illiterate and did not know what was pasted on the gate. They only thought that it was a notice posted by the government last night. When a passerby dressed as a scholar was about to go out of the gate, he was stopped by the old soldiers and asked what was written on the paper pasted on the gate. The scholar fixed his eyes on it and could not help but be stunned on the spot. He stared blankly at the several pieces of paper and his face turned red. However, he did not answer the old soldier's questions. Lang Jun, what exactly is written on the notice? More and more people began to gather around the notice posted on the door of the workshop. However, limited by the education level of the Tang dynasty, the literacy rate was terribly low. There were not many people who could understand the notice. Those who could understand the notice all had strange expressions on their faces. No matter how others urged them, they did not answer. However, they were reluctant to move their feet. They just stared at the paper pasted on the gate. Finally, under the constant urging of the onlookers, someone read out the content on the paper in a low voice. It did not matter. The crowd gathered at the gate became more and more, but they were still very quiet and did not make any sound. They were afraid that they would miss a word or two from the scholar's mouth. They all looked very excited. They stretched out their ears and listened attentively to the scholar reading out the content on the paper in a low voice. There were even some young people who were listening to the scholar's reading and blushed. They were so excited that even the pimples on their faces were glossy. Such a scene was happening at the gate of many important houses in Chang'an City. Wang Ziqiao, Cui Daogu, and the other two people spent the whole night in Ping Kong Square. At this time, they were yawning and walking out of the square under the protection of a group of troops, ready to go home. They walked to the gate of Ping Kong Square. However, they were shocked to find that the originally wide gate had been blocked by the crowd. There was no way to get in or out. What happened? Someone go and have a look. Wang Ziqiao rode on the horse and could not help but yawn. He impatiently waved his hand to his troops, indicating that they should go and have a look. Immediately, a troop jumped off the horse and tried to squeeze into the crowd. After a while, the troop squeezed out with sweat on his forehead. However, the expression on his face was strange. He bowed to Wang Ziqiao and replied hesitantly, "Sir, I don't know who pasted a few pieces of paper on the gate of the square. On them, it is written, what is it? Make it clear." Wang Ziqiao shouted angrily. It is a piece of erotic literature. When they heard the troop say this, Wang Ziqiao and the others could not help but be interested. They immediately shouted to their subordinates, "Go, disperse the crowd." The troop accepted the order and rushed out after a sound of acknowledgement. This troop was strong and no one was willing to provoke the Taiyuan Wang clan and the Chui clan of Qinghe. When the troop revealed their aristocratic identities, the crowd gathered at the gate of the square dispersed. However, these people did not go far. After they opened the gate, they still gathered together and pointed at Wang Ziqiao and the others. From time to time, there would even be bursts of laughter from the crowd. Wang Ziqiao and the others felt that it was strange. When they saw the troop disperse the crowd, they squeezed their horses' bellies and urged their horses forward. They wanted to see what was written on the paper on the gate of the square. When they saw it, the originally curious four people's faces instantly flushed red. Wang Ziqiao was so angry that his eyes were bloodshot. He lashed the paper on the door with his whip and roared angrily at his subordinates, "Are you all King dead? Tear it! Tear this thing off for me!" After he finished speaking, he shouted at the old guard guarding the gate, "Who is it? Who pasted this? Do they not want to live anymore? I will tear them into pieces." Chapter 288. The reason why Wang Ziqiao and the others were so furious was because of the notice posted on the door of Ping Kong Fang. On it was a piece of erotic text that made people blush. The main characters of the erotic text were the Taiyuan Wang clan, Xingyang Zhen clan, Boling Chui clan, Qinghe Chui clan, and Fanyang Lu clan. It did not even try to cover it up. It directly wrote the names of Wang Ziqiao and the others, as well as their families, in the text. This erotic text was very explicit, delicate, and vivid. Its imagination was so strong that it made people stunned. It was no wonder that the onlookers were so excited. Erotic texts had long existed in Huaxia. In the pre-Qin period, erotic texts had appeared. In the Book of Songs, National Wind, there were many chapters about love between men and women. In the Song dynasty, Zhu Shi even thought that the wind was obscene. Since Huaxia had etiquette, men and women should not touch each other. Everyone thought that these erotic texts were bad people's thoughts, and forbidden texts that made people's imagination run wild. But in every dynasty, these erotic texts were endless. It reached a record high in the Ming and Qing dynasties. For example, Cut Lamp Newspeak, National Beauty, Spring Dream in the Red Chamber, and so on. These books had a large scale of erotic descriptions that made people speechless. Even the well-known Jin Ping Mei belonged to the category of novelty in front of these erotic novels. These books were forbidden books since ancient times. Li Wangyu once found these ancient forbidden books out of curiosity and read them one by one. As for Li Wangyu, who had experienced the baptism of Japanese action movies, he didn't think much of these so-called forbidden books. At most, they were just a little more erotic. But for the ancient scholars of Huaxia, these erotic texts were too lethal. They could be called mental bombs. And now, the erotic text posted on the door was created by Li Wangyu to take revenge on the aristocratic families. The aristocratic families boasted of being a 1,000-year-old family, and what they valued the most was their reputation. Even if Wang Ziqiao and the others were unruly in Chang'an city and did all kinds of ugly things, they were covered up by the aristocratic families using their power. In order to maintain their prestige, these aristocratic families did not hesitate to throw out huge amounts of copper coins every year to let the literati cheer for them. Li Wangyu wanted to strip them of their bright and beautiful clothes and let the world see the ugly side of the aristocratic families. For several times, the aristocratic families had tried in vain to deal with him using scholarly rumors, which made Li Wangyu even more annoyed. Since the aristocratic families liked to stir up the hearts of the people, Li Wangyu didn't mind letting the aristocratic families experience what it meant to be full of malice. Therefore, he chose the seemingly absurd erotic text, fighting poison with poison. As the saying goes, 3 men make a tiger. Although the plot of these erotic novels seemed absurd and unruly, there would naturally be people who would believe it after reading and discussing it. What's more, it wasn't completely fabricated. Just by looking at Zheng Kongbua of the Zheng family in Xinjiang, one would know that these kinds of scandals were often committed by the rich young masters of aristocratic families. Now, it was just Li Wangyu presenting it in front of everyone through artistic processing. Although Li Wangyu couldn't recite the erotic novels, he could remember the general plot. Together with his own imagination, several erotic novels that were classic in the eyes of the people of the Tang dynasty were concocted by him. These erotic novels, he wrote not only one, but a series of them. One was Cutting Lamp Newspeak, in which Li Wangyu described the erotic story between human and ghost, and the protagonists were naturally the legitimate sons of several aristocratic families. There was also Flying Flower Thoughts, which described the plot of men and women in aristocratic families. Heavenly Fragrance of the Nation, which described how several young masters of aristocratic families stole beauties. In short, after reading these erotic novels written by Li Wangyu, Qing Chumo and the other rich young masters didn't know what to say. However, these erotic novels had a surprisingly good effect on the Tang people. Even Qing Chumo and the other rich young masters, after reading these erotic novels, bent down and didn't dare to straighten their bodies. Fortunately, they were in the Hu Tavern at that time. This group of rich young masters, who were burning with anger and had blood rushing to their bodies, could only grab a Hu prostitute each, carry her and run into the room. Li Wangyu gave all the erotic novels he had concocted to the rich young masters. His plan was to distribute these erotic novels describing the aristocratic families in Chang and city and paste these erotic novels all over Chang and city, so that the aristocratic families could show their faces. However, Li Wangyu didn't want the aristocratic families to find out the truth. He didn't have the ability to stand up against the aristocratic families face to face. He was sure that once these erotic novels were made public, the aristocratic families would definitely go crazy. As for the crazy aristocratic families, they were capable of doing anything. Therefore, it was not easy to secretly paste these erotic texts all over Chang and city without anyone noticing. At least, Li Wangyu, who was alone, couldn't do it. Therefore, he found the rich young masters, hoping to make use of their family power. Qing Chumo and the others were also very excited. It was so fun, and it could make Prince Qiao and the others feel disgusted. Now, they couldn't even chase them away. The group of rich young masters finally vented on the Hu prostitutes. After seeing the negative reactions caused by the erotic novels, they gathered again and began to discuss how to trick the aristocratic families. The discussion was so heated that even Li Wangyu couldn't get a word in. He could only drink helplessly at the side and listen to the rich young masters discuss how to proceed. First of all, how to make these erotic novels. They planned to paste them all over Chang and city, so they needed a lot of them. Fortunately, with Sun Ji Bookstore's engravings of the 3 kingdoms on the market, the process of engraving printing was no longer a secret. This was a technique that could be understood easily. Many bookstore owners took the 3 kingdoms printed by Sun Ji Bookstore and showed it to their own bookstore's craftsmen, who figured out how to do it. Therefore, in just half a month, all the bookstores in Chang and city had launched engraving printing books. Moreover, the technology of engraving printing was rapidly spreading throughout the Great Tang along with the spread of all kinds of books and books. This was also the reason why Li Wangyu gave the technology to owner Sun just because he gave it to him for free. Seal engraving and rubbing techniques were already made. What they lacked was an opportunity to break through the window paper. Once someone discovered these engraving printing books, it naturally wouldn't be a secret. In order to keep it a secret, the rich young masters found an illiterate craftsman and asked him to carve a few erotic novels on the wooden boards. Most of the craftsmen in charge of engraving in the Tang dynasty bookstores were illiterate. They just carved according to the copies pasted on the wooden boards. Whether they were illiterate or not didn't affect their work. After the engraving was completed, the rich young masters began to print the erotic novels themselves in order to keep it a secret. Chapter 289. Under the guidance of Li Wangyu, the group of fops found a secluded courtyard in Chang'an City and started their black workshop business. After printing a few hundred copies of each of the pornographic articles, they destroyed the engravings and destroyed the corpses to prevent future trouble. These debauches were well aware of the possible serious consequences of causing trouble for the aristocratic families. Therefore, the silk pants didn't even tell their fathers about this matter. It was all done in secret by the silk pants and Li Wangyu. Everything was ready. All that was left was to put up these pornographic articles. Even for Ching Chumo and the others, it was not easy to secretly put up these pornographic articles on the doors of all the markets in Chang'an City after the curfew. Fortunately, 3 stinkers were better than 1 zhuge liang. After some discussion, the fops really did come up with a solution. Waigua City had a total of 11 main streets in the north and south and 14 main streets in the east and west. After the curfew, other than the marquis on night patrol, there were only the left and right golden guards in charge of the palace and the capital. Of the 16 guards of the Tang dynasty, other than the left and right golden guards, the left and right golden guards, and the left and right thousand ox guards, who were the emperor's personal attendants, the rest of the guards were stationed outside Chang'an City to guard the capital. The generals of the 16 guards were basically military bigwigs like Qing Yaojin, Qin Qiong, and Yuqi Jingde. Cheng Chumo and his 2 brothers, Yuqi Baolin, and Yuqi Baoqi, these fops also had nominal titles in the 16 guards. For example, Cheng Chumo was the Left Golden Guards commander of the Left Golden Guards, a 6th-rank upper military official. Yuqi Baoqi was the Thousand Ox Guards of the Right Thousand Ox Guards, a lower 6th-rank upper military official. However, the fops only had nominal titles. After all, Qing Yaojin, Qin Qiong, and Yuqi Jingde were all in their prime. No matter how open-minded Pai Lupi was, he could not let these generals under him control his own sons in the army. Therefore, even if Ching Chumo and the others had official titles, they were actually just eating empty pay. Usually, they had nothing to do. At most, they would go to the barracks to do roll call. Other than messing around together all day long, there was nothing else they could do. But although Ching Chumo, a trusted general of the E-Guards, did not care about the actual situation, he was still an official of the Left Jin Wu Guards. This gave the foppish sons a chance to execute their schemes. After the drum of dusk was sounded yesterday, the city gates, palace gates, and all the gates of Chang'an were closed one after another. The Wu Ho who was in charge of patrolling the streets as well as the Jin Wu Guards on the left and right began to patrol the streets with torches and lanterns. In fact, patrolling at night was quite boring, and it was difficult to slack off even if one wanted to. On both sides of the streets in Chang'an City, there were only trees and tall walls. The streets were empty. There wasn't even a place to shelter from the wind. Unless they hid in the drainage canals on both sides of the road, there was no place for the imperial guards and Marshal Marquis to rest. As for those drainage ditches that were full of filth, as long as one had a normal brain, they would not have such thoughts. On these main streets, only the residences of nobles, and officials of the 3rd rank and above near the imperial city could open their residences. On the wide streets, only the lanterns hanging above the doors of these mansions could give off some faint light. The Jin Wu guards who were in charge of patrolling the streets had just passed by Duke Lu's residence when they heard the door creak open. The squad leader of the Jin Wu guards turned his head and saw the person clearly with the help of the lanterns hanging on the door. "Greetings, General Cheng." The squad leader hurriedly jumped off his horse and saluted Ching Chumo. The Jin Wu guards under him also dismounted and saluted. "Is your Jin Wu guards patrolling today?" "Brothers, thank you for your hard work. It's still early now, come in, I'll treat you to a cup of wine to warm your bodies," Ching Chumo said casually. His words made the squad leader of the Left Jin Wu guards hesitate for a moment, but he nodded in agreement. "Then I'll thank General Cheng on behalf of my brothers." The squad leader respectfully saluted. They patrolled the streets of Chang'an City on a daily basis, so no one restrained them. Since it was late at night, the general of the left Jin Wu guards was not worried that they would slack off. Furthermore, they had to patrol the streets for a night and could only report back to the military camp when the morning drum sounded. As such, it did not matter if they were delayed for a while. Moreover, this was Duke Lu's eldest son, the general of the left Jin Wu guards Imperial Guards. How could a small squad leader like him have the courage to refuse? The Jin Wu guards of the left Jin Wu guards tied their horses respectfully and put down their weapons, then followed Ching Chumo into Duke Lu's residence. After entering Duke Lu's residence, the group of Jin Wu guards dared not even breathe loudly. They lowered their heads and followed Ching Chumo closely. They were only ordinary Jin Wu guards, and there was a huge difference between their statuses and Duke Lu's, so they dared not be presumptuous. Although they did not know why the general of the left Jin Wu guards suddenly summoned them today, the squad leader of the Jin Wu guards and the other soldiers were not qualified to refuse. Ching Chumo led them to a side room in the front yard of the residence, then pushed the door open and entered. In the side room, there were a few tables with dishes and wine. Ching Chumo called out to the Jin Wu guards, "Come, come, all of you are comrades in the army, so there's no need to be polite. Take off your armor first, and just eat and drink without worry." The squad leader was slightly hesitant. "General Cheng, I still need to patrol at night later." Ching Chumo did not give him a chance to speak, and waved his hand. "It's fine, I'm in a good mood today, so I want to treat my fellow soldiers to a drink. You don't have to be restrained. As for the night patrol, it's even easier. Don't worry, I'll explain it to the general." There was a general in the left Jin Wu guards, and it was Duke Lu, Qing Yao Jin. There was also a great general, who was a primary grade 3 official, and 2 generals, who were secondary grade 3 officials. Below them were the 4 generals, who were secondary grade 4 officials. The general was in charge of arranging and supervising the day and night patrols in the capital. With Ching Chumo's status, it was indeed very easy for him to inform the general that he wanted to reserve some Jin Wu guards for a drink. Since Ching Chumo had said so, the squad leader of the Jin Wu guards naturally had to be tactful, so he ordered his men to take off their armor and sit beside the tables. Ching Chumo smiled as he watched everyone sit down. He clapped his hands, and a servant girl from the Ching residence entered the side room, took away the armor, and poured wine for the Jin Wu guards. "Come, fellow soldiers, let's drink. You can't drink this wine in the winery, but this is Shaodao wine personally brewed by the county men. It has a strong taste like fire, and it's a rare wine." Ching Chumo did not say anything, and began to pour wine into their cups. These Jin Wu guards were all soldiers, so how could they not drink wine? Since Duke Lu's son said so, they naturally did not hesitate, and after thanking Ching Chumo, they raised their heads and drank the wine in their cups. In the room next to the side room, there were still many people, including the group of foppish sons, Li Wangyu, and the others. Chapter 290. According to the military system of the Tang dynasty, 10 people were one fire. Excluding Ching Chumo and Li Wangyu, there were exactly 10 people in the room. Everyone didn't have to wait for long before a servant girl from the Qing residence brought in the armor that the imperial guards had taken off. Ching Chuyang greeted everyone, picked up the armors of the left golden guards and began to put them on. Du He, Du Go, Wei Shuyu and Li Wangyu did not know how to put on the armors, so the maidservants came forward to help them. "Ziyu, is there any problem with your wine? These rough men in the army can drink a lot." Ching Chuyang asked as he put on the armor. Li Wangyu laughed, "Unless they are immortals, they will definitely get drunk. Brothers, you can rest assured. Let's hurry up, we have to go to many places later." "That's good." The group of foppish men did not say much. With the help of the maidservants, they put on the armors of the imperial guards and turned to leave the room. The 10 people directly left the Lu mansion, put on the weapons of the imperial guards, and mounted the horses of the imperial guards outside the mansion. Under the leadership of Ching Chuyang, they slowly walked to the streets of Chang and under the night curfew. This was the plan that the group of foppish men had discussed. They disguised themselves as imperial guards of the left golden guards and went to the doors of the various houses to post the printed erotic texts. Cross the sea by deception, steal the beams and replace the pillars. They quietly entered the village and did not want to shoot. The imperial guards that were left in the mansion by Qing Chumo to drink would not be able to come out for a while. Even if Li Wangyou's wine could not make them drunk, Qing Chumo would still make them stay. The imperial guards who were kept in the dark were still confused. They did not know what kind of luck they had today to be called by the eldest son of Lu Guogong to drink in the mansion. In fact, Qing Chumo wanted to be with the foppish men rather than stay in the mansion to act. However, he could only blame himself for his bad luck. He lost to his brother in a finger-guessing game and could only sullenly continue his career as a movie king. On the other hand, the group of good-for-nothings who were disguised as imperial guards felt extremely excited. Even they had never been able to walk on the streets of Chang and after the curfew. Not to mention, he was disguised as an imperial guard of the golden guards of the left. This was not a small crime. If they were seen through, even if it was them, they would definitely be in trouble. They might even lose a layer of skin. At this moment, Li Wangyu was riding on horseback. His heart was also beating rapidly. In his previous life, he had never done such an exciting thing. On the streets of Chang and city, from time to time, there would be patrols of golden guards and Marquis Wu passing by. Naturally, there was no need to care about those martial Marquis. Not only were they not part of the same system, but to the golden guards, martial Marquis were equivalent to the urban management or police in the future, while they were a regular army, so they naturally looked down on those martial Marquis. However, whenever the patrolling chamberlains of imperial insignia encountered each other, they would ask for the military password. This was also because he was worried that someone would impersonate an imperial guard with ill intentions. If they did not match the military password, the imperial guard would immediately blow the copper whistle in his hand, and the patrolling imperial guards would immediately rush over to help. Fortunately, this method of confirming each other's identity was completely ineffective against the fops. After all, Qing Yaojin was the general of the Golden Guards of the left. Qing Chumo was also the general of the Golden Guards of the left. It was very easy for them to find out the password for the night patrol. Just like this, the fops used the night patrol as an excuse to post erotic texts everywhere in Chang and city. There were 4 gates in each of the houses, and they did not miss a single one. Under the cover of the night, they pasted erotic texts on the gates of dozens of houses in Chang and city that were close to the imperial city. Even when they passed by the gates of Taiyuan's Wang clan, Xingyang's Zheng clan, and other aristocratic families, the fops did not let go. They looked left and right to see if there were any patrolling imperial guards passing by, then they ran to the gates of their houses and pasted the erotic texts. After being busy for more than 4 hours, the batch of erotic texts that everyone had printed were all pasted up. Only then did the silk pants and Li Wangyu excitedly look at each other, turn their horses around, and slowly head towards the Qing mansion. When they returned to the Qing mansion, they tied their horses, took off their armors, and asked the maidservants to send back the armors of the imperial guards. Their tense nerves finally relaxed, and they began to feel tired. In the side room, the imperial guards of the fire had already been drunk by Qing Chumo, and they were all lying on the tables. For this plan, Li Wangyu even contributed the only high-grade sorghum wine he had left. The imperial guards of the Tang dynasty who had not been baptized by strong wine were easily drunk. It was not until the morning drum in Chang and city that the imperial guards of the fire were woken up by the servants of Marquis Lu's mansion. Seeing that they had stayed in Marquis Lu's mansion for the whole night, the imperial guards of the fire could not help but panic. They hurriedly put on their armors and were sent out of the mansion by the servants of the mansion. The imperial guards of the fire still did not know what had happened last night. However, when they learned that the notices that humiliated the aristocratic families were pasted everywhere in Chang and city last night, the squad leader of the imperial guard seemed to have guessed something. However, he was smart enough to pretend that nothing had happened and kept his mouth shut. This morning, Wang Ziqiao and the rest were not the only ones who discovered the erotic texts pasted on the doors of Peace House. Half of the people in Chang and city saw it, including the aristocratic families. The erotic texts were pasted on the doors of their own mansions, and it was impossible to miss them. In a fit of rage, the aristocratic families sent their monks to tear down the erotic texts pasted everywhere in Chang'an City. But it was too late. At this time, in Chang'an City, the doors of the shops that Li Wangyu and the foppish playboys had posted the erotic articles were already crowded with people. Countless busybodies were seriously studying these rare erotic articles. Many scholars even took out their pens and ink and copied down the erotic texts. Some of the erotic texts on the doors were carefully removed and kept for themselves. Many people were reading out loud the contents of the erotic texts at the doors of the houses, causing the crowd to heat up. "Who's the motherf *cur?" Suddenly, someone in the crowd cursed loudly. His words caused the crowd to roar with laughter that all men understood. It could not be helped because the person who was reading out loud was not the only one who became hard after hearing it. Many people did not even care that it was still early in the morning as they turned and ran into Peace House. The brothels that had just sent off their customers suddenly welcomed a peak of customers again, causing the brothels to be confused as they did not understand what was wrong with the customers so early in the morning. Due to the large number of customers entering Peace House, the brothels that were not open in the morning actually had customers lining up. In short, no matter how furious the aristocratic families were, they could not stop the erotic texts from spreading like wildfire in Chang'an City. There were even some daring bookstore owners who secretly ordered people to engrave the erotic texts into books and sell them at high prices. Their business was surprisingly good. Chang'an City was in chaos early in the morning, but the instigator, Li Wangyu, had already quietly left the illustrious Virtue Gate and returned to Dingzhou village. He left in a huff, hiding his identity and reputation. Chapter 291. The aristocratic families were so humiliated that they almost went crazy. In order to find out who was humiliating them, the aristocratic families used almost all their power, but they didn't find any valuable clues. In Chang'an, including the surrounding bookstores, the aristocratic families searched all the bookstores that could do engraving and printing. Facing the aggressive pressure of the aristocratic families, the bookstore owners naturally didn't dare to hide anything. But they still didn't find anything. It could be confirmed that these erotic articles were not printed by these bookstores. They couldn't find the source of the erotic articles, and the aristocratic families couldn't find out how these erotic articles were posted in various bookstores. When the playboys and Li Wangyu posted these erotic articles, they were quite careful and avoided the patrolling marquises and guards. In addition, there were no public facilities like street lights in the Tang dynasty, so it was dark everywhere at night. In order to keep it a secret, the playboys didn't even lift a torch. They all worked in the dark by the weak moonlight. There were no surveillance cameras in the Tang dynasty, nor any detection technology like fingerprint comparison. This trick of the silk pants was quite successful. No matter how hard the aristocratic families tried to find the truth, they didn't find any useful clues. No one knew how these erotic articles were posted on the door without anyone noticing. After searching for a long time and finding nothing, the aristocratic families were even more annoyed. They were full of anger, but they didn't know who to vent it on. This made the maids and servants of the Wang clan of Taiyuan and the Zheng family of Xingyang all keep quiet out of fear of angering the angry masters in their mansions. By now, Wang Renyu, Zheng Yuanshou, and the others had a guess in their hearts. After the curfew, no one could post hundreds of erotic articles in Chang'an with such fanfare. It seemed that except for the one in Taiji Palace, no one else could do it. When the aristocratic families didn't find anything, Wang Renyu and the others were more convinced of this guess. In their hearts, the resentment for Pai Lupi grew stronger. Pai Lupi didn't know that he would help Li Wangyu and the playboys take such a big blame. Naturally, the 100 Cavalry Department had already reported to Pai Lupi about the commotion in Chang'an. Even those erotic texts were collected by the 100 Horsemen Department and sent to Pai Lupi's desk. After Pai Lupi saw the erotic stories created by Li Wangyu, he just laughed. He didn't even bother to ask the 100 Cavalry Department to investigate who did it. However, Pai Lupi, who had seen these erotic texts, put them away and couldn't help but sleep with a few of his concubines that day, not to mention how Pai Lupi was licentious in the harem and how angry the aristocratic families were. The reputation of these aristocratic families, as well as the protagonists of the erotic literature, such as Wang Ziqiao and Cui Daogu, was notorious in Chang'an. Even his friends from the aristocratic families couldn't help but smile strangely when they saw them. Chang'an City was also filled with all kinds of discussions. Some people, after reading the erotic literature, had a righteous look on their faces. Who wrote this? It's so vulgar. Using such unsightly words, it's really a disgrace to the educated. That's right, the person who wrote this is extremely morally corrupt. How could such a wicked article be written? It's a bad atmosphere, the moral of the world is deteriorating day by day. The person who wrote this should be punished for his evil intentions. These few defenders, while scolding angrily, carefully took down the erotic literature pasted on the door and put it into their arms. Then, they angrily scolded and moved out quickly. However, the direction they were walking in was towards Peace Square. Most of them were the onlookers in Chang'an City. TSK, I didn't expect the eldest son of the Taiyuan Wang clan to be so playful. Not only did he not let go of his maids, sisters, his father's concubines, even the dogs in his mansion. That's right, there's also the Zheng family of Xingyang, the Cui family of Bowling, the Cui family of Qinghe, and the Lu family of Fanyang. I originally thought that these millennium-old aristocratic families were the leaders of the scholarly world, but I didn't expect them to be so filthy, hiding filth and accepting filth. Shoo, quiet, you guys don't want to live anymore, talking about the aristocratic families like this. That's right, did you guys see that erotic literature? It said that between the young masters of these aristocratic families, each other. The more he spoke, the lower his voice became, but the more excited the crowd heard. Similar scenes were playing out everywhere in Chang'an City. The image that the 5 families and 7 families had painstakingly built up was almost destroyed by Li Wangyou's erotic literature. Even those officials from aristocratic families, whether in the imperial court or in the government office, could not avoid the strange looks of their colleagues. This made the aristocratic families so angry that they almost vomited blood. And the initiators of all this, Qing Chumo and the other foppish young masters, were naturally very happy. The erotic literature that Li Wangyou threw out was simply a mental bomb. It made Wang Ziqiao, Cui Daogu, and the others feel absent-minded. Intolerable bullying, intolerable bullying. Who on earth wanted to destroy the pride of their aristocratic families? Who on earth wanted to humiliate them so viciously? This was a mortal enemy. Wang Ziqiao and the others did not dare to go out of their houses now. They felt that wherever they went, they were the center of the crowd's attention, and they always felt that someone was pointing at them and whispering. This kind of mental torture made the foppish young masters of aristocratic families, who had always lived a luxurious life, become mentally and physically haggard. In just a few days, they were almost unrecognizable. Seeing this situation, Wang Renyu and the others simply asked the family to send these legitimate sons out of Chang'an City, to Taiyuan and other places to recuperate and avoid the limelight. Outside Chang'an City, by the Ba Bridge, Wang Ziqiao and the others looked lonely. They turned their heads to look at the towering walls of Chang'an City behind them, but there was no one behind them to send them off. Now, these people's reputations were so bad that even the foppish young masters of aristocratic families, who usually called them brothers, did not send them off when they left the capital. It was very sad. When Wang Ziqiao and the others left Chang'an City in a sorry state like stray dogs, Li Wangyou's second volume of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms was ready to be sold. Li Wangyou did not want to let owner's son print the first volume of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, because he was shocked to find that there were already pirated copies in Chang'an City. The demand of the scholars of the Tang dynasty was obviously not something that the 15,000 copies of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms printed by Sun Ji Bookstore could satisfy. Under the situation that they could not buy the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, the owner of the bookstore immediately found craftsmen to remake the engravings and directly print them for sale on the market. In this regard, Li Wangyou could do nothing. There was no such thing as intellectual property protection in the Tang dynasty, so he could only admit that the books were pirated. What's more, Li Wangyu also pirated Luo Guanzhong's books. He did not have the face to accuse others of pirating. The second volume of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms was ready to be sold, and the fans of the Three Kingdoms in Chang and City had been looking forward to it for many days. Now, even generals like Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi Jingde were fascinated by the Three Kingdoms. Regarding Li Wangyu's delay in updating, the few old hooligans did not directly kill him with their knives. It could be said that Li Wangyu was blessed by the heavens. Chapter 292. In the Eastern Market, the Sun bookstore that had been burned down had been rebuilt. After all, the shops in the Eastern and Western markets were not residences. There were not so many painted beams and carved rafters. Moreover, the structure was very simple. Owner's son threw out a lot of copper coins. With enough money, the craftsmen were naturally attentive. Li Wangyu also asked his beautiful superior to lend a few four-wheeled carriages to owner's son to help transport the wood. It only took 5 to 6 days for the 3 shops to be rebuilt. The second volume of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms had been printed long ago. Now, owner's son's bookstore in Hu County had already started to carve the third volume. However, Li Wangyu had been holding back the release of the book. He was waiting for the Sun bookstore in the Eastern Market to be rebuilt. Since he won the bet with the aristocratic families, the bookstores in Chang and City naturally did not have to pay attention to the aristocratic family's ban on the sale of the Three Kingdoms. However, although Li Wangyu did not blame these bookstores, he was not willing to give them benefits like this. He would rather wait for the Sun bookstore to be rebuilt. First, the Sun bookstore would start to sell the books. Then, he would let owner's son send the books to other bookstores to sell. In this way, the benefits that it would bring to the Sun bookstore were self-evident. Owner's son was naturally aware of Li Wangyu's sentimental and righteous actions, and he was moved to tears. In the old man's opinion, it was very rare for a noble like Hu County to be considerate of a merchant like him. Owner's son was very attentive to Li Wangyu's instructions. He wanted to make sure that Li Wangyu was satisfied. After the Sun bookstore was built, a notice was posted early to inform everyone that the second volume of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms was about to be released. This news was immediately noticed by many fans of the Three Kingdoms who were looking forward to it. Now, not only did the Book of the Three Kingdoms have many fans, but the storytellers in the brothels had also started to talk about the Three Kingdoms. Storytelling actually started from the Tang dynasty. Originally, in the temples, in order to attract believers, spread Buddhist scriptures, and preach to the public, there were secular stories. Secular stories were stories that the monks used to explain Buddhist scriptures that were easy to understand. The content was interesting and very popular. As a result, storytellers began to appear in the brothel. They would often tell stories about supernatural stories to attract customers. After Li Wangyu's Three Kingdoms was published, it naturally attracted the attention of storytellers. Many storytellers saw that there were many fans, so they also began to try telling stories about the Three Kingdoms. However, because Li Wangyu's Three Kingdoms had only published the first volume, there were only 5 chapters and about 20,000 words. The content was too little, and this made the storytellers extremely vexed. Now that the second volume of the Three Kingdoms was about to be released, the most excited people in Chang and were the storytellers who made a living out of it. On the day of Sun's bookstore's reopening, Li Wangyu brought Niu Wu out early in the morning to congratulate owner's son and also to check on the sales of the second book. He still remembered the time when he confidently went to see how the first volume of the Three Kingdoms was selling. In the end, only a few big and small cats bought the book. The scene was very awkward. He even inexplicably got into a conflict with Wang Ziqiao and the others. In the end, it led to the destruction of owner's son's bookstore and the death of his employees. Now that Wang Ziqiao and the other aristocratic playboys were chased out of Chang'an, Li Wangyu's mood improved a lot. When he arrived at the East Market, it was not yet noon, and the East Market was not open yet. When he arrived at Sun's bookstore, owner's son, who had received the news, immediately came out to welcome him. "Owner's son, congratulations, congratulations. I wish you a prosperous source of wealth and a prosperous business, Li Wangyu said with a smile. At the same time, he asked Niu Wu to deliver the congratulatory gift he had prepared. Thank you, Mr. Huxian. Old me is very grateful. Please come in. Today, the second volume of the Three Kingdoms is on sale. Old me has already prepared everything. Owner's son was wearing new clothes today, and his face was full of wrinkles from smiling. He asked his employees to take the congratulatory gift, and he respectfully invited Li Wangyu into the store. Li Wangyu looked around the newly renovated bookstore. There were already many scrolls, calligraphy, and paintings placed inside. However, in the most eye-catching position of the store, there was a wooden table with the second volume of the Three Kingdoms neatly stacked on top of it. Seeing that everything was ready, Li Wangyu nodded in satisfaction. He went to the back of the store with owner's son to drink tea and chat, waiting for the East Market to open at noon. Because son's bookstore was opening for business today, owner's son had prepared a lot of firecrackers for the auspicious time to burn. Firecrackers were the predecessor of firecrackers. Before the Tang dynasty, people used fire to burn bamboo, causing it to crackle and explode to drive away the god of plagues. At the beginning of the Tang dynasty, saltpeter was placed in bamboo tubes and burned, resulting in an even louder explosion. This was the firecracker. In the Tang dynasty poem, Early Spring Poem, there was a line like, "The new calendar is only half open, and the small courtyard is still full of firecrackers." However, before the auspicious time arrived and the firecrackers were lit, the employees of the bookstore rushed in. "Boss, bad news. Our bookstore has been surrounded." Owner's son was also shocked when he heard this. How could there be trouble before his bookstore had even reopened? He hurriedly apologized to Li Wangyu and hurriedly followed the worker to find out what had happened. Li Wangyu was also worried, so he followed them to see what was going on. He was worried that those aristocratic families would not let son's bookstore go and find people to cause trouble again. Outside the bookstore, there were indeed many people gathered. They surrounded the entrance of the bookstore so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. When owner's son and Li Wangyu saw this situation, their hearts couldn't help but thump. The two of them didn't dare to go out rashly, so they waited for the door to open and listened to what was going on outside. When they heard the voices of the crowd outside the bookstore, the two of them couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. They heard a few people talking loudly outside the bookstore. "Sigh, I wonder if that bastard Dong Zhuo will be caught by Zhang Fei and Zhang Yida. Every time I read about that bastard plotting to kill the Han Emperor, I hate that I can't break his bones and suck his marrow to vent my anger." That's right. How could a hero like Lu Bu help a treacherous official like Dong Zhuo? What a pity. I still feel that Guan Yu and Guan Yunchang are amazing. That Hua Xiong killed several generals, but he was killed by Guan Yunchang's warm wine. It was so satisfying. It turned out that the people outside the bookstore were all fans of the Three Kingdoms. Because the employees didn't know what was going on, they made a ruckus and nearly gave owner's son a heart attack. The old man glared at the employee who came to report in a panic and then said respectfully to Li Wangyu, "Congratulations to Mr. Huxian. The people outside the bookstore are all customers waiting to buy books." Li Wangyu naturally heard the voices of the people outside the bookstore and was secretly happy. He didn't waste his time copying books. However, as more and more customers gathered outside the bookstore, Li Wangyu couldn't help but frown. Son's bookstore only had 3 shops, but there were at least thousands of people gathered outside the bookstore. If they were to open the bookstore to sell books, there would be trouble if so many customers rushed in. Li Wangyu didn't want a happy occasion to turn into a sad one. If there were too many people and they got trampled, it wouldn't be good. He frowned and thought for a while. He had a plan in mind. Chapter 293. Whether it was Li Wangyu or owner's son, they did not expect the bookstore to reopen today and attract so many customers. He had underestimated the influence of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. As one of the 4 classical novels of Huaxia, it naturally had its own unique charm. Even in the Ming and Qing dynasties, when all kinds of novels were constantly emerging, the Three Kingdoms stood out, not to mention the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu also, unscrupulously, separated the Three Kingdoms into 2 books, each with more than 20,000 words, which made the many scholars who were already fascinated by the book unable to stop reading. Therefore, when they learned that Sun Ji bookstore would reopen today and sell the 2nd volume of the Three Kingdoms, nearly 1,000 people rushed to buy it. Owner's son had never seen such a scene even though he had been in the bookstore business for most of his life. In the face of so many customers, owner's son was happy, but he could not help but start to worry. The old man also thought of Li Wangyu's previous concerns. Before the old man could think of a solution, Li Wangyu stretched out his hand to summon him and whispered a few words to him. After hearing Li Wangyu's words, the old man could not help but be stunned. Is this really feasible? Isn't this too childish? It's okay, just listen to me, it's definitely feasible. Owner's son, quickly go and arrange it, Li Wangyu said with a smile. Seeing that the man was so confident, and owner's son did not have any good ideas, he could only be skeptical and follow Li Wangyu's instructions to make arrangements. Fortunately, there was no shortage of the items that Li Wangyu had mentioned in the bookstore. Owner's son called over the shop staff and busied himself. Before the auspicious time for the opening of the bookstore, everything was ready. Owner's son specially invited the Taoist priest of the Taoist temple to calculate the auspicious time of the opening. Immediately, the shop staff took the brazier out of the shop and began to burn the exploding rods in it. The exploding rod ignited and exploded, emitting crackling sounds as the smoke dispersed in all directions. The crowd outside the bookstore also cheered. They were waiting for the bookstore to open so they could rush in to buy books. However, after the rods were set off, the bookstore's door did not open. Only owner's son and a few staff walked out of the bookstore. Owner's son took a deep breath and used the force of his dantian to yell at the crowd. Esteemed guests, Son's bookstore is reopening today. Thank you all for coming. However, due to the limited space in the bookstore, it couldn't accommodate so many distinguished guests at the same time. For the safety of our esteemed guests, Old Me has made some number plates and invited our esteemed guests to collect them. In a while, Old Me will be divided into batches and randomly draw number plates. The distinguished guests whose numbers are called will be invited to enter the bookstore to purchase books. If there is any inconvenience, please forgive us. Owner's son's words stunned everyone. What did he mean by that? You need to draw a number to buy a book? Only Li Wangyu, who was hiding in the bookstore, couldn't help but snicker. Hee, I'll let you know the fear of lottery. Just now, when he saw that there were too many people present, an idea came to him. He recalled his experience of buying a house and drawing numbers in his previous life. There were more than 500 houses in the residential area, and there were actually 3,000 to 4,000 people queuing up to buy a house. This made Li Wangyu deeply suspicious. Were these houses given away for free? Fortunately, Li Wangyu's luck was not bad. He got into the top 500 and successfully got a house. Thinking of that house, Li Wangyu's heart started to ache again. F***ck, he had paid the down payment and mortgage for such a long time for nothing. In the end, before he could even hand over the house, he was sent to the Tang dynasty by his beautiful boss. That was why he had come up with the idea of drawing numbers just now, because he had a wicked sense of humor. Outside the bookstore, the customers who were waiting to buy books were confused. They took the number plates from the staff. Because it was an impromptu idea, these so-called number plates were just small pieces of paper written on the bookstore's paper. Various numbers were written on them. Everyone held the small pieces of paper in their hands and were all confused. They didn't understand what Son's bookstore was doing. When owner's son saw that the staff had finished distributing the number plates, he asked someone to bring out a box. He reached in and took out a piece of paper with the same number. The distinguished customers who got number 125-67 can enter the bookstore to buy books. The old man looked at the number plates in his hand and read out 30 numbers. Then, he began to invite the customers who got these numbers to enter the bookstore. Here, I'm here. In the crowd, a scholar holding a small piece of paper in his hand shouted happily and squeezed out of the crowd. The others were envious as they watched these 30 people happily walk into the bookstore. Soon, they paid for the books and completed the transaction. When these 30 people walked out of the bookstore with brand new books in their hands, the crowd gathered in front of the bookstore looked at them with envy. "Brother, I'll give you 600 copper coins. Can you transfer this book to me?" Those who were rich couldn't wait and didn't bother to continue queuing. They simply squeezed to the side of the first batch of people who bought the book and wanted to buy it. The scholar who was stopped was actually a little embarrassed. He had to grit his teeth and fork out the money to buy the 3 kingdoms. Seeing that someone was willing to pay 100 copper coins for the book, he didn't hesitate and immediately nodded in agreement. The two of them immediately settled the transaction. The poor scholar who got the copper coins asked the shop assistant for a new number plate and started queuing up again, waiting for the numbers to be drawn. With this precedent, many customers outside the bookstore who didn't lack money started to bid for the book. They weren't stupid. It was understandable that the bookstore was afraid of having too many people. But at this moment, there were nearly 1,000 people outside the bookstore, blocking the street. If they continued to wait for the numbers to be drawn, they didn't know how long they would have to wait. It was better to spend a little more money. 100 copper coins. Not only did it save him time, but he could also immediately get his hands on the 3 Kingdoms book. Why not? Of the 30 people who bought the book in the first batch, many of them were like the poor scholar. They resold the book and started queuing again. Li Wangyu also noticed this scene and couldn't help but be stunned. Even a scalper had appeared, but fortunately, he didn't care. It was just his bad taste to make this number draw. Otherwise, he could have asked Niu Wu to take his goldfish charm and go to the marquee shop in the East Market to mobilize a group of marquee to maintain order. He didn't need to go through so much trouble to ask owner's son to make something like the number draw. This cynical man simply thought of the day when he was unhappy about the number draw in order to buy a house. He probably came to torment this group of people who bought books. The beautiful boss just finished dealing with the affairs of the carriage shop and also came to the bookstore to see how the sale of Li Wangyu's book was going. She rolled her beautiful eyes at Li Wangyu when she saw the speechless lottery method of buying books. This guy really had too much of a bad taste. Li Wangyu didn't care. He laughed and was very proud. Chapter 294. Li Wangyu didn't expect that copying the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms would cause so much trouble just to pass the time and also out of bad taste. Fortunately, all the troubles had been resolved. The Romance of the 3 Kingdoms not only set off a craze for the Tang dynasty, but also brought a lot of profit to Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu only planned to print 10,000 copies of each volume of the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. However, there were 24 volumes of the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. If he copied all of them, he could make 60 million yuan just by selling the books, which was equivalent to 60,000 strings of copper coins or 10,000 taels of gold. Even he was shocked by the number that he had calculated. Wasn't this money too easy to earn? Now Li Wangyu had completely gotten rid of the embarrassment of being a second-generation rich person when he first transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. His family's businesses were everywhere, and they were all profitable. The royal family owned 50% of the four-wheeled carriage business, and the Li family owned 30%. However, the daily average profit of each carriage was consistent, and the Li family could earn 300 copper coins. Now, under the management of the beautiful boss, the SF Express carriage business had more than 300 carriages in just over a month. In this way, the Li family could earn 90,000 copper coins a day just by the carriage business alone. Moreover, this income was still rising. According to the beautiful boss's business plan, the SF Express would reach the scale of 1,000 carriages in the future. At that time, the Li family could earn 300,000 copper coins a day just by relying on the four-wheeled carriage business, which was 300 strings of copper coins. It should be known that this was only a day's income. Pai Lupi used his official position for personal gain and sent the Ministry of Works to rush the construction of the wine workshop. The workshop was completed and the high alcohol content sorghum wine had begun. The first batch of sorghum wine had been brewed and sealed. After 40 days, it could be distilled and loaded into jars and shipped to Chang'an to be sold. Brewing wine, especially this unique Xiaodao wine, was definitely a huge profit in the Tang dynasty. Even if Pai Lupi didn't have an economic brain, he knew that the wine workshop would be another money tree for his royal family. In order to protect the secret of the brewery, he had even dispatched the imperial army to seal off the valley where the brewery was located. As for the craftsmen who made the wine, they were not allowed to enter freely. In order to keep it a secret, Pai Lupi even ordered the families of these craftsmen to be moved there. Regarding this, Li Wangyu, as the person with vested interests, could only silently complain in his heart about the evil feudal emperor. After that, he did not care about it anymore. Furthermore, after Li Wangyu calculated the profits that the brewery might generate in the future, he silently asked his beautiful superior to make another trip to Taiji Palace. He took the initiative to find Empress Zhangsun and changed the original 60% of the Li family and 40% of the imperial family's profits to 60% of the imperial family's profits and 40% of the Li family's profits. It wasn't that Li Wangyu was a coward. It was just that there was too much money, and he was flustered. Especially if he took more than Pai Lupi. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Rather than being taken advantage of by Pai Lupi in the future, it was better to take the initiative now and hand over the shares. That way, everyone would look good. Currently, the most vexed person in the Li family was the old housekeeper, Li Heng. There was no other reason than the fact that there were too many copper coins at home. He didn't know where to put them. The county magistrate's mansion was still under construction. It would take at least half a year for it to be completed. Moreover, the Li family's old mansion was too small. Even though most of the copper coins at home had been exchanged for gold, the remaining copper coins still gave Li Heng a headache. He didn't know where to put them. Li Wangyu didn't want to return the money that he owed the county magistrate so early. In Li Wangyu's mind, this money was the same as a bank loan. Since he had to pay a lot of interest, why should he return it early? However, the old mansion's treasury was now full. Seeing Li Heng's distressed appearance, Li Wangyu didn't hesitate. He hurriedly took the copper coins to the county magistrate's mansion and paid off the family's debt. 5 four-wheeled carriages were needed to transport the 1 million copper coins. In an era before paper money, it had to be said that money really had a lot of weight. After Li Wangyu finished checking the family's assets, he closed the account book and proudly hummed a tune. I made money, but I don't know how to spend it. I'll buy a Nokia with my left hand and a Motorola with my right. The beautiful boss looked at the smug Li Wangyu from the side and was too lazy to pay attention to him. Fanning herself with a round fan, the beautiful boss wiped the fragrant sweat on her forehead and couldn't help but say, Wangyu, why is the weather in the Tang dynasty so hot? It's only April, which is March according to the Gregorian calendar. Why is it so hot? Li Wangyu also wiped his sweat and replied, don't you know? During the Tang dynasty, the temperature on Earth was relatively hot. I remember reading in a history book that there was no snow in the Tang dynasty for 19 years. After the heat, it was cold. Therefore, the Song and Ming dynasties encountered the Little Ice Age. No wonder it's so hot in March and April. The beautiful boss was surprised. The weather was so hot that she was too lazy to go out. Every day, she hid in the mansion's backyard to avoid the heat. Fortunately, there was saltpeter, which could be used to make ice at any time. This made the early summer not so hot. The main reason why she felt hot was because of her clothes. Thin, transparent, and revealing. These were the characteristics of women's clothing in the summer of the Tang dynasty. Unlike the women of the modern era who directly exposed their arms and legs, the Tang dynasty women's clothing, although light, was still a full-body gauze skirt. The beautiful boss felt that the sweaty clothes stuck to her body and was very uncomfortable. However, Li Wangyu did not see it that way. He felt that the looming skirt was more attractive. Of course, he naturally did not dare to say this to the beautiful boss. Otherwise, he would certainly not have a good ending. Su Changqing did not like the long gauze skirt. Therefore, he simply went to the East Market to buy some cloth. He called the mansion's maid who knew how to make clothes and busied himself. On this day, Li Wangyu was fanning himself while immersed in copying books in the study when the door was pushed open. He did not raise his head. He knew that the person who came in must be Su Changqing. Now, because of the mobile phone, as long as he entered the study, except for the beautiful boss, no one else was allowed to enter. This was the mansion's rule. Changqing, help me get a cold drink. This damn weather is too hot. Li Wangyu said while copying. Seeing that the beautiful boss opposite him did not speak, Li Wangyu curiously raised his head, but he was directly petrified. Had he transmigrated back to the modern era? The beautiful woman in front of him was wearing hot pants that revealed her snow-white, slender thighs. She was also wearing a tight-fitting t-shirt that showed off her impressive figure. She even revealed a small part of her snow-white waist, which made Li Wangyu's Adam's apple bob a few times. The beautiful boss was actually dressed in a cool outfit like the modern era. Li Wangyu, who was used to seeing tangs in long skirts, felt his mouth go dry. Su Changqing motioned for Li Wangyu to put away the mobile phone. He then turned to open the door of the study and pulled Aphrodite in. After seeing Aphrodite's outfit clearly, Li Wangyu could no longer hold it in. He felt his nose heat up and 2 lines of blood gushed out uncontrollably. Chapter 295. Dumbstruck, Li Wangyu stared blankly as Avro entered the study. The young girl's face was full of shyness. She slowly took off her clothes, revealing her body that was as alluring as a peach. His beautiful superior also did the same thing, exposing her snow-white skin in front of Li Wangyu. Just like that, the 2 naked women slowly walked in front of Li Wangyu. When Li Wangyu suddenly woke up, he was shocked to find that last night was actually a wet dream without a trace. Li Wangyu's heart raced and he blushed at the thought of the embarrassing things he did with his beautiful boss and Avro in his dream. Actually, he couldn't be blamed for this. It was mainly because he had received too much shock yesterday. What he thought about during the day, he dreamed about it at night. A fair and graceful woman is a gentleman's ideal mate. Yesterday, Li Wangyu had already felt his heart palpitate when he saw his beautiful boss showing off her long legs. If it was in the future, it would naturally not be a big deal for young ladies to reveal their arms and legs on the streets. But now that he had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu was used to seeing the way the Tangs dressed. So when he suddenly saw his beautiful boss dressed in such a sexy way, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. Although the Tang dynasty was more open, it wasn't as conservative and feudal as it was after the Confucianism of Cheng and Zhu. In the Tang dynasty, it was also very common for women to wear half-exposed corsets. However, no matter how light, thin, and translucent the women's clothes of the Tang dynasty were, they still wouldn't directly expose their thighs like the shorts and miniskirts worn by women in the modern era. Therefore, Li Wangyu couldn't help but stare after seeing his beautiful boss wearing such cool clothes. The reason why he had a nosebleed at the sight of Afro was naturally because the weather had been too hot recently. Li Wangyu would never admit that he had a nosebleed just because he saw a beautiful blonde girl wearing a miniskirt and a tight t-shirt. That would be too embarrassing. The teenage version of Angelina Jolie had blonde hair tied into a ponytail that hung in front of her chest. As for the hand-sewn t-shirt, because of the girl's towering protrusions, it was super full. Li Wangyu suddenly remembered a sentence he had seen on the internet in his future life. It was a crime for a woman with a good figure to wear a t-shirt. At this moment, Li Wangyu deeply agreed. In fact, even the beautiful boss was jealous of the blonde girl's overly good development. How did this European race grow up? His beautiful boss's figure was already very hot among Asian women. Whether it was her long legs or her slender waist, they were all filled with fatal temptation. Her perky buttocks and voluptuous upper body were even more attractive to men. However, compared to Avro, she had to concede defeat in certain aspects. The beautiful boss looked down at her chest regretfully and muttered softly, "Papayas are not sold in the Tang dynasty." What bad luck. Li Wangyu's nosebleed for no reason surprised Avro. However, her beautiful boss's eyes were full of disdain, and the words in her eyes were, pervert, hooligan, lecher. Avro was a little flustered. She didn't know why a nosebleed was for men. Seeing 2 lines of blood flowing out of Li Wangyu's nose, she exclaimed in shock. Lang Jun, what's wrong with you? The girl hurriedly rushed forward, took out her handkerchief, and frantically wiped the blood off Li Wangyu's nose. The girl's delicate fragrance uncontrollably entered Li Wangyu's nostrils. What was worse was that the girl's impressive upper body was now pressed against Li Wangyu's arm. The soft, bouncy feeling made Li Wangyu's nose bleed even more. The beautiful boss snorted and went forward to pull Avro away, who was still unaware that she was being taken advantage of. She said coldly, raise your head. Li Wangyu obediently raised his head. Su Changqing picked up a piece of rice paper from the table, tore off 2 strips, and stuffed them into Li Wangyu's nostrils. She then asked Avro to fetch a basin of cold water. After dipping her hand in the cold water, she gently patted the back of Li Wangyu's neck. Only then did Li Wangyu's nosebleed stop. Li Wangyu said in a low, muffled voice, hee, the weather has been too hot recently. I'm heaty. The beautiful boss glared at him. Pervert. Li Wangyu wanted to cry out for his innocence, but he didn't know how to explain himself. In short, ever since the beautiful boss came up with the cool clothes, the backyard of the Li family's old residence had become a forbidden area in the residence. Apart from Li Wangyu, all the other men in the residence were not allowed to enter the backyard. Li Wangyu was both pained and happy about this. It wasn't just the beautiful boss and Avro who changed their clothes. Perrin and the 4 maidservants in the residence also shyly changed into cool clothes as long as they stayed in the backyard. Li Wangyu feasted his eyes every day. But it was just a look. After a wet dream, Li Wangyu secretly changed out of his underwear. Too embarrassed to let the maidservants wash it for him, he took care of it himself. Speaking of underwear, there were naturally no such things in the Tang dynasty. Strictly speaking, the underwear that the people of the modern era were used to was invented by the Americans in the 1940s. The ancient people of China naturally didn't wear underwear. During the Shang and Zhou dynasties, men didn't wear underwear or pants and only wore skirts, which were called chang. Starting from the Han dynasty, people began to wear pants inside, but they were open-crotch pants, which were called straddles. After the Tang and Song dynasties, open-crotch pants and closed-crotch pants became the mainstream clothing for men. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, closed-crotch pants dominated the world. In addition, many poor people who needed to work had a type of underwear that was similar to underwear called calf-nose underwear. The calf-nose underwear was similar to the underwear worn by Japanese wrestlers in the modern era. It was first wrapped around the sides and then passed under the crotch. This type of pants had been popular for thousands of years. It was originally underwear, but people at the bottom of the hierarchy, such as servants, coachmen, farmers, and other laborers, would directly wear it outside for convenience. After Li Wangyu and Su Changqing transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, they naturally couldn't get used to not wearing underwear. Not to mention, if Li Wangyu wore open-crotch pants, it would really be terrible. Thus, they self-made a few pairs of underwear and finally avoided the embarrassment of not wearing underwear. As Li Wangyu washed his underwear, he wondered when this bitter, single life would end. Now, the beautiful boss's attitude toward him had finally softened under his relentless fawning and flattery. At least, when he held the beautiful boss's soft and seemingly boneless hand, he wouldn't be shaken off anymore. The long, cold war, caused by him secretly bringing Aphrodite home had finally ended, but Li Wangyu still had to work hard to achieve the success of his revolution. Just as Li Wangyu was hiding in the backyard and admiring the scenery every day, Pai Lupi found another troublesome matter for him, which gave Li Wangyu a headache. Chapter 296. In the backyard of the Li residence, Li Wangyu had been harassing all the beauties, young and old. No one could understand why their Lang Jun would say all those sweet words to coax them, as if he was smeared with honey. Perrin, don't let me see you again. Huh? Lang Jun, what are you talking about? Why? Because I like you every time I see you. The little girl, Pei Lan, let out a soft cry. She covered her blushing face and ran away. Avro, come and take a look at my eyes. I think something went in. Huh? Lang Jun, there's nothing. Nonsense, there's someone I like in my eyes. Avro was stunned for a while before she realized what Li Wangyu was talking about. The girl kissed Li Wangyu's face shyly and ran over to him like a little white rabbit. Her jiggling curves made Li Wangyu's eyes sink in. Changqing, shut up. I'll beat you to death if you dare to say such vulgar words to me. The beautiful boss waved her little fist threateningly at Li Wangyu. She really couldn't stand Li Wangyu anymore. Ever since he saw those vulgar words on her phone, this guy never got tired of it and used those disgusting words to flirt with girls in the backyard every day. The beautiful boss wanted to bite him to death. Faced with the threat of the beautiful boss, Li Wangyu could only rub his nose awkwardly and retreat in defeat. He then turned his head and continued to flirt with Avro. Li Wangyu felt that life would be wonderful if it could go on like this. However, someone was causing trouble for him when he wanted to steal half a day of leisure. Early in the morning, Li Wangyu was woken up by the palace eunuch. Pai Lupi wanted to see him in Taiji Palace. Although he missed the bed very much, Li Wangyu could only climb onto the horse obediently and head for Chang'an City since the big boss had invited him, no matter how unwilling he was in his heart. It was still the legislative hall. Pai Lupi was pacing back and forth unhappily. Ziyu, I have a problem here. Come and give me some advice, Pai Lupi said bluntly as soon as he saw Li Wangyu enter the palace. These words made Li Wangyu's balls hurt. Pai Lupi, you bastard. You already said it was a very troublesome matter, and you still asked me to come. What is the meaning of this? Could it be that the things that you find troublesome are not troublesome for my small body? However, even though he was cursing in his heart, Li Wangyu still bowed sincerely. Uncle, please speak. This nephew will do his best. Recently, a court official has submitted a memorial, asking me to issue a decree to release the palace maids, saying that this year's spring drought is related to the fact that there are too many palace maids in the palace. It was the accumulation of yin energy that caused the drought and lack of rain. This was ridiculous. Zio, what do you think of this? Pai Lupi's words made Li Wangyu slightly stunned. There was actually someone who said that the spring drought of the second year of Zhengguan had something to do with Pai Lupi's Taiji Palace having too many palace maids. What kind of strange logic was this? However, Li Wangyu was not in a hurry to speak. This was because in history, Pai Lupi had indeed released 3,000 palace maids this year, allowing them to leave the palace for marriage. This should be considered a good thing, right? As a steely straight man, Li Wangyu had long disliked the fact that Pai Lupi's Taiji Palace had so many beautiful young ladies. If Pai Lupi was willing to release the palace maids, then it was a good thing. In history, Pai Lupi had released the palace maids twice. The first time was in the 9th year of Wuda. Pai Lupi issued a decree to release 3,000 palace maids from the palace for marriage. The second time was this year, in the 2nd year of Zhengguan. Pai Lupi once again issued a decree to release the palace maids. According to the historical records, in the 9th month of the 2nd year of Zhengguan, Li Baiyao, the secretary of the secretariat, requested to leave the palace again. Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty ordered the Minister of External Affairs left Prime Minister Dai Zhou and the Minister of External Affairs Du Jingluan to select palace maids at the west gate of Yeding. From beginning to end, they released more than 3,000 palace maids. Bai Ji once wrote in his poem, 3,000 resentful women leave the harem. It was referring to this matter. But that should have happened in the 9th month of the 2nd year of Zhengguan's reign. It was only the 4th month now. Why was this matter being brought up? And judging from Pai Lupi's tone, he didn't seem too happy about it. There were too many palace maids, and the yin energy was too concentrated. He seemed to remember that in the history books, Li Baiyao, the secretary of the secretariat, had used this excuse to impeach Pai Lupi. Although it might seem nonsensical to the people of the future, in an era where even the plague of locusts was attributed to the emperor's immorality, one couldn't ask for too much, right? In short, according to the history books, Pai Lupi did release 3,000 palace maids because of this person. But Pai Lupi's words just now clearly implied that he wasn't happy about it. Why was that? Li Wangyu wasn't a hothead. He planned to first sound out Pai Lupi's tone and see what this fellow was thinking before making a plan. Uncle, these words are simply absurd. How could a gathering of palace maids cause a drought and lack of rain? Who knows how many palace maids there were in the Sui dynasty? Why didn't there be a drought? There were no palace maids on the Turkic grasslands, so why would there be a drought? Li Wangyu retorted agitatedly with an indignant look on his face. His words struck a chord with Pai Lupi's heart, and he couldn't help but nod repeatedly. Well said. We also think the same. This group of courtiers can't see things as clearly as a young man like you. Li Wangyu changed the topic and continued, however, the palace maids are truly pitiful. Many of them entered the palace in the Sui dynasty, right? Since in the 9th year of Wuda, Uncle already issued a decree to release 3,000 palace maids, why not continue to push the boat along with the current? His words made Pai Lupi's expression become awkward. In the 9th year of Wuda, Pai Lupi had just passed through the coup of the Xuanwu Gate. He had killed his brother and imprisoned his father, and disgracefully sat on the throne. At that time, he issued a decree to release the palace maids. On one hand, it was to show his benevolence, and on the other hand, it was to discuss Li Yuan. The 3,000 palace maids that were released from the palace were basically the palace maids that had previously served Li Yuan. After Pai Lupi ascended the throne, he naturally didn't want to keep these women. Who knew if any of these palace maids had once been favored by his father? Although Pai Lupi didn't care about these things, he also didn't want to inherit his father's property. There was another reason why Pai Lupi issued a decree to release the palace maids. It was because he was poor. At that time, the Tang dynasty had just been established. After the chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty, the Tang dynasty's treasury wasn't abundant. Later generations' impression of the prosperous Tang dynasty was that it was incomparably wealthy. That was from the Kaiyuan age. To put it bluntly, at that time, the amount of copper coins in the Tang dynasty's treasury was probably less than the amount of money in any of the 5 great clans' treasury. Therefore, Pai Lupi naturally didn't want to raise so many palace maids for nothing. Moreover, they were the palace maids that had served Li Yuan. Therefore, after he ascended the throne, he very happily issued a decree to release those palace maids from the palace. However, now that Pai Lupi had ascended the throne for 4 years, the amount of copper coins and grain in the treasury had gradually increased. In addition, Empress Zhangsun had made 2 good deals with Li Wangyu's family. The daily income of the carriage company from the partnership surprised Pai Lupi, not to mention the wine workshop that had already started production. Moreover, this money didn't even need to go into the treasury. It all went into Pai Lupi's little treasury. As the saying goes, money is a man's courage. With money in his pocket, Pai Lupi didn't want to release the palace maids. Therefore, when the court officials once again submitted a memorial, he became hesitant about this matter. Pai Lupi, who wanted to have a good reputation but didn't want to release the palace maids, thought of Li Wangyu. He hoped that he could give him an idea that could satisfy both sides. Pai Lupi didn't treat Li Wangyu as an outsider. After hesitating for a moment, he still gave him an explanation. After understanding Pai Lupi's thoughts, Li Wangyu felt even more disdain in his heart. Pai Lupi, this fellow, was simply a green tea bitch in the future. Not only did he want to be a bitch, he also wanted to establish a monument to his chastity. Chapter 297. Speaking of which, these palace maids were really pitiful. Many of them had been in the palace for decades or even longer. They were old and could not leave the palace. No one cared about them and no one asked about them. In the end, many of them died in the palace. The palace maids entered the palace at a young age and could not find love in their lives. They did not have the right to have children and could only spend the rest of their lives alone. As the saying goes, once you enter the palace, it is as deep as the ocean. As they had no hope of leaving the palace, many palace maids had escaped in history. The most famous one was in the first month of the first year of the Tang dynasty. At that time, there was a lantern festival in Chang'an City. Emperor Zhongzong, Li Xian, allowed the palace maids to go out and watch the lanterns. In the end, it was recorded, spring, first month, night of Bingyin, Emperor Zhongzong and Empress Wei went out to watch the lanterns in the city. Thousands of palace maids went out, and many died. Many died. It did not mean that they died, but they disappeared. It was the same as the saying, mending the pen after the sheep is lost. Emperor Zhongzong, Li Xian, allowed thousands of palace maids to go out and watch the lanterns. In the end, most of them took the chance to escape. What an irony! Thousands of palace maids all escaped. One could see how terrifying the palace walls were to these poor women. In history, apart from Pai Lupi in the 9th year of Wuda and the 2nd year of Zhengguan, he did not release any more palace maids until he died. Pai Lupi's descendants also rarely released palace maids. When Emperor Xuanzong, Li Longji, ascended the throne, he followed his great-grandfather, Pai Lupi, and ordered the palace maids to leave the palace. However, in his later years, he became more and more ridiculous. He went around recruiting women into the palace. In the Daming Palace, there were at most 40,000 palace maids. When Li Wangyu read the history of the Tang dynasty, he sympathized with these poor palace maids. He was also jealous of the emperors who shamelessly took over so many beautiful ladies. From Li Wangyu's point of view, Pai Lupi's current thinking was similar to that of his descendants. Because he no longer lacked money, he was unwilling to release the palace maids again. Li Wangyu could only express his disdain for Pai Lupi's strong possessiveness. Li Wangyu suppressed the urge to give Pai Lupi the middle finger. He pondered for a long time before he decided to follow his heart. If so many palace maids could only die of old age in the palace, it would be an unforgivable crime. Li Wangyu would look down on himself if he went against his conscience to cater to Pai Lupi. However, Li Wangyu wasn't stupid. He wouldn't follow Wei Zheng's example and offend Li Er and give him a death remonstrance. Even if it was for the good of the company, he was still an idiot to make his relationship with his boss so tense. Well, Li Wangyu was just that simple. He looked at the relationship between the monarch and his subjects using the workplace rules of the modern world. Apart from the fact that the boss could only fire you, but the emperor could cut off your head, his view was actually not wrong. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes and thought of a way to deal with Pai Lupi. He casually agreed with Pai Lupi with a few words. He put on a sad expression, which made Pai Lupi feel very touched. Li Er's expression was as if his nephew knew him well, unlike those foreign officials who kept thinking about the palace maids in his palace. Li Wangyu snickered at Li Er's hateful expression. Together with Pai Lupi, Li Wangyu said goodbye to the officials and left the palace. After he found his beautiful boss, the two hid in the room and whispered for a long time. In fact, Li Wangyu's idea was very simple. To deal with the possessive Pai Lupi, a pillow talk was the best choice. Although Empress Zhangsun insisted that the harem should not interfere in politics, in fact, releasing the palace maids was a matter of the harem. As the master of the harem, Empress Zhangsun was justified in dealing with these palace maids. As long as Empress Zhangsun was persuaded, even if Pai Lupi was unwilling, he would have to release the palace maids. Li Wangyu was planning for this. As for the reason to persuade Empress Zhangsun, it was simple. Her Royal Highness was now pregnant with the son of the dragon. She prayed for the child in her belly and also for the health of the child. The harem should not be too heavy with yin energy. Releasing some palace maids could not only pray for the child but also reduce the concentration of yin energy in the harem. In Li Wangyu and Su Changqing's opinion, as a pregnant mother, she would definitely not refuse this proposal. As for whether there were more women, whether it was really because of the gathering of yin energy, Li Wangyu was too lazy to think about it. Anyway, if the ancient people were willing to believe this kind of nonsense, then he would use it. It was not easy for other noble women to see Empress Zhangsun, but for the beautiful boss, it was simple. Whether it was entering the palace to discuss shop matters with Empress Zhangsun or teaching yoga, Su Changqing often went to the palace. After going there many times, Su Changqing was now very familiar with the harem of the Taiji Palace. He could find the way with his eyes closed. The beautiful boss naturally couldn't stand Pai Lupi's action of occupying many young ladies. Without hesitation, she went to the palace to give Pai Lupi a hard time. After Su Changqing entered the palace, Li Wangyu was very comfortable with his legs crossed, drinking tea, humming a song, waiting for the beautiful boss to return. I was watching the mountain scenery on the tower, and I heard the chaos outside the city. The banners fluttered in the air, but it turned out to be the soldiers sent by Sima. He felt that he was like Zhuge Liang, casually playing Pai Lupi in the palm of his hand. When Empress Zhangsun showed her power and wanted to release the palace maids, Pai Lupi would definitely be very sullen. He wanted to see Pai Lupi's expression at that time, as if he had eaten a fly. Wahahaha, I'm really a genius, Li Wangyu thought. Just as he was feeling proud, he saw the beautiful boss, with a gloomy face, walking in from outside the door. Changqing, what's the matter? Why do you look unhappy? Did Empress Zhangsun not agree? Li Wangyu asked curiously. The beautiful boss shook her head, the Empress agreed. Then why do you look like this? It's because of you, you idiot. As soon as he asked, he saw the beautiful boss gritting her teeth and rushing in front of him, her small fists pounding on his chest. Who asked you to come up with bad ideas? Who asked you to come up with bad ideas? Idiot, we've been fooled. Li Wangyu was baffled by the beautiful boss's words, and hurriedly asked what happened. Su Changqing angrily explained, and Li Wangyu suddenly realized, and couldn't help but pat his head. What the f***ck? They were actually fooled. He and Su Changqing were still too young, and didn't expect that people's hearts were unfathomable, and that they would be fooled by the Japanese, digging a big hole to bury themselves. Old fox. Pai Lupi, this drama queen, was actually fooled by him. He actually believed that Pai Lupi's performance, and foolishly asked the beautiful boss to find Empress Zhangsun, wanting to make Pai Lupi suffer. In the end, these two men and women weren't good people, and changed their tricks to play him and the beautiful boss. What Pai Lupi was reluctant to let the palace maids out of the palace, it was all fake. Li Wangyu looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and 2 lines of tears full of regret fell. What happened to the trust between people? In the end, it was all a trick. I originally gave my heart to the moon, but the moon shines on the ditch. Chapter 298. It wasn't that Pai Lupi was unwilling to release the palace maids. He had long felt that keeping so many palace maids in the palace was too expensive. Moreover, many of the palace maids had entered the palace in the Sui dynasty, and many of them were already 35 or 36 years old. Even if Pai Lupi was a pervert, he wouldn't take a fancy to these palace maids who were considered old and decrepit by the Tang people. However, if they were released from the palace with just a decree, it wouldn't be a good thing. In the 9th year of Wuda, Pai Lupi released 3,000 palace maids, but many of them lived destitute lives after leaving the palace. Although Pai Lupi's original intention was to have these palace maids marry other people, in reality, not many of the 3,000 palace maids married after leaving the palace. The reason was that these palace maids were too old. In the future, there were plenty of 36-year-old holy maidens. Even Sister Jilin, who was 45, could marry, let alone 30-somethings. However, in the Tang dynasty, it was normal for people to marry in their teens. Many women in the Tang dynasty became grandmothers at 35 or 36 years old. Letting a palace maid, who was considered a grandmotherly generation in the eyes of the people of that era, marry someone was truly too difficult. Even those who successfully married were mostly widowers. Moreover, these palace maids came from the palace and were used to glory and wealth. How many of them would be willing to marry into an ordinary family and become a farmer? Even if it was a merchant's family, they might not be willing. Moreover, even if someone was willing to marry them, it was only because of their status in the palace and they wanted to take them home as concubines. Thus, Although the palace maids looked forward to leaving the palace, they were also afraid. Many palace maids, after leaving the palace, would end up as prostitutes in Peace Square because they lacked a source of income. This made Pai Lupi feel that he had lost a lot of face. Thus, after Li Baiyao asked the palace maids to leave the palace, Pai Lupi and Empress Zhangsun thought about it and felt that they needed to find a way for these palace maids to make a living after leaving the palace. The two of them thought of Li Wangyu at the same time. They felt that it was best to leave this matter to their nephew. After all, Li Wangyu's businesses were quite profitable. Moreover, he was a nephew of the royal family. Letting him handle this matter would not bring shame to the royal family. However, thinking about Li Wangyu's languid personality, if he directly gave the decree to him, this scoundrel would definitely think of a way to refuse. Therefore, Pai Lupi and Empress Zhangsun cooperated to put on a show, digging a huge hole for Li Wangyu and his beautiful superior. When Pai Lupi was in the Lijiang Hall, Li Wangyu believed that he was reluctant to let the palace maids out of the palace. He foolishly urged his beautiful superior to go find Empress Zhangsun and give Pai Lupi a bad look. He thought that he had succeeded, but he did not know that with his skills as a white-collar worker in the future, he could copy poems and articles and make so-called inventions. If he wanted to play petty tricks with Pai Lupi, it was simply showing off his skills in front of Guan Yu. He was overestimating his abilities. In Lijiang Hall, the beautiful superior urged Empress Zhangsun to do good deeds and pray for the baby in her belly. She said that the yin energy in the palace was too heavy and was not good for the child's growth. She said for a long time. Empress Zhangsun only listened quietly, her face revealing a difficult expression. The beautiful superior did not notice the smile in Empress Zhangsun's eyes. She asked Her Highness what was troubling her. Changqing, it's not that I don't want His Majesty to let the palace maids out. It's just... forget it. Let's not talk about it. Empress Zhangsun was obviously someone who could win an Oscar for Best Actress. This sigh made the beautiful superior's heart tighten. Your Highness, is there anything troubling you? Changqing is willing to share Your Highness's worries. This, forget it. Empress Zhangsun wanted to say something but stopped. The beautiful superior was an elite in the workplace in the future. At this time, she was hot-blooded and only wanted to save the palace maids who were persecuted by Pai Lupi. Where was her former shrewdness? Under the repeated questioning of the beautiful superior, Empress Zhangsun told her and Pai Lupi's concerns. Then she looked expectantly at Su Changqing, waiting for her reply. Only then did the beautiful superior realize that she and Li Wangyu had been deceived. At this time, she was forced to the fire by Empress Zhangsun. She could not be hot-blooded just now and then directly turn her head and say that she had no way, right? Therefore, the beautiful superior had no choice but to pinch her nose and accept it. She promised to find a way to help the palace maids out of the palace find a livelihood. She could imagine how troublesome this matter would be. Even if only 1/3 of the thousands of palace maids needed to be worried about, it would be troublesome enough. Moreover, this was not a matter that could be solved by giving everyone some copper coins. Empress Zhangsun's meaning was that it was better to teach people to fish than to give them fish. They needed to find a way for these palace maids to make a living. After listening to the beautiful superior's explanation, Li Wangyu had not yet recovered from the blow when the old housekeeper, Li Heng, hurriedly came to report that a palace eunuch had come to deliver an imperial edict. The women are secluded in the depths of the palace. It is truly acceptable. Aside from sweeping and sweeping, it was also suitable for the husband and wife to use, and it was also suitable for them to use. Li Wangyu, the man of Huxian, is to select the women in the palace. Pai Lupi did not give Li Wangyu any chance to regret. As soon as the beautiful superior stepped into the mansion, Pai Lupi's imperial edict arrived and directly threw the task of selecting palace maids to Li Wangyu. The eunuch who came to deliver the imperial edict seemed to have also received Pai Lupi's instructions. After reading the imperial edict, he did not wait for Li Wangyu to react and left as if he had just picked up a hot potato. He did not give Li Wangyu any chance to speak at all. In this regard, Li Wangyu could only send 2 fingers in the direction of Chang and city to express his endless admiration. Changqing, what do you think we should do about this? Li Wangyu tidied up his depressed mood and turned to look at the beautiful superior. I don't know. Think about it yourself. The beautiful superior snorted and did not have the slightest intention of sharing weal and woe with Li Wangyu. She pulled Afro and Perrin back to the backyard. Looking at the beautiful superior who did not care about this matter, Li Wangyu felt countless mythical beasts galloping through his heart. Why is this person like this now? How can we build a harmonious society where the 8 honors and 8 disgraces coexist if she avoids difficulties? Changqing, you can't be like this. Li Wangyu wailed and turned to chase after the beautiful superior. I won't listen, I won't listen. Su Changqing, who had always been graceful and generous, actually covered her ears and ran away like a little girl. If her colleagues in the company in the future were to see this little girl's behavior, who knew how many glasses would be smashed? Manager Su, who had always been cold and aloof, also had such a little girl side. In short, no matter how dejected Li Wangyu and Su Changqing were, the glorious and arduous task of selecting 3,000 palace maids and settling them down properly was placed in front of them. In this regard, Li Wangyu only wanted to ask Pai Lupi, does your conscience not hurt? There was something that he did not know if he should say. Chapter 299. Following Pai Lupi's decree, the news of the selection of palace maids caused a huge uproar in Yeting Palace. There were about 10,000 palace maids in Taiji Palace. There were also thousands of people over the age of 30. In Pai Lupi's decree, the criteria to be selected was that palace maids who had been in the palace for 10 years or more and were willing to leave the palace could sign up and register. Many of the older palace maids had complicated feelings about leaving the palace. They yearned for freedom and wanted to escape the tall palace walls, but they were also worried about their lives outside the palace. These palace maids had entered the palace in their teens and spent most of their youth within the palace walls. They both yearned for and feared the outside of the palace walls. Some palace maids hoped to be reunited with their families after leaving the palace and be happy with their parents. Some hoped to leave the palace and marry someone to raise their children. However, these palace maids had been in the palace for more than a decade, and many of them had lost contact with their parents. Many of their parents had even passed away. After the chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty, the population had plummeted, and many palace maids had lost contact with their families. In the 9th year of Wuda, Pai Lupi released the palace maids, and many of them had encountered the same situation. After leaving the palace, these palace maids had no family to rely on, and it was difficult for them to marry their ideal husband. Many of them lived in poverty. This was also the concern of Pai Lupi and Empress Zhangsun about releasing palace maids again. After all, the face of the imperial family was still important. Even if these palace maids had no one to rely on after leaving the palace, and even wandered to brothels and alleys, Pai Lupi's face would be ugly. However, even with such concerns, there was still an endless stream of palace maids signing up to leave the palace. In a few days, the list of palace maids who were willing to leave the palace was compiled. At this moment, Li Wangyu held the preliminary list of palace maids and felt a toothache. Of the 3,000 palace maids released, more than half of them had lost contact with their families. On the list, there were more than 1,600 palace maids that Li Wangyu needed to arrange for after leaving the palace. This was not a simple job. What made Li Wangyu's teeth hurt even more was the middle-aged man kneeling in front of him. This person was the assistant that Pai Lupi had arranged for him to assist him in the matter of the palace maids leaving the palace. This was the first time Li Wangyu had met this person, but no matter how he looked at this middle-aged man with a flattering smile, he was not happy. The main reason was because this person was extremely famous in history. However, his reputation was not good. Su Jingzong was the man who was kneeling respectfully in front of Li Wangyu in the new Tang dynasty, legend of the treacherous courtier. In fact, Li Wangyu also knew that Su Jingzong was not an evil person, nor had he done anything that humiliated the country. The reason why he was listed at the top of the list of traitorous officials was mainly because he had done too many scandals. For example, tampering with the history of the country, marrying his daughter to a barbarian because of his greed, sucking up to the powerful, working with Wu Zetian to ostracize the loyal, and so on. Using Su Jingzong as a fence-sitter was the most appropriate way to describe him. Li Wangyu naturally kept a respectful distance from this kind of person. However, he had never thought that Pai Lupi would order Su Jingzong, who was currently the vice minister of the imperial clan temple, to assist him. This made him feel extremely disgusted. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, Li Wangyu did not know how he should interact with him. What he didn't know was that Su Jingzong, whose face was full of smiles at this moment, was even more perturbed. Su Jingzong had previously targeted Li Wangyu several times, especially at the imperial clan temple. When faced with the Li clan leader of Hu County, who had come to complain, Su Jingzong had used a sinister move to deal with the young man in front of him. However, he had never thought that the Hu County Li clan would go for wool and come home shorn. Not only had he not been able to do anything to the young man, but he had also been reprimanded and grounded by Pai Lupi. He had not even been allowed to enter Chang'an City. Moreover, this young man, who had shone brilliantly at the Tsiujiang Lake Poetry Festival, had been conferred the title of founding prince of the country in the short span of a month. Su Jingzong could not help but feel despair. Later on, Li Wangyu had fought with the 5 clans and 7 Wangs, and the crown prince and King Yu had taken Li Wangyu as their master. This series of events made Su Jingzong feel even more regret. How could this young man be someone he could provoke? Now that he was facing Li Wangyu again, Su Jingzong's jealousy had long since dissipated into thin air. After all, the current Su Jingzong was not the right minister of the Zhou dynasty. He was still the vice minister of the imperial clan temple. How could he have the right to oppose Li Wangyu? Right now, Su Jingzong could only hope that the old clan head of the Li clan in Hu County would be tight-lipped enough to not expose the fact that Su Jingzong had given him the idea to use the spring to deal with Li Wangyu. Prince of Panhu County, please feel free to instruct me on how to send the palace maids out of the palace. Next time, I will do my best to cooperate. When Li Wangyu heard Su Jingzong say the words, next time, he felt even more disdainful. The vice minister of the imperial clan temple was a secondary grade 4 official. In comparison, he, the prince of Panhu County, was only a secondary grade 5 official. In terms of official rank, Su Jingzong was even higher than him. What did next time mean? Although he was being humble, he was referring to a pawn, someone who could run errands for others. *CK, this fellow's skin was really thick. Li Wangyu cursed in his heart, but on the surface, he did not show any impatience or disdain. When he was running errands in the future, he had seen all kinds of strange clients. Li Wangyu had long been able to treat the client like his first love even if the client abused him thousands of times. Thus, even Su Jingzong did not see through Li Wangyu's true thoughts on his face. Vice Minister Su, you are too polite. Although the saint has ordered you to help me, Vice Minister Su, you have been an official for many years and have a lot of experience. This time, I will need Vice Minister Su's help to send the palace maids out of the palace. Of course, of course. Next time, I will do my best. I wonder if the Prince of Panhu County has a way to deal with these palace maids who have no relatives to rely on. Yes, I am also worried about this matter. The palace maids who left the palace this time were given 100 strings of copper coins by the saint. However, although this money is not little, it is also not much. It will be difficult to properly settle these palace maids down. Li Wangyu thought, Pai Lupi, this fellow, was also extremely stingy. To send these palace maids out of the palace, he only gave each of them 100 strings of copper coins. It was really pitifully little. This little amount of copper coins was only enough for these palace maids to buy a few acres of land. If they wanted to use this to solve their livelihood problems for the rest of their lives, they would be dreaming. Li Wangyu despised Pai Lupi's stinginess, but he did not know that Pai Lupi's heart was bleeding. 3,000 palace maids meant 300,000 strings of copper coins as a settlement fee. This was not a small sum. Su Jingzong blinked and said in a low voice, "It is not easy for the saint, but this 100 strings of copper coins is indeed not enough. Next time, there is a way to raise some copper coins. I don't know if I should say it." When Li Wangyu heard that this fellow could get copper coins, he did not have time to despise Su Jingzong's character and hurriedly asked. "Vice Minister Su, what method do you have?" In Chang'an City, there are more than 10,000 shops of various sizes in the two cities. These shops are all merchants and wealthy merchants. Can we let these merchants share the saint's burden? Su Jingzong's words were hesitant and unclear, but Li Wangyu immediately understood what he meant. Damn, he wanted to set up a stall and beat up the rich merchants in Chang'an City. Chapter 300. Li Wangyu wanted to curse after hearing Su Jingzong's idea. What kind of rotten idea was this? If he went to the merchants in Chang'an, he would definitely be able to collect money, but Li Wangyu's reputation would be ruined. The merchants in Chang'an would probably nail Li Wangyu's name on straw figurines and beat them up. He was determined not to do such a wicked thing. He was not like Su Jingzong, who would marry his own daughter to a barbarian for money. However, although Su Jingzong's idea was wicked, it was not to make money for himself. He could not say much and could only wave his hand, indicating that this method was not feasible. Su Shaoqing, we will discuss how to settle the homeless palace maids. As for the 1,000 or so palace maids who are preparing to return home, I will need you to take care of them. Su Jingzong quickly stood up and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Huxian. Leave this matter to me. I will take care of it." Releasing the palace maids was not a simple matter. In addition to the registration and distribution of settlement fees, they also needed to inform the local officials of the palace maids who were about to return home and have them register these palace maids and add them back into the household register. These palace maids could not be left alone once they left Taiji Palace. They also needed to arrange for people to escort these palace maids who were planning to return home. Each and every one of these matters was troublesome. Li Wangyu didn't want to do these tedious things, so he pushed all of them to Su Jingzong to handle. In any case, Pai Lupi had ordered Su Jingzong to take care of them, so Li Wangyu was more than happy to relax. Su Jingzong did not complain at all. He patted his chest and immediately agreed, taking over these troublesome matters without hesitation. Although Su Jingzong did not have a good reputation and his character was even worse, he was still a capable official. Otherwise, he would not have become one of the 18 scholars of King Qin. Pai Lupi had arranged for him to be Li Wangyu's assistant to deal with the palace maids leaving the palace because he valued his intelligence and ability. After sending Su Jingzong away, Li Wangyu's face immediately became distressed. He really couldn't think of a way to settle the more than 1,600 homeless palace maids. In Li Wangyu's opinion, the best solution was to marry these palace maids off. Speaking of which, none of the palace maids who left the palace were ugly. All of them were beautiful young ladies. To be able to be selected from the common people to enter the palace, even if they were just palace maids, their figures and looks were definitely the best. Regardless of whether it was the Sui dynasty, Li Yuan, or Pai Lupi, none of them had the hobby of choosing ugly women to enter the palace as palace maids. Moreover, these women, even if they were just palace maids in charge of watering and cleaning, had undergone strict training from the royal family. Every frown, every smile, and every glance was poetic, graceful, and dignified. Many palace maids were also good at musical instruments and dancing. They were all first class and graceful. However, it was rare for such an outstanding woman to marry into a good family after leaving the palace. Many palace maids who left the palace were reduced to housewives of rich families. Housewives, or mistresses, had no legal status at all. They were even worse than concubines. Speaking of the origin of housewives, according to unofficial records, it was related to Pai Lupi. According to legend, Pai Lupi gave Guan Guogong Rengui 2 beautiful palace maids. As a result, Rengui's wife, out of jealousy, used scissors to twist the 2 beautiful women's hair until they were bald. When Pai Lupi found out, he was very angry. He gave Rengui's wife a cup of poisonous wine and said, "Drink it and you will die immediately." The three of them are suitable for Jizhua. If you are not jealous, you do not need to drink it. If you are jealous, drink it immediately. In the end, Rengui's wife, like Fang Xuanling's wife, would rather drink the poisonous wine than let the two beautiful women enter the house. Of course, the poisonous wine was fake. Pai Lupi had no choice but to let Rengui settle the two beauties down. Even Li Wangyu didn't know whether this unofficial history was true or not. However, in the Tang dynasty, housewives were not a good thing. The laws of the Tang dynasty strictly forbade housewives. According to the Tang assembly, housewives were forbidden. If they violated this rule, they would be banished from the 5th rank and above. From this, it could be seen that in the Tang dynasty, these palace maids didn't have many choices. The fundamental reason for this was that the palace maids were older than they were. In this regard, Li Wangyu was very resentful. Were these people of the Tang dynasty all lelicans? There were so many mature and beautiful young ladies in their 30s, but they didn't like any of them. They all insisted on marrying those young girls in their teens. They were simply perverts. Bah, a bunch of lelicans. I despise them. In fact, Li Wangyu was like a crow laughing at a pig being black. He didn't think about it. The young girl version of Angelina Jolie, in his residence was also 15 or 16 years old. If it wasn't for his beautiful superior watching over him, he would have already taken advantage of the young girl. Li Wangyu sat in the central room. While he was thinking hard, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the two Niu brothers talking in the front yard. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. He hurriedly called out, "Niu Yong, Niu Wu, come here. I have something to ask you." "What is it, Lang Jun?" the Niu brothers asked, puzzled. Li Wangyu chuckled. He looked the Niu brothers up and down for a long time. When the two of them felt a little scared, he asked, "Niu Yong, Niu Wu, the two of you are in your 30s this year, right?" Niu Wu was puzzled. "I'm 36, and my brother is 38. Hee, the two of you are single." "Oh, no, you haven't married yet, right?" Niu Yong and Niu Wu looked at each other, wondering what was wrong with their Lang Jun today. It wasn't like he didn't know that the two of them weren't married. Li Wangyu didn't wait for them to speak. He continued to ask, "Do the two of you want to get married?" These words made Niu Wu a little embarrassed. "My brothers are both disabled. How can there be a girl from a good family who is willing to marry us? Just tell me if you want to." "Yes." Niu Wu answered. Niu Yong didn't say anything, silently agreeing with his brother's answer. "Do you mind if the girl is a little older? But regardless of her figure or appearance, she is first class." Li Wangyu asked again. Niu Wu rubbed his hands. His only eye was shining. "What does that matter? Older people know how to care for men. What right do we have to dislike others? The problem is, will others like us? Which family is she from?" Seeing that Niu Wu had so many questions, Li Wangyu hurriedly waved his hand, not allowing him to continue talking. This tall and strong man was actually so gossipy when talking about marrying a wife. It seemed that he had neglected the Niu brothers before. Their hearts were cold but passionate. However, the reaction of the Niu brothers confirmed Li Wangyu's previous thoughts. These palace maids who left the palace, even if they were a little older, it wasn't that they couldn't get married. The key was to find the right person. For example, in Dingzhou village, there were many old bachelors like the Niu brothers. Originally, these old soldiers were so poor that no one was willing to marry them. But now, with the operation of the carriage business, the pockets of this group of bachelors were all bulging. To be able to marry a 30-year-old, educated, and beautiful young lady home, wouldn't this group of bachelors be overjoyed? Bah, they were lucky. Chapter 301. Li Wangyu reflected on himself and felt that he seemed to have made a mistake before. In fact, there were many palace maids who were sent out of the palace because of their old age and beauty. Not to mention the distant ones, millions of people gathered in Chang'an and the surrounding counties. Was it difficult to find more than 1,000 men who were willing to marry palace maids? Although the situation like the Niu brothers was not many, it was not rare. It was just that in the Tang dynasty, where information was blocked, most people did not have the channels to get information. It was too inefficient to rely on those matchmakers to connect the two sides. No wonder so many palace maids were homeless after leaving the palace, wandering among the people, and living a wandering life. Li Wangyu thought of the bald host in the future and the dating show. Would he be able to organize an unprecedented matchmaking event in the Great Tang and solve the problem of more than 1,000 unmarried young ladies from there? He was thinking about it when the beautiful boss came to the central room with a plate of washed fruit. Changqing, you came at the right time. I have something to discuss with you. Li Wangyu said as he reached out to grab the fruit in the plate, but the beautiful boss slapped his hand away. How old are you? Wash your hands. Hey, you are dirty. You will not get sick after eating it. The beautiful boss did not speak but just stared at him. Li Wangyu was embarrassed and ran to wash his hands with a smile. Changqing, you are really like my mother. You care about everything. After washing his hands, Li Wangyu ran back, grabbed a handful of cherries from the plate, and stuffed them into his mouth. He said vaguely while eating. Hearing his words, the beautiful boss was so angry that her cheeks puffed up, which was very cute. Li Wangyu, what do you mean? Do you think I am too old? Li Wangyu was speechless. Can you focus on something so strange? Is that what I mean? Fortunately, he wasn't stupid enough to reason with a beauty. He hurriedly defended himself. No, I meant that you are gentle, understanding, and can take care of people. At least you know how to talk. The beautiful boss raised her eyebrows, acknowledging Li Wangyu's explanation. Li Wangyu silently wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Indeed, Confucius was right. Only women and villains are difficult to deal with. He didn't dare to dwell on this issue and told his beautiful boss about the idea he had just thought of. Changqing, what do you think? I use my eyes to see. Hee, I'm just teasing you. I think this is a good idea, but the point is, how are you going to find 1,000 or 2,000 suitable blind dates? In this day and age, there are no newspaper advertisements or TV advertisements for you to advertise. The beautiful boss covered her mouth and chuckled. Li Wangyu glared at her. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're pretty. Isn't that simple? Ask Pai Lupi to announce the imperial notice. Li Wangyu stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Su Changqing rolled his eyes. Posting the imperial proclamation, to think that he could think of it. Wasn't he making a mountain out of a molehill? What's more, it would be strange if Pai Lupi was willing to announce the imperial notice to the world just to find a husband for the palace maids. Even if Su Changqing didn't study history, he knew that this kind of thing was unreliable in ancient times. Li Wangyu didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. Finding a husband for the palace maids was not his private matter. Whether or not he could smoothly find a husband for more than 1,000 palace maids was related to Pai Lupi's face as the emperor of the Tang dynasty. It was related to whether or not the Tang dynasty could build a harmonious, prosperous, strong, and prosperous society. Why wouldn't Pai Lupi announce the imperial notice? What, you don't believe me? How about we make a bet? Li Wangyu rolled his eyes and said when he saw his beautiful boss's expression of disbelief. Bet on what? Bet that I can make Pai Lupi announce the imperial notice and find a husband for the palace maids. Do you want to bet or not? His beautiful boss snorted, do you think I'm afraid of you? Let's bet. What if you can't do it? Li Wangyu looked around, then leaned close to Su Changqing's ear and said with a sneaky smile, if I lose, I'll be at your beck and call without any complaints. If I win, you'll give me. After he finished speaking, his beautiful boss's face couldn't help but turn red. She reached out and punched Li Wangyu's shoulder. Bah, ugly rogue, what are you thinking? What rogue? Hee, I'm making a very serious request, okay? Li Wangyu's face was full of smiles. I don't care. I said you're a rogue. Hee, there's no reason to lose a bet. Are you sure you're going to lose? If you can't afford to bet, then forget it, Li Wangyu said. His beautiful boss raised her swan-like slender neck. Who said I'm going to lose? Let's bet. If you can't do it within 3 days, then you lose. Do you dare to agree? Hee, come, let's make a pinky promise. Keep your word, pinky promise. You can't change your mind for 100 years. Whoever changes their mind is a dog. Li Wangyu took Su Changqing's little hand and hooked it with his little finger. He even shook it a few times like a child. This made his beautiful boss helpless. She could only make a pinky promise with him and seal it. This somewhat absurd bet was set. After making the bet with his beautiful boss, Li Wangyu was like he was injected with chicken blood. He immediately led Niu Wu to Chang'an to meet the emperor. In Taiji Palace, Pai Lupi heard Li Wangyu's words. He was so angry that his beard couldn't help but tremble a few times. He resisted the urge to take off his boots and hit him. He scolded, Zio, don't mess around. How can you use the Palace Gate manuscript to write a marriage notice? If the imperial censor finds out, he will definitely accuse you of being so impudent. The Palace Gate manuscript that Pai Lupi mentioned was the imperial bulletin that Li Wangyu had mentioned before. Actually, Li Wangyu and Su Changqing's imperial bulletin was incorrect. The imperial bulletin referred to the list of grand scholars that were announced after the imperial examinations. Because it was usually written on yellow paper, it was also called the Yellow Bulletin. The Palace Gate manuscript was used to convey news of the imperial court. After the imperial court made a copy, it was posted at the Palace Gate for people to copy. Therefore, it was called the Palace Gate manuscript. This was also the earliest way of publishing news in Huaxia. The Palace Gate manuscript later evolved into the Imperial Court Bulletin. The relay station conveyed news of the Imperial Court in Chang'an and to all parts of the country. Pai Lupi didn't know whether to laugh or cry when Li Wangyu wanted to post a marriage notice on the Palace Gate manuscript. It was as unreliable as posting a marriage notice on the People's Daily in the future. Uncle, why not? Isn't it because you love the people like your own children that you want to find a good husband for the palace maids? Who can accuse me of this? I will spit on his face. Li Wangyu persistently tried to persuade him. Now, this matter wasn't just about finding a husband for the palace maids. This was a bet between him and his beautiful superior. It was related to his personal happiness, so he couldn't help but take it seriously. Pai Lupi only felt a headache. He began to regret handing this matter over to this brat. This bastard brat. He had asked him to properly arrange for the palace maids to leave the palace, but he actually had the idea of plundering the Palace Gate manuscript. It was really absurd. He was too lazy to argue with Li Wangyu. He still had a bunch of important matters to deal with. He didn't have the time to play around with him. Pai Lupi simply said perfunctorily, "Okay, you can discuss this matter with the minister. If he nods his head, I will agree." Li Wangyu still wanted to continue to argue with Pai Lupi, but he was chased out by the impatient Pai Lupi. Chapter 302. After Li Wangyu was chased out of the Li Zheng Hall by Li Er, he grumbled helplessly and went to the imperial city outside the Taiji Palace. Fang Xianling was the left servant of Minister Fang Xianling, who worked here. However, as Pai Lupi expected, after hearing Li Wangyu's words, Fang Xianling shook her head like a rattledrum. No matter how eloquent and eloquent Li Wangyu was, he refused to nod his head in agreement. Prime Minister Fang, this is a good thing for the country and the people. Isn't it a good story to publicly select a son-in-law for the palace maids in the palace? Why don't you agree with me? For the sake of the friendship between my lord and you, can't you make an exception for such a small matter? Li Wangyu also worked hard. In order to persuade Fang Xianling, he even mentioned the dead Li Zhou. But no matter what he said, Fang Xianling refused to agree. She was really annoyed by his pestering, so she simply said, "Zio, this is a matter of great importance. I can't make a decision. Why don't you go to Prime Minister Du?" If he agrees, I have no objection. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes at Fang Xuanling's words. Why did the officials of the Tang dynasty learn to kick the ball? Was it because they were good at Kuju? Unexpectedly, they were all good at it. He didn't need to go to Du Ruhui to know that Prime Minister Du would certainly not agree. Maybe he would kick the ball to someone else. Li Wangyu raised his head and sighed. Why was it so difficult for him to do something? Wasn't it just a notice of selecting a son-in-law on the palace gate? Was it necessary? He didn't think about it. The palace gate represented the voice of the imperial court. Every time the notice was pasted on the palace gate, the imperial court officials of all provinces and counties in the country would immediately order people to copy it and send it to all provinces and counties of the Tang dynasty through the post stations. Neither Pai Lupi nor Fang Xianling thought that the matter of selecting a son-in-law for the palace maids was qualified to be written on the palace gate and let the whole Tang dynasty know. After being repeatedly rejected, Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel a little dejected. If he hadn't made that bet with his beautiful boss, he might have given up. He wouldn't have bothered to waste his energy. But when he thought about how he could win the bet, Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel a fire in his heart. His originally somewhat discouraged heart rose again. He didn't want to waste any more time looking for Du Ruhui, so he simply left the imperial city. He called for Niu Wu, who had been waiting for him outside the imperial city, and returned to Dingzhou village. How is it? That won't do, right? Hee, you should just admit defeat. Don't waste your time. You won't succeed. Seeing Li Wangyu's gloomy face, how could the beautiful boss not know that this guy must have been rebuffed? She couldn't help but laugh proudly. Just wait and see. I won't lose. Li Wangyu turned and walked to the study. Don't call me to eat. I have something to do. After saying this, Li Wangyu locked himself in the study. He had been writing and drawing. No one knew what he was busy with. The beautiful boss was too lazy to care about him. She just thought that this guy was afraid of losing face and was too embarrassed to admit defeat. Li Wangyu had been busy in the study for half the night. The next day, he got up before dawn and called Niu Wu. The two of them hurried to Chang'an City. Today, Li Wangyu specially put on his court uniform and rushed to the Vermilion Bird Gate of the imperial city. He just happened to catch up with the officials of the Chang dynasty waiting for the court. When Yu Shinan and others saw Li Wangyu come, they couldn't help but ask curiously, Zio, why did you come to the court today? After Li Wangyu was conferred the title of county founding man, he naturally had the qualifications to participate in the court. However, this guy had always been lazy. In addition, he didn't have an official position in the court. Naturally, he didn't have to go to court every day. He only had to attend the court meeting and the court meeting on New Year's Day. Li Wangyu chuckled and didn't explain. He went to stand among the hundreds of officials. Only Fang Xianling seemed to have realized something. She frowned slightly and thought, is this guy here because of yesterday's incident? However, at this time, the imperial physician had already begun to ask the officials to line up and be quiet. They were ready to go to court. Fang Xianling naturally couldn't say anything to Li Wangyu. She could only wait and see. In the main hall of Taiji Palace, the officials greeted Pai Lupi and took their seats. Pai Lupi, who was sitting high on the throne, suddenly saw that there seemed to be a strange creature mixed in with the officials. Only when he looked over did he notice that Li Wangyu had also come to attend the court session. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. He wanted to go out of the main hall and look at the sun. Did the sun rise from the west today? Was that why this tired guy came to court? This brat wouldn't want to cause any trouble, right? Pai Lupi and Fang Xianling were the same. They both looked at Li Wangyu, who was sitting in the main hall. They didn't understand what he wanted to do. However, at this time, the court meeting had already begun. Some officials stood up and began to report the state affairs. Pai Lupi didn't have time to think about Li Wangyu. During the Zhengguan period of the Tang dynasty, the court was still very pragmatic. The morning court meeting was dealing with various state affairs. In the main hall, from time to time, there would be officials arguing fiercely in front of Pai Lupi about how to deal with certain government affairs. Li Wangyu didn't say a word from beginning to end. He just listened quietly, as if he really came to attend the court meeting. When today's court meeting was finally almost finished, Pai Lupi stood up from the throne. When he was about to announce the end of the court meeting, Li Wangyu suddenly stood up and said loudly, "Your Majesty, I, Li Wangyu, have something to report." Pai Lupi and Fang Xuanling's hearts skipped a beat. They thought to themselves, "This bastard, is he going to talk about the palace gate plagiarism again?" Yesterday, they rejected this guy's proposal. He wants to mention it in front of all the officials. Isn't he afraid of being spat to death by those officials? Report. Pai Lupi couldn't stop Li Wangyu from speaking in front of all the officials. "I am now responsible for selecting palace maids to leave the palace. There are more than 1,600 palace maids who are homeless and have no one to rely on. I request your Majesty's permission to plagiarize the palace gate plagiarism to find a son-in-law for the palace maids leaving the palace, as a sign of His Majesty's great kindness." After Li Wangyu said this, the main hall was silent for a few seconds. Then, like a stone thrown into a pond, it set off ripples. What is Hu Xin saying? Finding a son-in-law for the palace maids is plagiarism? What does he think the palace gate plagiarism is? His family's toilet paper. TSK, I always thought that Hu Xian was a prudent young man. I didn't expect him to be so frivolous. Ha, Ziyu is indeed young. Writing the palace gate plagiarism for the palace maids to find a son-in-law, interesting, very interesting. Some imperial censors from aristocratic families immediately jumped out. Your Majesty, I will impeach Hu Xian for his unscrupulous actions and his attempt to use public weapons. I will also impeach Hu Xian. Pai Lupi saw the chaotic scene in the main hall and couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He glared at Li Wangyu with dissatisfaction. "This mess, go and clean it up yourself." "Hu Xian, do you have anything to say?" Pai Lupi couldn't be bothered and didn't want to help Li Wangyu explain anything. This guy was the type of person who wouldn't stop until he was taught a lesson. He had already reminded him yesterday, but he was still so stubborn. In the face of the official's criticism, Li Wangyu didn't panic at all. Instead, he smiled. Chapter 303. Li Wangyu only smiled in the face of the various criticisms in the hall. He did not retort, allowing the officials to criticize him. Some of the officials in the hall were busy adding insult to injury. Most of them were officials from aristocratic families. They were already dissatisfied with Li Wangyu, but they never had the opportunity to express their dissatisfaction. Now that they had found Li Wangyu's weakness, how could they let him go? There were also some people who were not familiar with Li Wangyu, so they just watched the show. Yu Shinan, Kang Yingda, and Yan Liben, on the other hand, looked worried. They wanted to defend Li Wangyu, but they didn't know what to say. Even in their eyes, it was indeed inappropriate to announce the selection of a palace-maid son-in-law on the palace gate. As for the generals, especially the old scoundrels like Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda, they all laughed and laughed, treating this as a show. They were all shrewd people, so they naturally knew that Pai Lupi would not punish Li Wangyu for such a small matter. They were too lazy to speak with the aristocratic officials, so they let them perform. Among the officials, Su Jingzong's expression changed several times. In the end, he gritted his teeth and stood up. Your Majesty, this subject agrees with the report of the county magistrate. Su Jingzong's words caused everyone in the hall to be slightly taken aback. For Su Jingzong to stand up and support Li Wangyu, this was not in line with his personality. There were many people who despised Su Jingzong's conduct. In the past, Su Jingzong's rank among the 18 scholars was the lowest, and he was in charge of the imperial clan temple. The main reason was not that Su Jingzong had no talent, but that Pai Lupi was dissatisfied with his character and was unwilling to put him in an important position. After all, when Su Jingzong's father, Su Shanxin, was killed by Yuan Huaji, Su Jingzong, in order to survive, had danced around to express his joy. In the eyes of Pai Lupi and the others, this kind of behavior was truly unworthy of an important position. Thus, in history, Su Jingzong was only given the title of Gaoyang County Assistant Minister of the Yellow Door in the 17th year of Zhenguan era because he participated in the writing of the true records of Wusheng and true records of Zhenguan era. Did such a slippery person take the wrong medicine today? Unexpectedly, in the face of everyone's opposition, he stood out and echoed Li Wangyu's tune. Li Wangyu was also confused by Su Jingzong's words, but he still nodded to Su Jingzong to express his gratitude. The reason why Su Jingzong stood up to support Li Wangyu was because he wanted to take a gamble. Su Jingzong didn't care at all whether these palace maids who had been sent out of the palace could marry or not. However, since Pai Lupi had ordered him to assist Li Wangyu, he wanted to bet on how much Pai Lupi valued Li Wangyu. In any case, even if Li Wangyu's tune was refuted by Pai Lupi, or even if Li Wangyu was punished because of it, it didn't have much to do with him. However, if Pai Lupi really valued Li Wangyu, his actions of helping him in his hour of need would leave a good enough impression in Pai Lupi's heart. In Su Jingzong's view, Li Wangyu was now the crown prince's imperial tutor, and his future was limitless. He naturally had to hold on to such a promising thigh tightly. Su Jingzong also felt that Li Wangyu's tune was a bit ridiculous. Using the palace gate to find a husband for the palace maids was something that this young man could think of. But so what? He didn't believe that Pai Lupi would heavily punish Li Wangyu because of this. At most, he would just reprimand him. How could Li Wangyu guess that Su Jingzong had so many twists and turns in his heart? Even if he guessed, he wouldn't care. In the Great Hall, the voices opposing Li Wangyu's impeachment quieted down a bit. Pai Lupi lightly coughed and prepared to reprimand Li Wangyu a bit and then let this matter pass. Just as Su Jingzong had guessed, Pai Lupi naturally wouldn't punish Li Wangyu because of his tune. However, without waiting for Pai Lupi to speak, Li Wangyu suddenly spoke in a clear voice. Your Majesty, I have recently composed a few poems. Would your Majesty be willing to hear them? Compose poems? What kind of poem was he composing at this time? Pai Lupi and the officials didn't understand, but Pai Lupi still waved his hand. Read them. Yes, Your Majesty. This poem is called Palace Ci. Li Wangyu paced a few steps and walked to the front of the imperial steps. He opened his mouth to recite, 3,000 miles from my homeland, 20 years in the palace. He Manzi, my tears fall in front of you. Li Wangyu was reciting a Tang Dynasty palace grievance poem. It meant that I was far away from my homeland and had been confined in the palace for 20 years. When I heard He Manzi, I couldn't help but cry. In the Tang and Song dynasties, palace grievance poems were at their peak. Bai Zhiyi, Li Bai, Du Fu, Lu Yu, these big shots, all wrote many palace grievance poems. These palace grievance poems used all kinds of euphemistic verses to express the palace maid's grief and melancholy in the palace. Li Wangyu planned to use these palace grievance poems to cry out injustice for the palace maids, hoping to arouse the sympathy of the court. As expected, after he finished reciting Palace Ci, no one spoke in the Great Hall. Pai Lupi's face was a bit ugly. F*ck, this brat, what do you mean by reciting a poem? Don't all palace maids serve me, Pai Lupi? Isn't the grievance in this poem all directed at me, Pai Lupi? Li Wangyu didn't look at his face and continued, Your Majesty, I have another palace. In the ancient palace, the palace flowers are lonely and red. White-haired palace maids sit idly and talk about Emperor Yang. The last line of this poem was originally about sitting idly and talking about Xuanzong, which was Pai Lupi himself. Fortunately, Li Wangyu didn't make a mistake and changed it to Emperor Yang, which was Emperor Yang of the Sui dynasty, Yang Guang. This poem made Pai Lupi's face slightly better. Yes, it was about the palace maids of the former Sui dynasty. However, after he carefully thought about it, he gnashed his teeth in hatred. Wasn't this palace maid of the former Sui dynasty also in Pai Lupi's palace? Li Wangyu, you little bastard, you're indirectly cursing the locust. Your Majesty, I have another Palace Ci. When the silent flowers are closed, the beauties stand side by side in Xiongxian. Speaking of palace matters with passion and desire, the parrot doesn't dare to speak before. Fine, it was another palace maid's grievance poem. In the Great Hall, the officials didn't want to speak. What Li Wangyu meant, even a blind person could see, not to mention that none of the officials were fools. The poems were all good, and the mood was also quite poignant. However, was it really okay for you to recite these palace grievances poems in front of Pai Lupi? It was simply pointing at a monk and cursing a bald donkey. Pai Lupi's face alternated between green and red. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in the Great Hall, he would have already dragged Li Wangyu over and fiercely spanked his butt. Wasn't it because we didn't allow you to use the palace gates to search for a husband for a palace maid yesterday? Was there a need for you to write so many palace grievances poems? Pai Lupi was now somewhat regretful. If he had known earlier that this brat was so difficult to deal with, he would have just agreed yesterday. Why would he have been put on the spot by this brat now? Su Jingzong was also dumbstruck by Li Wangyu's palace grievances poems. This battle strength was simply too shocking. In order to help a palace maid find a husband, this county man was really going all out. So many amazing poems, and he was reciting them as if they didn't cost money. It was truly unbelievable. Looking at the speechless officials in the Great Hall, Su Jingzong couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 304. After Li Wangyu recited a few poems of palace grievances, no one in the hall dared to object to his previous performance. At this time, who could say anything? To say that the palace gate plagiarism was related to the dignity of the imperial court? To say that he couldn't write about a small matter like finding a son-in-law? The palace maids were already so pitiful. Now that they were finally released from the palace, what was wrong with using the palace gate plagiarism to find a son-in-law for them? To object to this kind of thing, did he have any sympathy? Even those who didn't agree in their hearts didn't say anything at this time. They weren't stupid. If they went along with Li Wangyu's recitation of the palace gate plagiarism, they would probably be scolded to death when this matter spread. Pai Lupi's face was ashen. He glared at Li Wangyu, thinking about how to deal with this bastard. Your Majesty, I have another poem here, White-Haired Man in Shangyang. People of Shangyang, the beauty is old and the hair is new. The green-clothed supervisor guards the palace gate. How many springs are there in Shangyang? Emperor Gaozu was selected at the end of the year. When he entered, he was 16, now he is 60. At the same time, he selected hundreds of people, scattered in old age and crippled. Remembering the sorrow of parting with relatives, I helped them into the carriage and did not let them cry. Li Wangyu had only recited a few lines of Bai Zhiyi's White-Haired Man in Shangyang when he heard Pai Lupi's cold voice on the imperial steps say, "That's enough. I approve the performance of the Huxian man. Court is dismissed." After Pai Lupi finished speaking, he didn't wait for the officials in the hall to say anything. He turned and left, not even sitting on the imperial palanquin. He, Pai Lupi, you finally couldn't take it anymore. I thought you were thick-skinned. Li Wangyu had locked himself in his study for so long yesterday, but he had come up with more than 10 poems. He had only thrown out 3 or 4 before Pai Lupi surrendered. Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. He couldn't help but make a V sign in his sleeve. His hard work was not in vain. He finally won the bet with his beautiful boss. However, seeing Pai Lupi leave in a fit of anger, Li Wangyu decided not to come to Chang'an City for the time being, lest Pai Lupi retaliate. However, Li Wangyu had clearly underestimated Pai Lupi's vengeful heart. Before he could follow the crowd out of the main hall, an eunuch from the palace rushed over. "Hu Xiannan, His Majesty invites you in." I'm not feeling well in my stomach. I'm afraid it's not a good time to meet the emperor. How about we do it another day?" Li Wangyu was a little dumbfounded. If Pai Lupi summoned him at this time, it was obvious that nothing good would come out of it. He didn't want to give Pai Lupi a chance to vent his anger, so he wanted to find an excuse to leave. However, the eunuch ignored his words and made a gesture of invitation. There's still soup simmering on the stove in my residence. No, I have to go back quickly. Li Wangyu said as he tried to blend into the crowd. However, he was blocked by the eunuch. The eunuch didn't say anything and just looked at him. Let's see what other excuses you can come up with. Li Wangyu was helpless. F*ck, he was so focused on showing off just now that he didn't expect Pai Lupi to be so shameless. He had just finished the morning court and had already sent people to block him. He really wasn't willing to take any losses. He cursed in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. He could only follow the eunuch slowly to the legislative hall. As soon as Li Wangyu entered the legislative hall, he saw a big foot coming towards him before he could even bow to Pai Lupi. Li Wangyu was shocked and turned around to run. But with his small body, how could he outrun Li Er, who was the emperor on horseback? He was kicked in the butt by a foot, and the pain made him howl out loud. Pai Lupi was still angry and kicked Li Wangyu's but a few more times, causing Li Wangyu to wail like a ghost and howl like a wolf. This Pai Lupi is not human. He was too ruthless. Li Wangyu wondered if his butt was swollen. Didn't he just recite a few poems? Was there a need to be so ruthless? After taking a few more kicks, Li Wangyu didn't run anymore. He just lay on the ground and pretended to be dead. In any case, he couldn't outrun the beast Pai Lupi. He surrendered and admitted defeat. You Pai Lupi, the emperor of a generation, how could you abuse a captive? Pai Lupi kicked Li Wangyu a few more times to vent his anger. Alright, why are you lying there pretending to be dead? Zhen's kicks aren't enough to kill you. Pai Lupi angrily scolded. Li Wangyu crawled up from the ground with an embarrassed smile. He opened his mouth and began to flatter. Hee, uncle, you are truly wise and powerful. Your martial arts are matchless, your luck is as good as the heavens, your longevity is as good as the heavens, you will last for thousands of generations and unify Jianghu. What nonsense are you talking about? If you dare to cause trouble like this again, Zhen will order people to tie you up and flog you. Pai Lupi didn't know whether to laugh or cry at his words. The resentment in his heart also dissipated. Yes, I won't do it again. Li Wangyu quickly replied. A wise man knows when to retreat. Pai Lupi glared at him and then turned around to sit in front of the table. Speak, how do you plan on finding a husband for the palace maids? This little nephew plans on asking uncle to borrow Crooked River Pond and hold a large-scale blind date event. Through the palace gates, we will invite the men who are willing to marry the palace maids to Crooked River Pond to meet all the palace maids directly. This blind date event will be called, If You Are the One, Do Not Disturb. Blind date? Pai Lupi frowned again. Since ancient times, the words of the matchmaker and the orders of the parents were important. Blind dates were also arranged by the matchmaker or the matchmaker, and the parents worried about them. Before the man and woman went through the wedding ceremony, it was very difficult for them to see each other. Li Wangyu wanted more than 1,000 palace maids to meet the men who wanted to marry the palace maids directly. This seemed to go against common sense. But on second thought, these palace maids didn't have any relatives in this world anyway. Since that was the case, she might as well let Li Wangyu do as he pleased. Otherwise, he might come back and write a few more palace resentment poems for her. Who could stand that? Thus, with Pai Lupi's silent consent, this matter was settled. On the same day, a new copy of the palace gates was posted outside the palace gates. All the court ambassadors in Cheng and city sent people to copy it, but what they copied made everyone think that their eyes were playing tricks on them. After 10 days, in Crooked River Pond, more than 1,000 palace maids would be choosing their husbands. They even invited the men who wanted to marry the palace maids to personally go to Crooked River Pond and meet the palace maids to drink and talk about life. If you are not sincere, do not disturb. What the hell is this? After these court ambassadors finished reading the copy of the palace gates, they were all confused. Some of them couldn't believe the content copied by the servants and personally went to the palace gates to confirm it. In all the squares of Cheng and city, there were also voices of discussion about this matter. Everyone, did you see the copy of the palace gates today? TSK, this is really unheard of. Brother, are you talking about the Crooked River Pond and the palace maids' husbands? Yes, that's right. Brother, you are still unmarried, right? Do you plan to go to Crooked River Pond? Hee, of course I will go. I heard that those palace maids are extraordinary and have the demeanor of a noble family. They are much better than the common girls. Naturally, I want to ask for a marriage. Brother, your wife has passed away for many years. Don't you plan to remarry? Hee, I have the same intention. Why don't we go together? Ha, that's right. Let's go together. Chapter 305. Not only was the imperial palace selecting a husband for a palace maid who had left the palace, but it was also the first time that a man and a woman were allowed to meet each other at Sujiang Pool. As time went by, this matter caused a lot of heated discussion in Chang'an and Guanzhong Road. Many old pedants and defenders muttered that it was immoral and should be avoided between men and women. However, the people were all applauding this matter. As Li Wangyu had predicted, there were many people in the Tang dynasty who were interested in marrying palace maids. Even when the news was spread through the courier stations, people in the provinces and counties far away in Yinzhou immediately rode to Chang'an to catch up with the unprecedented Sujiang Pool blind date. Pai Lupi, through the 100 Horsemen department, unexpectedly found that he had received unexpected praise from the people because of this matter. Whether it was in the streets or in the villages, they praised Pai Lupi for his benevolence and love for the people. Even the palace maids who had left the palace were not left to fend for themselves. He deserved the praise of a benevolent emperor. This surprised Pai Lupi. He was forced to agree to this matter because of Li Wangyu's nonsense. He did not expect that it would have such an effect. What surprised Pai Lupi even more was that his harem had also changed greatly because of this matter. The palace maids in the Tang dynasty were mainly composed of two groups. One was selected from the people, and the other was the women of the criminal officials who were thrown into the Yeting palace to work. Whether it was the palace maids selected from the people or the women of the criminal officials, they did not see any hope of leaving the palace. Thus, they appeared to be lethargic. Even if these palace maids could leave the palace, they might not have a good ending. But this time, Pai Lupi not only released the palace maids, but also selected a husband for them at the imperial palace. This kind of benevolence made the other palace maids see hope. Even if the chances of them being released were slim, it was always good to have hope. Thus, in the originally lethargic Yeting palace, there was now the bell-like laughter of the palace maids. Even the atmosphere in the Taiji palace seemed to have become more lively. As for Pai Lupi's concubines, they treated Pai Lupi more and more gently. In particular, Empress Zhangsun and concubine Yang were extremely gentle to Pai Lupi. Yang Fei and the others even shyly unlocked many novel positions for Pai Lupi, making Pai Lupi, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, unable to stand it. For the past few days, Pai Lupi had been indulging in the warmth and tenderness of the harem. He almost didn't want to get out of bed and go to court. The reason why the concubines of the inner palace treated Pai Lupi like this was because of the palace gate scroll. How could these Pai Lupi's women not feel proud that their man was so protective of women, to the point that he didn't even hesitate to publicly select a son-in-law for them at the palace gate? Although there was no such thing as women's rights in this era, it didn't mean that these women didn't want their husbands to protect women's rights. Putting aside the huge impact that the palace gate scroll had on Chang'an and Guanzhong Road, Li Wangyu was full of pride as he returned to the Li family's old residence in Dingzhou village. Although he was still limping a little after climbing down from the horse and his but was still hurting from Pai Lupi's sneak kick, he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Li Wangyu was full of anticipation at the thought of how his beautiful boss would react when she found out that he had lost the bet. Changqing, I won. You must accept your loss and don't go back on your word. Li Wangyu couldn't wait to declare his victory as soon as he stepped through the gate. Su Changqing obviously knew what this guy was thinking, but he pretended not to hear him and turned to chat with Aphrodite. Aphrodite, do you know Chang'an East City's Maji Silk Company? I saw that they had a new design yesterday. Why don't we go shopping tomorrow? Seeing that his beautiful boss was ignoring him, Li Wangyu panicked. Hey, did you hear me? I won. Why does it seem like there's a mosquito? It's so annoying when the weather gets hot. Even mosquitoes and flies are coming out. The beautiful boss waved her hand as if Li Wangyu's words were just the buzzing of mosquitoes. Li Wangyu was so angry that he almost choked. What was the meaning of this? Was she not going to accept her loss? She was even treating him like a mosquito and a fly. How abominable. Hey, shameless people should be careful that you don't have chicks. Oh, wrong, you don't have any in the first place. Be careful that shameless people don't have breasts. Li Wangyu put his face in front of his beautiful boss's eyes and glared at her fiercely. Su Changqing pushed the big face in front of him away in disdain. Stay away from me or I'll scream molestation. Go ahead and scream. It's useless even if you break your throat. Come on, you must accept your loss. Break my throat. Li Wangyu couldn't help but shudder at the rare cold humor of his beautiful boss. Well, isn't it just a loss? You wait. I'll definitely honor the bet tonight. Su Changqing suddenly glanced at Li Wangyu with her charming eyes. Li Wangyu almost didn't know what to believe when he saw those beautiful watery eyes. Are you sure? You're not lying to me, are you? Li Wangyu couldn't believe that such a good thing could really happen. The beautiful boss pushed him away with a smile. Really, I'm definitely not lying to you. Are you sure? I'm sure. It's daytime now. I'm embarrassed. Good boy, I'll go to your room when it's dark. Su Changqing, who was full of mature womanhood, also knew how to act coquettishly. Her coquettish words made Li Wangyu's bones almost melt. He only knew how to nod stupidly. Li Wangyu's restless heart was teased by the words of the beautiful boss. He couldn't control himself and grinned stupidly all day long. In the evening, after eating dinner early, Li Wangyu gave the beautiful boss a, you-know-it, look. Then, he ran back to his room full of expectation and waited. Every time he heard someone passing by outside the room, Li Wangyu's heart couldn't help but beat faster. At this time, he was restless in his room, as if a cat was scratching his heart. He made a bet with Su Changqing. The bet he proposed was that if Su Changqing lost, she would have to belly dance for him. Moreover, she would have to wear the leopard print underwear she wore when she first crossed over to the Tang dynasty. The reason why he proposed this bet was that Li Wangyu had accidentally learned in the future that the beautiful boss actually learned belly dance. Belly dance originally originated in the Arabian region. Later, it spread to Europe and America and became popular all over the world. In the future, many women would practice belly dance to keep fit, lose weight, and reduce pressure. Along with the fast rhythm of the music, they would sway their buttocks and abdomens. The dance was beautiful, the fancy movements of the crotch and the sexy and charming posture made belly dance full of temptation. This made Li Wangyu fantasize from time to time. What would a goddess like the beautiful boss look like when she belly dances? Therefore, when the beautiful boss wanted to make a bet with him, he immediately thought of this matter and proposed this bet. Just as Li Wangyu was looking forward to it, his room door was finally pushed open with a creak. A graceful figure flashed into his room. Chapter 306. For the next few days, Li Wangyu looked at his beautiful boss with a kind of resentment in his eyes. There was no other reason, he was being teased by his beautiful boss again. He racked his brains to win the bet with his beautiful boss, and even paid a painful price for it. He was kicked in the butt by Pai Lupi. As a result, that night, Li Wangyu looked forward to it, and his beautiful boss didn't break the promise, and really went to his room. Su Changqing was barefoot, wearing a low-waisted long skirt, revealing her sexy waist, and a thin veil covering her upper body, faintly revealing her leopard print underwear. Just looking at her appearance, Li Wangyu began to feel his nostrils itch. Ever since Su Changqing's phone was charged, he heard music coming from his beautiful boss's closed door many times, and saw dancing figures reflected on the window paper. He knew that his beautiful boss must have practiced dancing when she was alone. Regarding this, He envied for a long time, wanting to see his goddess dance, but unfortunately, he never had the chance. Today, by making a bet with his beautiful boss, he could finally get what he wanted. Li Wangyou's inwardly passionate heart was about to burst out. He saw his beautiful boss give him a coquettish look, take out her phone, and click on the play button. Accompanied by the Arabian-style music, the beautiful boss began to twist her waist, but before Li Wangyou could open his eyes wide, he saw his beautiful boss suddenly stop, turn off the music, and open the door, ready to leave. Hey, Changqing, what do you mean by this? Li Wangyou said anxiously. The beautiful boss had a proud expression, and raised her eyebrows at Li Wangyou. I finished the bet, I didn't cheat. What do you mean finished? You just started. That's right. Think about what our bet is. Li Wangyou replied woodenly, wearing leopard print underwear, belly dancing for me. Little idiot, we didn't say how long we were going to dance, right? I danced just now, you saw it, right? So, now the bet is finished, bye-bye, go to sleep, have a good dream, and don't think too much. Su Changqing gently shook her finger, and seductively bit her lower lip, and ran back to her room with a chuckle. What? That's okay. Li Wangyou was almost made to cry by his beautiful boss's words. Sure enough, women are all liars. That night, Li Wangyou lay in bed, tossing and turning, and didn't sleep. The next day, with a pair of dark circles, he bitterly stared at Su Changqing. Su Changqing didn't pay any attention to this guy whose brain was filled with sperm. He just pretended not to see that pair of eyes filled with, liar, liar, liar. After being teased by his beautiful boss, Li Wangyou had no choice but to devote himself to the preparations for the blind date convention. Time passed in the blink of an eye. 10 days later, Li Wangyou and Su Jingzong carefully prepared the Do Not Disturb the Tang Dynasty's Chu Jiangqi blind date. After working with Su Jingzong for a few days, Li Wangyou had to admit that the guy who ranked first in the New Tang Dynasty, Legend of the Treacherous Official, was indeed a capable person. Su Jingzong did all the work for the blind date alone. It was no wonder that he could force Zhang Sun Wuji, Chu Suiliang, and the others to be exiled to Lingnan and die in a foreign land. Early in the morning, Li Wangyou rode into Chang'an City and went straight to Taiji Palace. Yesterday, Li Er had sent an internal eunuch to pass on a message. He was also going out in plain clothes to go with Li Wangyou to watch the matchmaking convention. He wanted Li Wangyou to meet up with him at Taiji Palace today. Zio, I'm dressed well, right? I'm going to have a blind date with those palace maids today. You're not allowed to reveal my identity, do you hear me? In the Hall of Political Affairs, Li Wangyou looked at Pai Lupi, who was dressed like a scholar, and felt a toothache. Is this guy really going to have a blind date with the palace maids? Although these palace maids were all from Taiji Palace, there were only a few who had seen Pai Lupi. It would be a comedy if one of the palace maids was blind and took a fancy to Pai Lupi. However, since Pai Lupi had such a bad taste, Li Wangyou was too lazy to say anything. He just nodded silently. The two of them were escorted by the palace guards, who had also changed into casual clothes, and went straight to Chu Jiangqi. Walking on the road, Li Wangyou felt that the Tang craftsmen were really amazing. This kind of road actually existed in the Tang Dynasty 1,300 years ago. No one in the future would believe it. The so-called road was the elevated road in the future. Because it was high in the air like a pavilion, it was also called the Pavilion Road. In fact, the Pavilion Road had already appeared in the spring and autumn period. In Qin Shi Huang's Afang Palace, there was a pavilion road that was 500 steps long. The imperial palace of the Han Dynasty also had a pavilion road. In a later Han Dynasty book, there was a description of the killing of General He Jin. Because the Empress Dowager, the Emperor, and Prince Chen Lu robbed the officials of the province, they went from the Pavilion Road to the North Palace. In the Tang Dynasty's Chang'an City, there was a pavilion road from Taiji Palace in the north of the city to Chu Jiangqi in the southernmost part of Chang'an City. This pavilion road was not for ordinary people to use. Only the officials could use it. If Pai Lupi, Empress Zhangsun, and the others wanted to leave the palace and go to Chujiangqi, they would use this pavilion road. They did not need to travel with ceremonial guards to disturb the people. It was also relatively safe and did not need to worry about the threat of assassins. The pavilion road in Chang'an City was completely enclosed. Walking on it was like walking in a pavilion. There were small windows on both sides of the pavilion road for ventilation and light. At the same time, people could enjoy the scenery outside. However, the pedestrians below could not see the situation on the pavilion road. It was Li Wangyou's first time walking on this pavilion road. He felt that it was very novel. At the same time, he was amazed by the skills of the ancient craftsmen. The high wooden plank corridor not only allowed horses to ride, but also allowed carriages to pass. It was really amazing. They walked along the pavilion road and soon arrived at Chujiangqi. The pavilion road was built in a royal courtyard in Chujiangqi. It was guarded by the palace guards. Li Wangyou led Pai Lupi and the others down from the horses and walked to the place where the blind date was held. When they arrived at the entrance of the blind date, they saw a group of people in front of the entrance. They did not know why, but they were noisy. Someone in the crowd shouted, "We are here to go on a blind date with the palace maids." "Why do you charge us?" "That's right. Why do you have to charge us a copper coin to enter?" "Outrageous. This is ridiculous. Why do you have to charge us for the blind date? Who set this rule? Do you only allow rich people to enter? Are you going on a blind date or selling women? Have you gone crazy for money? We are poor scholars. We also admire these palace maids. Why don't you let us in?" Pai Lupi was also stunned by these people's noisy words. He turned his head to look at Li Wangyou. "Zio, you actually charge money for this blind date?" Li Wangyou nodded matter-of-factly. "Uncle, of course. I came up with this idea." Chapter 307. Pai Lupi looked at Li Wangyou thoughtfully, waiting for his explanation. Li Wangyou shrugged and replied, "I don't think these palace maids want to marry a stingy person, right? It's better not to know someone who doesn't even want to pay a copper coin." He paused and continued, "Since Uncle asked me to properly settle these palace maids, I hope they can have a good home. How can someone who can't even pay a copper coin let them live a good life after leaving the palace?" Pai Lupi pondered for a moment and asked, "But you can't deny that some poor scholars may not have any family property now, but they may be able to pass the imperial examination in spring. In the future, they may be carps that can jump over the dragon gate. Zio, why don't you give them a way out? Let these scholars enter." Li Wangyou disdainfully curled his lips. What can these poor scholars do other than study? They can't lift their shoulders and can't lift their hands. If we let the palace maids marry them, are we going to serve them? Besides, if they are really capable, even if they help people copy articles, they should be able to pay a copper coin, right? What he said was actually the truth. The literacy rate in the Tang dynasty was low, so it was not difficult for these scholars to find a way to make money. Even if they helped people copy books, they could earn a lot of copper coins. If they were so poor that they couldn't even pay a copper coin to marry a wife, other than laziness, Li Wangyou couldn't think of any other explanation. For this kind of people, it was better to stay as far away as possible. I set the entrance fee of a copper coin to keep those good-for-nothings outside the door, so that these people can't deceive the palace maids with their flowery words. After listening to Li Wangyou's explanation, Pai Lupi thought for a moment, nodded slightly and didn't say anything more. In fact, there was another reason why Li Wangyou collected the entrance fee. It was because there were too many people who signed up. In the past few days, the number of people who went to Wanyan County and Chang'an County to register and participate in the Chujiangqi Blind Date Convention was beyond Li Wangyou's expectations. He had thought that he would be able to attract a lot of men, but he did not expect that there would be so many. There were already more than 5,000 people registered in the county government, but there were only about 1,600 palace maids who needed to leave the palace. Among these palace maids, there were some who did not want to marry or were older. There were only about 1,000 of them who were willing to be betrothed. After Li Wangyu and Su Jingzong learned of the number of people who signed up, they couldn't believe it. It was beyond their expectations that 5 men would fight over a palace maid. Thus, the two of them came up with an admission system. They would have to pay a fixed amount of copper coins as an admission fee. Through this, they would be able to filter out those who were purely there to join in the fun. The group of people bypassed the noisy crowd gathered at the entrance and went straight inside. In order to ensure the safety of the blind date, Li Wangyu and Su Jingzong had borrowed many bailiffs from Chang'an County and Wanyan County to maintain order. Especially when they learned that Pai Lupi was also participating, the great generals of the Jin Wu Guards had almost sent an army to surround the entire Tsujiang Pond. Therefore, Li Wangyu was not worried at all that these people who were not even willing to pay a fixed amount of copper coins could cause any trouble. On the spacious lawn beside Tsujiang Pond, it was already quite lively. The men who wanted to marry palace maids had already been waiting there for a long time. However, there were many decorations at the scene that no one had seen before. For a moment, they did not know what to do. They just gathered around the lawn and whispered to each other. Pai Lupi looked at Li Wangyu's decorations and could not help but be curious. Zio, there are many tables over there. There are all kinds of food and wine on them. What is the meaning of this? What are the tall round tables on the lawn for? They are so tall. How can people use them? Li Wangyu chuckled and said, Uncle, this is called a buffet party. You can take the food and wine on the tables. As for those tall round tables, they are not for sitting. Instead, they are for people to stand and chat. The matchmaking venue that this fellow ordered people to decorate had the appearance of a cocktail party in the modern world. The long tables were filled with wine and all kinds of food. The only thing missing was a champagne tower. As for the tall round tables scattered on the lawn, they were naturally for people to rest and chat. The round tables were only for people to place their plates and wine glasses. Pai Lupi found this new and interesting. He took the lead and walked toward the long table where the food was placed. There was no need for Li Wangyu to introduce him. He quickly took a set of tableware from the clean bowls and plates that were placed at the side and started to eat. The leader of the Imperial Guards at the side wanted to dissuade Pai Lupi. How could he allow Pai Lupi to casually eat food that was not in the palace? However, Pai Lupi did not care so much. He glared at the leader of the Imperial Guards and forced him to retreat to the side. He did not dare to say anything else. Li Wangyu also took some food and walked with Pai Lupi to a tall round table. They placed the food on top of it and chatted as they ate. The crowd that had been watching immediately understood after seeing Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu's demonstration. Some of the bolder ones immediately followed suit and tried to get food and drinks. Soon, the men who came to ask for her hand in marriage followed suit. The empty lawn quickly became lively. Pai Lupi drank a mouthful of wine and patted Li Wangyu's shoulder. He said with a smile, Zio, it seems that the copper coins that you received were all used here, right? Uncle is wise. Hee, actually, the copper coins were all used on themselves. I did not embezzle a single copper coin. Pai Lupi thought about the crowd that was making a ruckus outside the door and then looked at the self-service wine party. He felt that his nephew was indeed brilliant. Moreover, he quickly saw the benefits of the self-service wine party. First of all, the guests could freely choose the food that they liked. It was very casual. Secondly, there were nearly 1,000 tall round tables scattered all over the lawn, allowing the guests to chat on their own. The atmosphere was very lively and unrestrained. Compared to the banquet he held in the palace, where each person had a table and everyone ate the same food, it seemed that Li Wangyu's style was more relaxed and pleasant. Li Wangyu was also very satisfied with the self-service wine party that he created. Although he had only seen it on TV in his previous life and had never participated in a real cocktail party, his beautiful boss was very knowledgeable. Whether it was when he was studying in the United States or when he was working in the company, his beautiful boss had often participated in such cocktail parties. Naturally, she was very familiar with the process. Based on the principle that his beautiful boss's was his, Li Wangyu was very shameless. He took the cocktail party process that his beautiful boss had written down for him and gave it to Su Jingzong to manage. Looking at the endless stream of food and wine that was constantly delivered, Li Wangyu sighed again. This guy who was ranked first on the list of treacherous officials really had some skills. Preparing a self-service wine party for a few thousand people, and there was no precedent to follow, but Su Jingzong made it look like it was a real thing. It was very rare. Just as he was sighing, someone suddenly patted his shoulder heavily. Wahahaha, Zio, your brothers are here. Damn, why did this group of foppish people come? Li Wangyu's face darkened. Chapter 308. Li Wangyu couldn't understand why these debauches would want to join in on the fun when he was clearly organizing a matchmaking event. He knew that these debauches weren't good people. Although these debauches had yet to marry, they had many concubines at home. Even so, these debauches' favorite places to hang out were still Peace Square and the Hu restaurants in Shi City. Li Wangyu could only express incomparable disdain and deep envy towards this group of drunkards who lived in a drunken stupor. Ching Chumo and the others were just about to speak when they turned their heads and noticed Pai Lupi. They were so scared that they quickly stood properly and bowed to Pai Lupi. Greetings, Your Majesty. Forget it. Today is a matchmaking event and I'm also traveling incognito. You brats don't need to put on an act. Just call me Li Gong. Pai Lupi was in a good mood today and waved his hand without a care. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. What are you guys doing here today? Don't tell me that you're also here for a matchmaking event? Hee, Zio, you're wrong. As the saying goes, a fair and graceful woman is a gentleman's good mate. My brothers haven't married yet, so why can't we come for a matchmaking event? Fang Yai laughed mischievously. Li Wangyu was speechless. What kind of status did these debauches have? In the future, if they weren't going to marry a princess, they would marry a daughter of a noble family. How could they be interested in a palace maid? Moreover, these palace maids were much older than these debauches. Even if they were to take in concubines, they probably wouldn't be willing. Clearly, these damned debauches were treating the matchmaking event that he had painstakingly organized as a fun event. They were purely here for fun. However, after thinking about it carefully, Li Wangyu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. This group of debauches, because many of them married Li Er's daughter, in the end, their fates were really not good. Not to mention Fang Juanfang's widow, Li Wangyu looked at this cuckold of the Tang dynasty with pity when he thought about how this guy's future wife was Princess Gao Yang. Not only had he been cuckolded, but Princess Gao Yang had also plotted a rebellion. In the end, both of them had been sentenced to death. Chai Lingguo married Princess Bailing, who was also a foolish woman. She plotted a rebellion with Gao Yang and was killed. Du He had married Princess Qingyang. In the end, because she had been implicated in Li Qingxian's rebellion, she had been killed. His brother, Du Go, was also implicated and was exiled to Lingnan. Wei Shuyu almost married the princess of the new city, but the engagement was later cancelled. Qing Chuliang married Princess Qinghe in the future. Speaking of which, Pai Lupi was really good at giving birth. He had a lot of women in his harem and had a lot of children. Pai Lupi also liked to marry princesses to the sons and grandsons of nobles in order to win people's hearts. However, in Li Wangyu's opinion, it was better not to marry Pai Lupi's daughters. None of them were easy to deal with. While he was lost in thought, wondering if he should warn the other rich kids in the future. Just as his thoughts were running wild, he was patted heavily on the shoulder again. Zio, why are you in a daze? Fang Yai shouted, why haven't the palace maids come out yet? His tone was very similar to the way people urged the old madam in the brothel of Peace Lane. Li Wangyu was so angry that he gave him the middle finger. It's useless for you to call me brother. Hurry up and tell me, when are the palace maids coming out? Fang Yai still remembered the words Li Wangyu used to trick them. Giving the middle finger meant calling him brother. He had no idea that he was being scolded by Li Wangyu again. Li Wangyu was speechless. It's not like you're going on a blind date. Why are you in such a hurry? It's not time yet. Oh right, how did you guys get in? Did you pay? Pay? Pay what? We entered Crooked River Pond. Who dares to ask us for money? Ching Chumo replied casually. Li Wangyu was exasperated. He knew that these bastards would definitely come in without paying. They would eat and drink for free, and they would even look at the girls. Oh, no, the maids for free. How could they be so heartless? Pai Lupi was too lazy to pay attention to the quarrel between the younger generation. He noticed that there were a few new dishes on the table and couldn't help but ask curiously. Zio, you're really extravagant. There's actually ice cubes under the fish slices. Which ice cellar did you get this from? This must have cost a lot, right? I see that you only charge 1 copper coin. I'm afraid it's not enough to cover the cost. The fish slices that Pai Lupi was talking about were sashimi, or sashimi, which was often called sashimi in the future. In the future, when eating sashimi, the bottom of the plate was usually covered with ice cubes. This was to maintain the freshness of the ingredients and to maximize the taste of the sashimi. Although the Tangs loved to eat fish slices, in an era without refrigerators, it was very extravagant to put ice cubes under the plate. Pai Lupi naturally didn't know that Li Wangyu could use saltpeter to make ice. He thought that he had bought the ice cubes from a rich family's ice cellar. That was why he asked. Li Wangyu chuckled. Hee, uncle, these ice cubes weren't bought. I made them. Made them? It's already summer. How can you make ice cubes? Pai Lupi asked doubtfully. Hee, it's a secret. Li Wangyu didn't want to reveal his business secret. He still wanted to make a fortune from this summer's ice-making technique. Although the Li family didn't lack money now, no matter how small a mosquito's leg was, it was still meat, right? He couldn't let Pai Lupi know the secret of his ice-making technique for no reason. Pai Lupi glared at him in annoyance and didn't bother to continue asking. In his eyes, this was just a small trick. He reached out with his chopsticks and picked up a piece of iced fish slices. He dipped it in the sauce and put it into his mouth. The iced fish slices were even more delicious in his mouth. Pai Lupi couldn't help but exclaim, good. It's very popular. The ice melts in your mouth. It's sweet. Zio, you've really used your little cleverness on these unorthodox methods. Li Wangyu was speechless. Couldn't he speak properly? If the food was delicious, then say it was delicious. Why did he have to say that it was unorthodox? It really made him want to flip the table. However, Li Wangyu decided to swallow his anger for the sake of the fierce palace guards by Pai Lupi's side. He asked the waiter to bring everyone fruit juice and other drinks. He added a lot of ice cubes inside. This kind of ice-cold and refreshing cold drink made the group of people yell and cry out in satisfaction. Humph, a bunch of country bumpkins. Emperor. Look down on him. Li Wangyu felt a great sense of psychological satisfaction. He looked down on Pai Lupi and the group of debauches. Everyone ate and drank. Just as they were chatting happily, a bell rang not far away, followed by the sound of stringed and woodwind music. The time for the blind date conference had arrived. Under the burning gazes of the thousands of men present, 1,000 or so palace maids with graceful figures leisurely walked over. They smiled sweetly and had beautiful eyes. Thousands of beautiful women gathered in one place. All the men present, except for Li Er who was used to it, were shocked. Even the debauches who were used to seeing the spring scenery in Peace Square stared blankly at the palace maids in front of them. Wei Shuyu couldn't help but recite the Lecture Ode to Lust, eyebrows like emerald feathers, skin like snow, waist like a bundle of silk, teeth like a clam, a sweet smile, bewitching Kaiyang City.